Welcome, dear viewers. We are back for yet another exciting day here from Switzerland, in one of the most beautiful countries in the world. Here you see the flags are waving outside of the bilingual city of Biel, Bienne, and essentially these flags summarize the nationalities that reside here in the Swiss city next to the Lake Biel. This is the Biel Congress Center, which hosts the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. A lot of tournaments are ongoing here. We're going to mention that maybe in a moment. There you see, there's the stage where the two round robins of Masters and Challengers are being held. And it is absolutely a pleasure for us to be back once again, this time for another thrilling day here from Biel. I'm Grandmaster Artur Nations. This is the charming Angelika Volkova. We will be your host for not only today, but the entirety of the festival. Angelika, I mean, what can we expect from today? And first, your impressions.
Welcome everyone to 57th International Biel Chess Festival. My impressions so far are really that the event is really exciting. We had rapid tournament, we had chess 960. Today we're having the first day of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon Challengers and Masters. And maybe we should remind everyone, what is a chess Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel Chess Festival?
Yep, this is absolutely the main event here. There's a lot of tournaments going on, but the main event is the so-called chess triathlon, a thing you have never seen in the chess world so far. That's what makes this festival so unique. It consists of 3 tournaments. It's a classical, rapid, and blitz tournament. The rapid tournament already is over. During day 1, there was the chess 960 tournament, whose main purpose was not only fun, but determine the best tiebreakers in case the players are going to share the same amount of points at the end of the triathlon. And after the triathlon will be over, there's going to be a brand new addition to the tournament. There's going to be this final stage where the warriors in both groups, they're going to face each other in a classical round-robin tournament, but the players from the bottom will be eliminated.
But what is the most exciting about the Biel Chess Festival is that it's a place for every chess lover in the world. You can come here, you can participate in the same playing hall, all together with the top grandmasters on the stage. You can play in the Masters Open tournament or Amateurs tournament. You can also play some Open Rapid, Blitz tournaments. All together, Artur, there are 15 tournaments as with all the sides event. There is even extra tournament for the doctors, for the profession of doctors. So really exciting place to be this summer for playing chess.
All right. Well, it sounds really fantastic. And before we jump into the actual, let's maybe check the format of the classical tournament. As you can see, there's 2 round robins, 6 invited players in the Masters and the Challengers section. They're today starting out the classical tournament, round 1 out of 5. This is a round robin tournament. But the most important part, Angelika, as you can see, that is the scoring system. Every single victory here in the classical tournament is going to back the player 4 points. A very, very important incentive, try to play for the win, because draw is only 1.5 points. And the time control, Angelika, is this something we've seen before in some tournaments?
Yeah, I think this is something that has been played in the last World Chess Championship. The time control which we have here in Biel for the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon is the same as being played in the World Chess Championship. Isn't it exciting, Artur?
Absolutely, indeed. Yeah, so it's a long one, and yesterday we had rest day between all the groups, and most of the players went to a very nice excursion. And I asked a couple of players, what do they think about this time control? And I was like, is it not too long for you, right? Is it not very tiring? And they're like, no, it's fine. Especially Winston Keymer said, you need this long time control because sometimes you get very complex positions after move 40. You spend something like 10, 15 moves, and then you're essentially already playing with increments. So that's why this time control allows the players to produce some of the highest possible chess quality there is.
I suppose that we, improve the quality of the game with such long time control. You know, the more player they think, the less blunders they will have. But one special thing is that there is going to be no increment till the move 60. So then maybe we might see some blunders by the Grandmasters. And we see right now the playing hall. Players are getting ready to play. We see some boards. Okay, actually it's one board. Praggnanandhaa against Abhimanyu Mishra. And we see also on the background the Masters Open Tournament. Players are getting ready to be played. And
Here
there
are
are the pairings.
here are the pairings. Here are the pairings for round 1 of the Masters and Challengers. Huge matchups coming up. Essentially, this is the same pairings that was done for the Rapid tournament. Only colors are this time reversed. Here you see Haik Marturevsyan, the winner of the previous tournament. He faces Sam Shankland. Going to be a very interesting matchup. Vincent Keymer, last year's almost winner, except slightly something was missing, and he lost a very clutch game against Larry Geisty and finished in the second place. Liem, the two-time winner of the triathlon, he faces Vincent. Then we have Pragg against Mishra, who is going to be looking for an opportunity to avenge his loss in the Chess 960 tournament. And also in the challengers, very interesting matchup, Salem Saleh against Marc-Andrea Morizzi. The top-seeded player, Jonas Biel, takes on Vaishali, one of the best women players in the world, also the second place finisher of the recent Candidates tournament. And of course, Alexander Donchenko, the record 13-time participant here in Biel. He faces one of the youngest grandmasters right now in the world, Igor Samonenko from Ukraine.
What an exciting field we have here at the Biel Chess Festival's Grandmaster Triathlon this year. Innovative edition with 2 sections, Challengers and Masters. Alexander Donchenko in the Challenger section is so far dominating the field, winning the Chess 960 and scoring the highest points in the Rapid tournament. Current leader of the standings. And here we have the standings of the Challengers and Master. As I already mentioned, Alexander Donchenko on the first place with 7 points, but 1 point behind is Saleh Salem with 6 points. Right after them are Jonas Biel together with Vaishali Ramesh Babu, Indian Grandmaster. And we have here Marc-Andrea Morizzi from France with 4 points, and Igor Samonenko so far on the last spot with 3 points.
Every single game really matters in the triathlon because once again the score of all 3 tournaments, Rapid, Blitz, Classical, is counted together. Since we already mentioned that Classical victories worth 4 points, draw is 1.5, loss, well, nobody awards a loss with any points, Angelica. In Rapid, it was 2 points for the win, 1 for the draw, and 0 for the loss. And also what awaits us after 5 rounds of Classical chess, there's going to be a double round Blitz tournament, and then the end, we are going to count those points together and determine who is going to win this year's Triathlon edition.
And we see right now that there are still no players at the board. They have still some time over there. On the background, we see many great players. There was actually a main arbiter of the Open tournament, Anna Srebnic. We just seen her very briefly. The other players are getting seated. Arturs, how exciting is it for the chess lovers to play in the same playing hall as a top grandmaster playing on the stage?
You know, I have to confess, Angelica. I mean, I've always had a soft spot in my heart to play on the stage. You know, I haven't really had so many opportunities, so it feels a bit special, you know, especially when there's a large audience, a large Open going on. This Masters tournament or MTO is being held in this playing venue. Players are gathering there for the next round. It feels a bit more special. That's why also the players are, you know, they don't really mind this extra attention whenever you're playing in a, let's say, very small space, essentially in the basement. You don't really produce the best chess possible. And then you're playing in one of the most beautiful venues there is with a lot of audience. You just want to play really impressive chess.
For sure, and here we see the Samuel Shankland, the player who also attended yesterday Wednesday exhibition organized by the direction of the tournament. We see he has already more energy than yesterday. What do you think, Arturs? Yesterday we felt he was very tired when he played Rapid. Not yesterday, but the day before yesterday.
Right, so Sam won the MTO tournament back in 2016, and that was then when he ran through the fountains of the Biel city. I believe you can find this video on his Twitter page. He actually made a promise if he's managing to repeat his success, he is going to do the same. It's been really tough for Sam because he was the last-minute substitute for Javokir Sindarov, the young star from Uzbekistan who was supposed to play in the Masters section. However, he had visa problems, and Sam was very kind to agree to be the last minute replacement, flying all the way to San Francisco, crossing 9 time zones. So that's why for Sam, the start of the triathlon has been pretty rough, but he is gaining his momentum slowly.
Do you think, Arturs, that this time that he couldn't spend to use for preparation, is it we are going to see something there, some, for example, weak spots compared to the other participants who were announced months before?
Probably, yeah. I think he's at a disadvantage because when you prepare for such a very serious tournament, you definitely do some prep. But still, obviously, the high class, huge preparations still remains there. So even though he is at a disadvantage, I'm sure he's going to find a way to pick it up. In the meantime, yeah, here we're seeing the 2-time winner Liem playing against Vincent Keymer. Angelika, what's your expectation from this game?
Yeah, absolutely exciting matchup we have in the first round, right? So comparing the last year's standing, as Liem could be on the first place, just half a point in front of the German superstar, #1, top 20 in the world, Vincent Keymer. And as we know, actually, Liem is not playing that many classical tournaments. He has played the Asian Games in October last year. Before that, he was participating in the World Cup, shortly after actually playing in Biel. But otherwise, he's not playing that much. He's being the head coach of the Webster University, has a lot of students, and he's very busy normally. And Vincent is the one who is mostly focusing on chess. He's not doing anything else besides chess. And I think that it's going to be a very interesting game to follow. Meanwhile, we have the Jonas Biel against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. In the challengers section, what do we have to expect in this match?
Well, also Biel has been pretty absent from classical chess lately because I talked with him briefly in one of the first days, and he said he just finished high school, so that's it. He has already one kind of education, bagged. I'm not really sure if he's going to step in the university. He also was not really sure himself. He's probably right now going to focus a bit playing on some highest level chess. So it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup against Vaishali because Vaishali is not only one of the rising stars in women chess, she's the winner of 2023 Women Grand Swiss, finished in the second place in the Women Candidates Tournament. But very, very interesting fact about Vaishali, she is the sister of Pragg. Her brother is playing in the Masters tournament, and essentially they are the only brother-sister duo in the world who hold the Grandmaster titles.
And on the screen, we see right now Alexander Donchenko, who is getting ready to play with white pieces against Igor Samunenko. We have the top current ranked player of the challengers facing the last ranked player. I don't know, are we going to see here as well some domination? In rapid, it was much easier because of the shorter time control, the more blunders were made, but I think in this case, Ukrainian Grandmaster can show some resistance.
Yeah, and Alexander really made some history, right, in the first 2 tournaments. It's very, very impressive to win them. I don't think it actually was done before. I checked the history briefly, and I cannot recall in the past years.
Yeah, me neither, absolutely. Like exciting domination. And also, if we recall from Chess 960, last 2 rounds, he was playing against Masters. He was challenging the Masters. He played the games against Praggnanandhaa. And who else did he play actually in the Masters? But he made 2 draws. So other challenges were almost all losing. And he was the only player who managed to held up to the Masters and play a draw and say that he maybe is actually worth playing in the Masters in the next year.
Yeah, we might as well see. Here we see Pragg, the top-seeded player in the Masters section. He is world number 8, one of the young superstars from India. And by the way, we have to really give huge thank you for the Indian Federation for sending some of their brightest talents here to Biel. We have had Gukesh, we had Rigaisi, Nihal Sarin, we did Santosh Gurati. All of the India's top talent, they have been playing here every single year. 2 years ago, Vishy Anand here was also as the mentor of Gukesh visiting the festival. He was here sitting in this commentator's seat for a couple of days, providing his amazing insight. So we're grateful for them, recognizing Biel as a very important tournament. And yeah, the question is if Pragg can win the triathlon and confirm his status as the main favorite of the tournament.
And we see Saleh Salem with the white pieces facing the Marc-Andrea Maurizi. We're going to have the games started very, very shortly before we see that players are sipping some water, getting all ready for the fights. And we see again our current leader, Haik Martirosyan, getting ready to place Samuel Shankland over here.
Yeah, one amazing thing about Ike is that yesterday he also participated in this players' excursion. We had a very nice trip to one of the local small communities here next to Biel. And can you imagine? He was playing blindfold blitz games on the phone. I mean, they were pressing on the phone the clock against Salem Saleh. So a couple of those games were really impressive with queen sacrifices and everything. Maybe you're going to get to see one of the games. I think it was recorded in a video. Maybe you're going to see it at some point later. Very, very impressive stuff. Once again, confirming that these players are not only great over the board, but they can very easily envision the games in the minds. They could just play them blindfold as well.
Yeah, I was absolutely excited yesterday that we could see so many players participate in the exhibition, which was organized here by the direction of the Biel Chess Festival. So many players were talking with each other, spending their time, as if nothing is going to happen tomorrow, as if they are not playing the same tournament and fighting for the first spots. I find it very interesting because the atmosphere was very friendly. There was nothing, no drama is going on. And today we see the players battling it out on the board, getting fully ready to go all in the first round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
Actually, I feel there's a small delay for some reason because I think the game should have started like in 2 minutes. Maybe there's a speech or something I'm not really aware of. The players are waiting for the start. Here you see Martirosyan faces against Samuel Shankland. They have played before only one classical over-the-board game last year in Pragg Masters. When Shankland was playing with white color, he drew the game. So they have had the only game over the board, and they played obviously in the rapid and chess 960 against each other. Martirosyan was victorious in both games.
Yeah, we see Keymer against Liem. They had so far 3 classical games in the past, and both of them were here in Biel in the last 2 years. And so far, Liem leads with a 2-1. He won 2 games and lost 1 to Keymer. But all the games were played with white pieces, so all the wins were with white pieces. But today, we have Keymer playing with white.
I wonder if Vincent knows this, right? I mean, sometimes these are very interesting facts, right? And obviously, while we mentioned the previous encounters, it does matter. You know, it really does matter because players have different playing styles. Some of the players are more... it's easier for them against certain other players. Their playing styles somehow fit better. So, yeah, something very interesting that all the games are won by white. They have also played a couple of rapid and blitz games. The score is about equal. Also, online games, obviously, with all the super tournaments. Not only Tata Tuesdays, Champions Chess Tour, etc. Liem has the better score overall, but I don't think really over the board it matters. And here in the rapid tournament, Vincent won with black in the Queen's Gambit Decline semi-slav oration. So there was a time scramble, and in the chess 960 between these 2 players there was a draw.
Yeah, absolutely exciting matchup we have here. What to expect? I mean, I personally don't know. Anything can happen, especially with such a long time control. We see that there are photographers. Abhimanyu Mishra is arriving to the board for the 2nd time. I guess we have a speech made right now by the arbiters. Because, you know, yesterday actually was a rest day for the Grandmasters in the Grandmaster Triathlon, but for the Masters Open Tournament, MTO, it was the first round, so the games already started for the MTO tournament, and today the ATO, the Amateurs Open Tournament, is starting here in Biel, all together with the first round of classical portion with the Grandmaster Triathlon. So I think there are still some details being said or checked if the players are sitting all correctly. We have the chief arbiters, Lauren Freud, for the Grandmaster Triathlon, and Anna Srebrnic, the chief arbiter for the open tournaments, are getting ready to start the clocks.
Right. I just love those blue chairs, Angelika. There's a lot of them. This is also a possibility for the viewers to come here directly to the playing venue. Obviously, you have to leave all the electronic devices outside. You cannot bring them inside due to the fair play reasons, because nowadays I think everybody pretty much is aware that even the simplest smartphone could outplay the world champion. That's the digital age we're living in right now. Everything has to be left outside. So, yeah, the players are waiting for the green light. Here we see Donchenko is preparing for his game against Semenenkov. They have never, prior to the Biel festival, they have never played against each other over the board. There's only one blitz game that they played online. I'm not even sure it's relevant. Donchenko won it. But here in Biel in Rapid and Chess 960, Donchenko won the Chess 960 game with white. There was very cute under promotion to a knight. And in the Rapid tournament, there was a draw, although Donchenko was close to win that game as well. So this means probably, Angelika, he is a favorite in this duel.
Yeah, for sure, he is a favorite since he's dominating the field for the past few days already here at the Biel Chess Festival. Also, he's being one of the top seeds. I believe he has the second highest rating after Jonas Biera. And here we see the masters, the Praggnanandhaa, Ramush Bebuk, play facing Abhimanyu Mishra. How do you think this matchup is going to go? Because we have Praggnanandhaa, who is a star, who has played in the candidates. He got the silver at the World Cup, played amazing chess, won against Magnus recently. While Abhimanyu Mishra is the youngest grandmaster in the world, and he's so young and so sharp, as we saw also in the Rapid and Chess 960 tournaments.
Yeah, you might think that Pragg obviously is a heavy favorite as his rating inclines, right? But when you look at the scores, they have played against each other here in Biel, the Rapid and Chess 960. Who do you think is ahead? It's Mishra.
Really?
Yes, because he won one of those games. I believe it was the Chess 960 game. It was quite an up-and-down game, but ultimately Pragg blundered in a time scramble. And in the Rapid, it was a draw, and even there, Pragg was in trouble in the Bogo Indian, so he had to escape it. And by the way, here you see the games are finally starting. There was a minor delay of something like 8 minutes, and we're about to see the start of the classical section. Here we see Matryasan against Shankland decided to opt with d4.
Yeah, for sure. And as you said earlier already, we would like to remind that Matryasan was playing really a lot recently, and we also seen some new opening ideas from him. He was playing e4, sometimes d4. What happened?
No, I mean, you said, Angelika, he's played a lot, because I realized I had the statistics wrong before, because I had counted the games he had played, 36 games in 44 days, starting from May to June. And then I asked, Ike, do you know that you have played 36 games? And he said, no, actually, I have played 38, right? Because apparently, yes, there was the French Cup being held in the end of June, and those games were not in the database I was not really aware of. So it's more, so he has played close to 40 games in the past less than 2 months. So Ike is really sharp. And 18th June, this is when his journey playing several tournaments back-to-back finished, and he has had a little rest. He's hungry for chess. He had his birthday during the Rapid tournament, so he's in really great shape here.
He's in awesome shape, even though he played so many games before. He's not tired, not at all. He shared the first place with Praggnanandhaa, but he was second due to the tie breaks because he lost against Pragg in the Chess 960 tournament, and winning the Rapid in such a strong field for the first time. Isn't it a huge achievement already?
Here's the bird's eye view of both groups. So 3 players at the Masters and 3 games at the Masters and 3 games at the Challengers. All right, what do we see here? Let's maybe give a quick assessment. On the top left corner, Matryasan faces Shankland. It's King's Indian defense, one of the oldest defenses, very ambitious opening by the American grandmaster. Then we have Salek Salem on top middle board against Marc-André Maurizzi. This is Queen's Gambit declined with a6. Okay, yeah. So it's not Chebarenko. I slightly mixed up. So it's Queen's Gambit
Yeah.
declined. Looks a bit similar. Vincent Keymer plays against Liem, so it's some sort of call split.
Yeah, but this is this move, knight bd2, yeah, in the top central board, yeah, knight bd2, like it's very special. Normally you would develop your knight on c3. This is
Right.
something special we will discuss later. We see down on the bottom left corner, Vaishali is playing with black against Jonas Biel. This we're having the French defense. Well, what a choice. Knight c3, knight f6 variation. In the middle bottom game, we have Praggnanandhaa against Abhimanyu Mishra. We have here, I assume, was it the Italian game?
No, I
Looks
think
like
it's Raul
this,
Lopez.
Or Lori Lopez, yeah. And on the bottom right, we have the matchup of Donchenko against Samonenkov. And here we see some kind of a Queen's Gambit with the e3 move played. Oh, no, this is actually the Nimzo.
Right, the Nimzo, the very topical line of bishop d3, knight g2. This is very popular stuff indeed. So I suppose we have plenty of time for us, so there's no need for us to quickly jump between the games. From time to time, of course, we're going to go to the bird's eye view, see what's going on, but this time, this is the classical section. We get to explain you a lot of ideas and try to predict where the games might be going. And ultimately, also, you might be receiving some sort of a small lesson and ideas you could try yourself to play over the board.
Yeah, for sure. So let's decide, Arturs, in which game we're jumping in. As the first, I would offer we go for the game of the leader of the tournament, of the Masters section of Grandmaster Triathlon, Ike Martirosyan facing against Samuel Shankland, since we also have this very interesting opening, the King's Indian, which is actually going for 3 results.
Yeah, let's do that. Great choice, Angelica. So I suppose we're going to start it from the very beginning. The King's Indian defense, it starts with d4, knight f6, e4. This is essentially clash of styles because if I would have to categorize all the openings in 3 parts, how you can play them out, there's 3 types, as I already said. So one of them is you fight for the center. So d4, d5, e4, e5, you directly influence the center of the opponent. So that's type number 1. Type number 2 is you give up the center, but you try to somehow destroy it. Yeah, you play some sort of a Grunfeld, you play Dutch defense, you play Sicilian, not immediately like fighting for the center, but trying to undermine whatever your opponent is planning to do there. And then there's also the third approach, which is not really that great, is you ignore whatever your opponent is planning, and this essentially leads very often your opponent to a massive space advantage. However, King's Indian defense is a bit special, Angelica, because even though black gives up the center here after g6, knight c3, and bishop g7, there are ways to undermine white's control of the center by playing d6, e5, or d6, c5 at some point later.
Yeah, for sure, and that's why in this particular moment, black is spending all the time to finish their development on the king side and later strike the center, saying that white spent way too much time on expanding the center and not really ready to protect it all. We're going to see for which break did Samuel go. I think he went for e5, right?
Yeah. Let's take it step by step. D6,
Yes.
pretty common response here. I mean, the idea is to
Yes.
stop e5 at some point and maybe think about pushing e5 himself. So, bishop e2. There's a number of ways you can play it out, and probably I don't think I would really have to walk you through the history of the King's Indian defense, but let's just agree on this. There's many setups.
But do you play yourself d4? Do you play against King's Indian? If you do, what do you opt for?
I mean, I have played my fair share of King's Indian defense, especially from the white's perspective, d4, c4, and knight c3. But normally, I like to opt for g3, bishop g2, and knight f3, because I have some reservations from the white's perspective. Because when you don't really know the theory, I mean, if you're not like mainstream d4 player and you're playing something else all the time, then you kind of are afraid that if you don't know the theory really well and the center closes, black gets this very easy kingside attack. So yeah, my choice is to play fianchetto G3, bishop G2, but of course, I mean, I do understand the logic. If you can grab the center, you should do it. So bishop E2, bishop E3, this is a super popular setup. And white is not defining yet the placement of the knight, which is a bit awkward, maybe, but this gives white some opportunities to play early, either H4, H5, or even G4.
Yeah, and this H4, H5 move is now very, thematic idea in many openings. For example, also against the modern defense. So whenever there is a fianchetto, also I believe against the Dutch, right, Leningrad Dutch, when there is bishop with fianchetto on G7, there is always a thematic idea of H4, H5 for sure, trying to play themselves in the king side, because normally we know that in king's Indian defense, the black is the one who wants to create attack on the king side.
Right. I mean, Angelica, I have to ask you, since you're a D4 player, mainly yourself, and you have written this chessable course, what was it, ambitious?
1d4.
1d4 for the ambitious player. Sorry, I don't remember.
Chess improvers, yes.
Right, for the improvers. What do you recommend?
I recommend to play Averbach.
Bishop E2, bishop G5.
Exactly, so bishop E2, but then the next move is bishop G5. So the idea is that you're first of all, stopping the E5 move, and with the second idea is, of course, that you provoke black to go for something like H6, which could be later a weakness.
All right, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. But I myself also play sometimes the H3, bishop E3 idea. So similar what is Ike playing here. So I'm blocking the square G4 for the knight, and I'm developing bishop to E3 with the idea to have E2 square for the knight.
Right, so one of the critical ideas here is that white in these positions never wants to allow black to trade the knight for the bishop, because the position might open up. And the dark swept bishop is a very, very important piece. So white has a number of ways to deal with this. So white can play H3, bishop E3. White can play the Zamish system, F3, bishop E3, which I believe right now is not really that popular, or the very popular bishop E2, and then bishop E3, bishop G5. But okay, let's continue to move on. There's a lot of variance here, how white can play it out. So bishop E3, E5, D5 was played. White closes the center for the reasoning. If you want to start a flank attack, what do? You close the center.
You close the center, and now, of course, there are many approaches from black. They can develop the knight from A6 to C5 to target the pawn on E4, because currently it's not really... Wow, and H4 was played?
Yeah.
Immediately going all in with a threatening H5, and Samuel says that he doesn't care. He plays knight C5 at this moment, targeting the pawn on E4. How do you protect it, Arthurs? Do you have to play queen C2, or F3 is possible?
I think F3 would feel pretty weird together with bishop E2, because if you want to play F3, you play F3 before, and now with the bishop on E2, quite doesn't make sense. Sometimes white here in these positions plays knight F3 first, with the idea to meet knight C5 with knight E2. But again, it's a debate, right? I mean, is this knight on D2 really so great? Because it protects the pawn on E4, and maybe that's all it does. And then white still proceeds with the ideas like G4, H4, H5. There's many, many ideas here, so let's simply follow the choice of the players. They know what they're doing here. Queen C2, white protects the pawn on E4. Black tries to organize some counterplay in the center with C6, H5, C8, C8, Queen A5. This is definitely some big theory here.
I have a question, Arthurs. Could we move a couple of moves before when C6 was played? Couldn't white play b4 here? Because I know, as kind of a rule, once you put the knight on c5, you have to follow up, or not have to, but it's kind of a nice follow-up to play a5, stopping the idea of white playing b4. But in this case, we see that Sam played c6 instantly. Is he not afraid of this b4?
This is a very good question. So sometimes black does ideas like these. Black starts with a5, which I believe you wanted to mention earlier. After a5, knight a6, knight c5, and then black is more secure against this b4 push. However, here I think that tactically this idea to push b4 fails, because you see white is trying to play at the both flanks at the same time, and this can be sometimes a problem. And here there's a tactical a refutation of white's idea. Black can take on e4. By the way, this is a very common idea in the king's Indian defense, so white should be always aware of this. Now let me show you where's the problem. After queen e4, black is going to play bishop f5, hitting the queen, so it's almost trapped. And after queen f3, black plays e4 and simply collects the rook at a1.
Oh no. Oh no, such a beautiful tactics, you see, like the players know everything. The players are aware of all of it. Because, in blitz, you would instantly maybe play something like b4, and then you would lose in the next few moves. But yeah, c6 was played, and Haik, I think, completely ignored it. Yeah, he responded with a h5 push, targeting those pawns on the king side. I think the main idea of this move is to open up the h file for the rook so that black cannot themselves do much there, because idea normally from black should be to play something like knight e8 and f5 to create an attack. But in this case, white is not castling short side. So in this case, actually, white might be the one who creates an attack on the king side.
Yeah, white also is thinking about the long castle, and that's why the next moves were as following. After c takes and c takes on d5, black tries to organize some activity at the queen side and also discourage white from castling the long side, because it feels pretty open. Queen a5, as you see, there's already a pin. Black is threatening to grab the pawn on e4 for free. So h6. I think this is very interesting stuff, because you would think that white plays normally h4, h5, and this is one of the common ideas of the Sicilian dragon. Like the idea would be h takes on g6, protect the pawn, play queen d2, bishop h6, castle log, bishop g7, play queen h6, play g4, g5, sacrifice something on h5. Right now, all I just mentioned the typical ideas of the dragon. However, you're probably looking at this position right now, you're wondering, does it even work here? Yeah, I don't think it does. And this h6 is a very nice idea, because white kind of implied that he wants to start a kingside attack, but now with the h6, he says, I'm going to play positional chess here. So the point here is after h6, bishop h8, even though white closes the h file, this bishop on h8 might be a problem in the long run if the game takes the positional approach.
And while we're taking our time and looking at the position, we got some questions from the chat. There was a question from the user Bigfoot to the commentators, to both of us. The question is, Artur's, who is your favorite producer and why is it Bigfoot?
Bigfoot asked this.
Yes.
That's really interesting question from the user Bigfoot, because coincidentally we also have a producer here whose name is Big. Very interesting. By the way, huge shout out to all of the team that made so far this coverage of the festival possible. So we are only the presenters of the festival, we're the official faces, but you don't see there's a huge team of the organizers that make this festival possible. They're the technicians who do the technical part to make the things set up. They're the ladies sitting in the front desk providing everybody with valuable information, giving them possibilities to purchase t-shirts, all kinds of information's available there. There's the arbiter sitting upstairs registering the players for the tournaments. And there's also, of course, one of the greatest producers ever.
In the chess history.
In the chess history, Big sitting left to us, you don't see him, but he's making these transitions of the scenes possible. So we're really grateful, and it's a great, great team we have here.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree and sign under every word of Artur's. So should we dive in more in the position? Because was it the last move played, or there was something else on the board?
Yeah, knight h5 is the last move. So considering that Sam has spent exactly 1 minute and 36 seconds for this particular position, because once again, the time control is 2 hours with no increment. Increment starts only with move 61. So you can assume this is prep, right? I don't really know this immediately, but I've seen very typical positions, but specifically this one, it's a bit new to me, but yeah, it feels a highly theoretical position. With the move knight h5, what Sam is trying to do, he's trying to anchor the knight on f4, maybe sometimes play knight g3, also opening up the possibilities to play f5. And now the big question is where Ike is planning to position his king. I think it's got to go the queen side, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so, because also there are 2 pawns on the queen side, and normally 2 against 2 pawns, we cannot really produce an attack, but of course anything can happen. We see, again, Ike is in the thinking tank right now. Samuel is still right on his prep, he's still there, and it is a very dangerous position. Like, generally, the king's Indian is dangerous opening for both sides. Like, anytime someone is playing not correct move, then the position can go either way. Like, usually, engine would prefer white's position because of the space advantage. But, we know how dangerous black play can be. If white is not correct, white is not precise, then black is going to take over.
And people don't play the king's in defense just to play simple positional chess. They play it indeed to play for the win. Again, victory is 4 points, so it makes sense to win 1 game and maybe risk to lose another, because in the long run you simply bag more points. Angelika, I suggest we move on to another game, and the next game in line in the Masters section is the game of Vincent Keymer. He plays against Liem. So maybe let's check out what kind of cosped structure is this.
This is actually very interesting. I'm wondering why bishop is on f4. Was it because the c6 was played, or did Keymer just opted out for the bishop?
I think we are going to find it out.
Yeah, let's see. Let's not.
Now we have all the time in the world
yes.
to walk through the first moves. No need to rush. Very, very long time control. So, dear viewers, we're here in for a pretty long day. One more thing. I don't think I've even mentioned this since the start. Do you think the players can agree early on a draw?
I think not. I think there should be either Sophia rule
right.
or 30 moves.
40.
40.
40.
40
moves.
Wow.
So this means that the players cannot agree to a draw before move 40, unless there's a trefoil repetition, unless of course they enter a theoretical variation, but I don't think that anybody is happy with a quick draw, because you lose points in the long run. It's only 1.5 points, so everybody wants to play for the win.
Arthurs, I think very interesting moment already at the move 2. We see that black started, that Liem started with this knight f6, e6 tricky move order, looking what white is going to respond, because if Vincent would have played knight c3, maybe Liem would opted out for the Nimzo Indian. And sometimes you want to play this in order to escape such lines as knight ge2 in the Carlsbad. So that's why you want your opponent to play knight f3, fix your knight over there on f3, because sometimes this knight g2 system might be more dangerous. It's something which also I recommend in my course. So I know it's really a lot.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point indeed. And at a professional chess, especially at a professional chess, those transitions, changing the order of the moves, you wouldn't believe. Sometimes there's so many nuances. Like, let's say, Vincent is preparing for a game and he wants to get his opponent to a Catalan. And against a specific opponent, he might start with knight f3 first move, then play c4, then knight c3, then g3, then d4, because there's certainly something in his opponent's move order that gives him information, and then he tries to steer the game into the direction that he wants. It's really, really interesting stuff. So, yeah, let's maybe continue to observe what happened here. Knight f3 and knight c3. Very, very popular opening here.
Yeah, and we see that black right now is basically ready to be captured, the pawn to be captured on d5 and go to the exchange variation. Depends what white is choosing here. I think in this position with black, I go for the a6 line. I think it's what Aronian is playing. Because it allows some ideas to go for the d takes c4 instantly. So white has to react either to capture on d5, somehow try to show what they want in the opening, in the center, and clarify the situation.
Yeah, indeed. So d takes on c4 is one of the big themes. This is the so-called Queen's Gambit accepted. So
delayed, maybe? Delayed? What? Is it delayed, Queen's Gambit accepted?
Queen's Gambit Queen's Gambit accepted the lay. I'm not really sure. Not really sure, but in a nutshell, as I understand, the Queen's Gambit accepted is whenever you take the pawn on c4, and when you don't take it, then it's Queen's Gambit declined. So obviously,
Yeah.
I'm right now not talking about the very popular Netflix series, Queen's Gambit, where the protagonist, Elizabeth Harmon, she
Was beating
played
everyone.
d4, c4, and beat everybody. Yeah, that's why their name comes from, the TV series. But very, very popular opening. Knight e7, and now c takes on d5. So here Lim Lei is pretty happy with the choice. He kind of implies at some point he might grab the pawn on c4 and then try to hold on to it with knight b6. And this is probably the reason why here the German decided to include c takes on d5. E takes on d5 makes perfect sense. You fight for the center. And here, instead of the typical bishop g5, bishop f4 is the choice.
Very interesting move. You know, first, you're not allowing black yet to develop the bishop on d6, because then after bishop d6, I think white is just going to trade the bishops on d6 and create the double pawns, which could create more weaknesses for black. This is not something what black wants to do. And if bishop is developed on e7, I think that bishop on f4 is going to hold this very strong diagonal, potentially targeting the c7 square and also helping knight maybe to go at some moment for the e5 square. So it's fighting for all the dark squares on the diagonal h2, b8.
Yeah, indeed. There's many interesting choices here. Also, if white will play bishop g5, this would prompt the black to play h6, g5 and some lines, maybe land the bishop on b4. Totally different game. So c6, the cosplate structure is forming up here, h3. h3 mainly is a necessary move to stop any knight h5 ideas, because if you play e3 immediately, quite commonly in these positions, black responds with knight h5. And I don't think that white is quite happy to give up the dark to a bishop just like that, because it's a semi-open position where the two bishops are pretty important. And then if you play something like bishop g5, black plays bishop e7, trades the bishops, and then maybe puts the other bishop on f5, and this knight on h5 can sometimes even go to g7. And that is the reason why Vincent here feels that h3 is a necessary move, but I mean, obviously, this is huge theory here.
Yeah, very nice prophylaxis by Vincent. What was the next move played here?
Right, the next move, knight e4.
Ooh, knight e4, instantly going with the knight to the center. That's interesting.
It makes sense, yeah. So black immediately is hinting at ideas like bishop e4 and queen a5. Grabbing on e4 probably is not really so great, because the kingside knight for white is going to have to walk for another time. So e3, white just ignores it. This knight on c3 can always be defended with moves like queen c2 and rook c1. Not a big problem. And that's why here Lim Lei played knight f6, bishop d3, bishop d6, offering to trade the darks with bishops. And here the young German says, not going to happen, because I need this dark square bishop. And not only white occupies the e5 square with the knight, he's thinking about some future ideas, maybe queen c2, not sure, short castle or long castle, both opportunities are still there, but there might be an idea to push f3 to e4.
f3 e4 is a very typical idea, one of the ideas which white can opt for in the cosplate structures. The other typical idea is a minority attack, so it's very typical, especially when you have like knight on f3 on an e5. You bring your rook to b1 normally and push the pawn all the way to the b5. If black is stopping with a6, you're playing a4, and then you anyway push for b5. There are always many ways how black can also respond to it.
I think it's more like here, yeah?
Yes.
So not with the knight on e5.
Yes.
It's something like rook b1, b4, b5. You try to create this weakness on c6. There's a lot of classical games on this line. And the pawn structures here, you see the arrow from the white's perspective, the arrow from the black's perspective, pretty much often gives you like a good idea where the game is taking you. So black is thinking about the king set attack, white is thinking about the queen set attack. But of course, there's always exceptions to the rule. And here Vincent is simply opting for a different kind of game.
We have an interesting question from the audience. The Nimzo Larsener is asking, which top players do you think have an aggressive or interesting opening repertoire based on 1c4 opening? And I think we have the player, okay, not sitting right here, but I think that Vincent is someone who is having always this tricky either knight f3 or c4 repertoire ideas.
Yeah, I think we saw Vincent playing a lot of English opening in the Rapid tournament. Yeah, I seem to recall he would very often get these reverse Sicilian positions, c4, e5. Black would obviously try to fight for the center. And from the top players, from the modern top players, Vincent definitely would be somebody I would mention. But from the past players, also maybe Aronian is a player that comes up to my mind, but I'm not really sure if he does it now so frequently. Yeah. So nowadays, I think players are mostly playing e4 and d4. So the other moves like knight f3 and c4, purely as separate continuations, they're not really that popular, and very often they just transpose. For example, you play c4, knight f3, then you at some point you do play d4, because d4 very often is regarded a move you can't really live without in an opening.
Yeah, and also I recall in the previous editions of the Biel Chess Festival, Vincent was going very often either for knight f3 or c4 first with some very different move orders. So he was, as you were mentioning at the beginning, right, you're trying to be tricky in the opening as a top player. You know all these nuances, like how are you going to play if you're playing first c4, then at some moment you go knight f3, you transpose maybe to the queen's gambit, maybe you don't, maybe you go for the English openings. It's very, very interesting approach.
Indeed. Yeah, and also I think we should mention that in the accelerated time controls, you're playing different kind of openings, especially at the highest level. You try to play simpler stuff where the structures are where the plans are very easy to carry out. And in classical chess, well, this is where you show all of your might, all of your prep. You get to execute very deep ideas. You have plenty time to think about how to trick your opponent. While here, Liem is thinking about how to trick his young opponent, we're going to move on to yet another game from the master section, which is Pragg against Mishra, and then after that, I suppose we could go to the bird's eye view and see what is happening also in the challenges. But first, maybe let's go to the game of Pragg against Mishra and give our assessment. What kind of Rai Lopez is this?
Well, this looks very ambitious from the white. White managed to push the d4. This is the usual what white is trying to do. I myself, I'm not an e4 player, but I've been facing some ideas as a black in similar positions, as I would say. Which experience do you have, Arturs? Maybe you're more experienced in this position. What can you say about it?
Yeah, I mean, I have played e4 and all kinds of Rai Lopez's and Italian games all my life, so I'm pretty familiar with these positions. So just to, again, give you a quick overview what happened in the opening phase. This is very modern stuff. Maybe let's not go into basics, why white is not taking on c6, not winning the pawn on e5. This is pretty common stuff because black, for example, here, black very quickly wins back the pawn and then he has two bishops. So stuff like that we're not going to mention. This is still modern theory. Knight f6, shot castle. Again, white is not blundering the pawn on e4 because he regains it very quickly. There's moves like d4, and the black king is feeling lonely in the center. So b5. That's the modern Archangel's variation, bishop c5. And was this not also one of the very popular chessable courses that who was it? Fabiano Caruana? Yeah, I think he wrote the Dark Archangel. Yeah, he wrote this from the black's perspective, sharing his knowledge about the system. This is very, very popular stuff. So white has number of ways to meet it here. Personally, me, Angelique, I'm just ignoring it, just playing d3, c3, and just playing simple chess. But of course, c3 is a very ambitious way to play.
Yeah, super ambitious. d4 is a very typical break, of course. From the white's perspective, they want to grab the center over here. And meanwhile, black has to be ready for it. So that's why d6 is played, protecting the pawn on the e5 and h3. It's a prophylactical move, right? Not to let white-colored bishop from black to be developed and to attack the pawn on the d4.
Yeah, and you basically cannot really take on e4. This is a common trick. Yeah, bishop b5, the knight on c6 is lost, the knight on e4 is in trouble. Sometimes knight e4 works, but most of the time it doesn't. So that's why white also has to keep a close eye on this. So rook e1, rook e8, bishop g5. Yeah, here it's very interesting because one of the common themes of all kinds of Italian games and Rai Lopez's is, should black include h6 or should he not? You know, this is very, very interesting stuff because essentially it's all about trying to save time. And at the highest level of chess, the players very often, they're trying to make the so-called shortcuts. You know, can I try to get the same position but one move less? Or can I try to get the same position with a slightly improved positioning of my piece? Because then, you know, in the long run, I have the better odds. So this is a very, very common stuff, and they're trying always to exploit. So the thing is, if black would play h6, he would stop bishop g5. However, this is also costing valuable time. And whenever in Italian game and Lopez positions, black plays short castle, he basically underlines, I am not afraid of bishop g5. And that's why it's very common for white to include this bishop g5, create a pin, and ask black some very direct questions how you're planning to deal with this. Because look at this, Angelika, after h6, bishop h4, do you know for sure, can you play g5 here? Are you not afraid there's going to be knight x on g5? And maybe this pin is killing you?
This looks very scary to me, so that's why I would be one of those players who would go for the h6 prophylactical move. I mean, my approach would be white played h3 themselves. I can spend one time on h6 as well, not to create any complications there on the king side, but we are sure players are prepared and they know how to go for it.
Yeah, this is very tricky because, you know, I remember I've studied quite a lot of Italian and Lopez's in my career, and you miscalculate something or you mix up. For example, let's say in this position, this position is, for example, this position is very dangerous. For black, you cannot play here, but with the knight on a3, you can play it. Or once again, with the knight on d2, you cannot play it. Or with the pawn on h3, standing on h2, you can play it. With the pawn on h3, you can't play it. Yeah? And sometimes it's very tricky. You mix it up, and that's why, indeed, I do agree with you, Angelika. It's like a safer choice very often for most players, just to play h6, just to be sure I'm not blundering any pins there. But actually, here, it seems that Mishra did not play g5. He played bishop b7.
Yeah, but we have, you know, two very ambitious players at the board, so the choice not going for the h6 is something what we can understand, right? Both of the players are going for the very concrete, for the direct lines. We see Pragg going for the c3, d4 approach. We see that Abhimanyu Mishra is saying, you can get with the bishop to g5. I am not afraid of you. Both players are ready for a fight. Arthurs, isn't it exciting?
Yeah, queen d3, by the way, this is a great move by Pragg. I like it. He played it very quickly because if he would immediately develop the queenside knight on d2, you see the pawn on d4 now is under attack. So he plays queen d3. He says, listen, you know, I'm going to play knight e2. I'm going to play knight f1. I'm going to play knight g3. What you are going to do? And that's why for Mishra, this is really scary stuff because essentially he's not playing against Pragg right now. He is playing against a super engine. And unless you know for sure, can you play g5? This is very difficult because he would be feeling much more comfortable if Pragg here had spent, let's say, 40 minutes. Okay, then you definitely know for sure that my opponent is out of the prep and I can play g5. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult. And I'm not really sure if Abhimanyu here is in the prep. You see, he is either trying to remember something or trying to calculate, but g5, Angelika, this is so responsible here because once again, knight g5, bishop takes on g5 is an option you cannot wrongly evaluate because the game might be just over immediately.
I agree with you fully, Arthurs. It looks like Abhimanyu Mishra is almost 100% not in his prep, but we have an interesting comment, interesting highlight from the chat. The question is Pragg playing some preparation right now? Because there is a game of his second, Swidler, from this current position. There is a
right,
game.
So Swidler was his second in the recent candidates tournament and definitely one of the most highly accomplished Russian players, has prepared Pragg for a lot of stuff. And this is, by the way, one of the great things, right, Angelika? Very, very nice point, because why it's such a great idea to play in the candidates. You know, not only for the fame, for the chance to fight for the world championship title, but you get to prepare really deep ideas. And those games that they get to play, how many games was it? I think it was 14 games,
Yes.
right? You can't always show everything you prepared,
Yeah.
but this stays, it remains. And that's why you get to execute these ideas in the upcoming tournament. So that's why I agree. Indeed, it could be the prep of Svidla. I would not be surprised. Why not to play it in a very serious tournament like here in Biel?
Especially since he had a game like this already. I'm just interested what the game was, but thank you so much, all our dear viewers, for your comments, for your questions. The most interesting ones are going to be highlighted on the screen. You're always going to see them. So thank you so much, Per Rana, for this interesting input.
Right. Maybe there's also some other options for Abhimanyu. I'm wondering, there's this typical Zaitsev idea. Maybe it's not even Zaitsev, but some sort of a Zaitsev from the Ra Lopez. E takes on d4 would make sense, because now you see the rook on e8 is opening up. There's some pressure against the pawn on e4. I suppose white wants to continue with c takes on d4, and then black will play knight b4. So hitting the pawn on e4, now you see the bishop on b7 joins the action. There's multiple pressure. There's all kinds of g5 ideas. And here, I'm not really sure. Queen c3, queen d2, let's say maybe queen d2, hitting the knight. Black has no time to take on e4. You play c5. Most likely white will close the center with something like d5. And I'm looking at this position, definitely Ra Lopez Zaitsev memories for me, also some legendary games of Garry Kasparov against Anatoly Karpov from the World Championship matches. This brings a lot of memories.
And it looks like a position where there's going to be a fight on the both sides of the board, right? We have white who has more pawns. We have 5 against 4 pawns on the king side, while black will have 3 against 2. Normally for an endgame, 3 against 2 would be more preferable, but I don't see how you can push it so much further, right? While ideas of playing king h1, removing the knight, and playing for f4, e5, this is something what comes to mind.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of a Benoni as well,
Benoni,
right?
yes.
Yeah, typically black is thinking about some queen set attack here, and white has the pawn majority at the king side. Your idea, king h1, f4, e5 might be one of them. Maybe king h1 at some point. Obviously, the knight is going to go to c3, not c4, c3, and g4. G4 ideas might be there. This game has all the potential become very, very sharp. That's why it's so scary for Abhimanyu here, right? Because he is potentially playing against a prep. So what do? Do you go for the principal line, or you try to divert? If you divert, maybe you're not playing the best combination.
A very tricky question, which we are letting to answer by our player of the Grandmaster Triathlon Master section, Abhimanyu Mishra. I think, Arturs, it's a time for us to pull up the bird's eye view to check out all the other games. We still have some games in the challenges sections, which I would like to check out.
Yeah, those are on the lower part. No, not the lower part. There's also Pragg on the lower part. It seems there's a mix, but we haven't yet checked the games of the challengers. Those are Salem Saleh against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, Bienne against Vaishali, and Donchenko against Samonenkov.
So we have Marc-Andrea Maurizzi against Saleh Salem in the top middle board. We see there has been some exchange happened. We see the isolated pawn on d5, so we have IQP position.
Some Tarash.
Some Tarash, yeah.
Some Tarash, some sort of. It could be also English opening. We are going to check it out, of course. Like c4, e5, g3. Sometimes these positions transpose to what we're seeing. Bienne against Vaishali. This is French defense. By the way, this is what we saw from the very beginning. Vaishali is employing French. And actually, now that I'm thinking, was also not Pragg playing some French defense? I mean, it would definitely make sense, being siblings and everything, that you share the knowledge in the family.
Yeah, for sure, it would make sense. We're going to check that game in a few moments, and we see the third game of the challengers. The current leader, Alexander Donchenko from Germany, facing with white pieces Igor Samonenkov from Ukraine, and we see another IQP position. I think this one was from Nîmes, so Indian. Which game do you prefer to jump in? Which one looks more exciting or complicated
I
for
think
you?
we are going to do all of them.
Yeah, we do all now, obviously.
So we are going to start with a game of Select Salem against Marc-André Maurizzi, just because it's the first one I have here in front of me. Let's see the opening part. So far, the players have played 12 moves. Probably still within the prep. D4, D5. So here you see Maurizzi is fighting for the center. Remember my classification of openings, so you can either fight for the center, try to undermine it, or ignore it. So Maurizzi is playing classical chess. He's not ignoring the center. A6, yeah. So this is the Queen's Gambit declined, but there's also another name, I believe, the Janovsky variation, which is getting pretty popular lately. Again, the idea is to play d takes on c4 and push b5 to defend the pawn.
Yeah, it's a famous course, yeah, on the chessable by Warmerdam.
Yeah, by Max Warmerdam, indeed. I
Very
believe
good stuff, very
he
good
just,
stuff.
He just became the Dutch champion, by the way, a couple of days ago, reaching his ELO high, highest ELO in his career so far.
Do you have this course?
I do.
Me too.
You do?
Yes.
Yeah, I use his course to teach some of my students, so this is really good stuff. So knight e2, this is not, I think, the main move. Typically here, white is trying to underline that a6 is a waste of time and play c takes on d5. And there's all kinds of moves like knight c3, black could play knight f6, black could play c6. Not really sure what here Maurizzi had prepared. So knight e2, the Emirati Grandmaster says, okay, I'm not going to enter these discussions. I'm simply going to protect the pawn on c4 and see what happens. So knight f6, g3. Look at this. Now this position transposed into some sort of a Catalan, which is really interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting how all the moves can just transpose just in a few moves in a completely different opening. And we see c5.
And now we have Tarrasch.
And now we have Tarrasch
very
with
interesting.
g3. Oh my God.
Yeah, bishop g2, ignoring the capture on the center. If black would take on d4 at some point, d4, not really sure if white captures immediately or does it later. I just want to show the idea. So these positions sometimes is a mystery for club level players, especially when choosing from the black's perspective. They think, oh, this is pretty great, you know, especially I'm playing from the black's perspective. I have a symmetrical pawn structure. I'm going to draw against a stronger player. But when you look at the position more closely, you start to realize black has massive problems with the Lascaux bishop. It's very, very difficult for him to find a way to finish the development of the queenside pieces. And that's why, Angelica, I use this term very often, the Catalan bishop. Yeah, so this bishop on c8, that's the Catalan bishop. It's a really bad bishop. And that's why here black is not really rushing up to open up the position, because then the bishop on c8 will be suffering because of this gaze of white sniper on g2.
I thought you meant Catalan bishop on g2, that it's so great, but now I understand.
Okay, that's a fair point. Maybe that's the good Catalan bishop, that's the bad Catalan bishop, but both of them are Catalan bishops.
Yeah, it just reminds me the dragon, Sicilian dragon bishop, yeah, also how powerful it can be. Yeah, indeed, very good point, you know, that the exchanges don't lead to a draw immediately. You know, there is some fear by some players that, okay, if I'm trading more pieces, more pawns, then I'm leading to a draw. No, that's not right. If you're trading on your circumstances, with your requirements, how you want it, you might improve your pieces and radically improve the position. So that's just brilliant stuff.
Indeed. So here black decided not to release the tension from the center. He played knight c6, c takes on d5, e takes on d5. Yeah, nowadays with the help of the modern engines, they say isolated pawn is not a big deal. I mean, this is the thing that has essentially evolved, the understanding that isolated pawn is not a big beast. This is something that you should avoid at all costs. No, I mean, it's a central pawn. So it's not supported by any other pawns. In the long run, it might become a target, but it is still a central pawn. It does a lot of things. So both of the players are perfectly happy with the choice. White is happy to establish an outpost on d4. Black is happy to have a good fight for the center. Knight b3, bishop a7, bishop d2. I suppose the bishop goes to c3.
Yeah,
Yes?
actually, there is an interesting idea. If bishop from c5 would go on e7, for example, in this position, that there could be an idea to play bishop e3 and bishop c5, trying to trade these bishops, because normally that's something what white wants to do.
Yeah, I think it's also very often all about the idea. So I'm not really sure if this is like a very deep prep from both players. So, for example, continuing your idea that you mentioned, bishop c5, takes. So let's say black is pretty passive. He doesn't know what he's doing. For example, bishop g4, knight e4, knight e4, knight e4. This is not equal, right? Okay, maybe the engine is going to say here this is about equal. Very nice, pleasant position for white. Queen b3, e3, rook c1. There's a pressure on the pawn on d5. There's a pressure on the pawn on b7. And most importantly, this last bishop that black has is pretty useless piece. That's the position that here Salem wants. He wants to get this position. And this is also the reason why Maurizi played bishop e7, stopping bishop e3. And this prompted white to find another diagonal for the bishop.
Yeah, and bishop goes all the way to d2, to the c3 square. Again, we still have the d5 isolated pawn, so main thing what you're doing, you're blockading the isolated pawn. When you're playing with isolated pawn, this is what Marc-Andrea Maurizi is doing. You might want to bring the knight to the outpost squares on the c4 and e4. So, I mean, there are pros and cons with playing with and against isolated pawn on d5. It just depends how much experience you have in such positions and how well you know what exactly you should do. But Artur's, what do you prefer, to play against or with the isolated
I'm
pawn?
definitely preferring white here. You know, I see that the bar says it's about equal, but it's very easy to play with white. I'm a bit puzzled that he allows black to take on c3. The point is that now black has this weakness on d5, but so does white. He has a weakness on c3, so this is not really ideal. And black could play something like, I don't know, bishop e5, bishop e4. I see no problems here for black whatsoever. So I can only assume that here Saleh simply didn't have anything better, because after knight e4, this is a very nice move. If you play bishop d4, probably there were some problems like takes. I'm not really sure, maybe bishop g4, rook e8, queen f6, and white might not be in time to establish a very good blockade on d4, because this bishop on a7 is pretty strong.
Bishop on a7 is indeed very strong, and also it doesn't have to always be on a7. Sometimes there could be play something like rook c8, bringing the bishop to the b8 if black wants to attack on the king side. But I think that's we're going to leave for the players to decide. Right now is Saleh Salem's turn to play. I guess he's more in the Pragg than Marc-Andrea Maurizi, but he takes now time to consider his next options. And I think we're going to jump straight to the next game of Jonas Bjerre against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. We are having actually clash of the top seed of the tournament, according to the rating, and the last seed of the tournament. But it doesn't mean necessarily that this is going to be an outcome of the game, because in classical game, anything can happen. And this case, Vaishali is even more prepared.
I mean, Vaishali was this close to win the rapid tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, so yesterday, not
exciting.
yesterday, but 2 days ago, because yesterday there was a rest stage, she had a very, very powerful start. And then in the final game of the rapid tournament, she was, before the final game, she was sharing the lead with Donchenko, I believe, right? And she had a very sharp game against Alex Salem. It looked very interesting, but then at some point she miscalculated, and the Emirati Grandmaster ultimately scored an impressive victory, but she was very, very good. So she beat already several players from the categories, so she's no stranger here. She's definitely no underdog here, and that's why, of course, also Bjerre treats this game very, very seriously.
And if I remember, also she had quite some exciting games against Jonas Bjerre. They played the draw in the rapid tournament, so she was standing against him, while Bjerre actually had pretty tough tournament in the rapid. And Vaishali was the one who crushed, if you remember, she crushed Marc-Andrea Maurizi in the rapid in the very awesome style. So yeah, she's for sure super, super dangerous, especially when she's going for such opening as French defense.
Yep. Indeed. French defense has, at the highest level, I believe, in the past couple of years, sort of a dubious reputation, you know, but again, it keeps coming back, and there's new ideas obviously found, so she's perfectly happy to do this. So white very quickly grabs space here with the first moves. Black is trying to organize the counterplay at the queen side. Again, you see the pawn structure here for black indicates you want to play at the queen side. white is typically playing moves like queen d2 along castle.
Yeah, no, and also black is attacking the pawn on d4, so that's why white has to make sure that it's all protected. There are always ideas of bringing the queen to b6, attacking the pawn. But in this line, that's why white is going for this bishop e3 move, so they are protecting and not really allowing that much of an action on the queen side.
Yeah, this is a very positional move. Basically, by this, the young Danish player says, I'm not going to castle long, so he wants to play positionally, c3, g3, bishop g2, short castle and see what happens. It's a choice. Yeah, so one of the perfectly playable choices here, queen b6, black applies some pressure on the queen side, queen c1, very cautious response, defending the pawn on b2, bishop e7, c3, g3, so you see...
Wow, what is this pawn structure?
Yeah, it's,
triangle.
It's a Christmas tree, essentially.
This is advanced triangle, yeah?
Yep.
We have a triangle Slav, yeah, like with this d5, e6, c6, f7, b7, but here we have advanced French triangle.
Indeed, yeah. So white is grabbing a lot of space. And that's why also for Vaishali it's of paramount importance to organize aggressive counterplay in the center as quickly as possible, because if she is not going to do it, this space advantage will give white very serious advantage. So that's why she plays f6, and after bishop h3, here Bienne hits the pawn on e6, c takes on d4, we have massive complications on the board.
We have so many possible exchanges. All the pawns are hanging in the air, so like white can take any pawn, white can take pawn on e6, white can take a pawn on f6, on d4, and I think that's what we are seeing, like there was a solid approach from white, right? I just want to make sure I have this space advantage, I have this pawn on e4, I have this beautiful pawn structure, while Vaishali is the one who is saying, I'm not going to let you have this advantage so easily, and she's breaking through with a c5, of course, it's a typical breakthrough, then f6, and now bishop e6 with a check is possible.
Yeah, but actually the first question is, I'm wondering why, yeah, bishop e6 is a move, but why not immediately c takes on d4? Because I thought this is white's idea. You know, that's why he played earlier here c3. Right here. Yeah, he played c3 to support the center, he played g3, he played bishop h3, and why there's no immediate c takes on d4? I have a feeling that there's something wrong, Angelika, with white's placement of the king in the center.
Maybe the question is, yes, if f takes e5 is possible, because you cannot take with the f pawn, and you must take only with a
with the d pawn. You could also, of course, take with the knight, but then you lose the possibility to castle short. The king is stranded here. So something like d takes and bishop c5. I mean, of course, at any given moment, white can take the pawn on e6. But these players, they know it better, right? Because you win the pawn, but essentially, you see the queen on b6 might be indirectly hitting the bishop here through the b6 square. For example, you play bishop c5, knight c5, now you resign.
Knight coming to e4, queen f2, or yeah, knight coming to d3, obviously, targeting the boss bishop and creating a fork.
This is already unplayable.
This is absolutely...
And knight e5 is a problem.
Yeah.
You see the queen is hitting here, the bishop on e6. So that's why I suppose Bienne is not really looking into this bishop e6 at all, because you feel like, even if you can't calculate all the things very precisely, you feel like it's very dangerous. For example, again, king h8, the pawn is under attack. After c takes on d4, I mean, it could be even knight b4, for all I know, right? I mean, hitting the bishop on e6 and threatening with a fork on d3.
So it looks like so easy. If you get this position in some kind of a puzzle rush earlier, like just take the bishop with the bishop on e6 because you're attacking the king. But no, that's the black who is creating this very important tempies later, creating these tactics later. Because first you're saying, okay, you're taking a pawn with a tempo. What can be bad in that? But then suddenly you're getting huge problems.
Maybe he has to take with the knight on d4, something like knight e to d4, and still not forget that the pawn is under attack. But again, the question is, what happens here after f takes on e5? Because black wants to open up the center as quickly as possible. Why? Because the answer is right here on e1 square. Yep. So that to stop white the possibility to castle short, for example, white continues with what? F takes, black is collect the pawn, maybe again.
Maybe bishop e6, let's try to
But
make
this
it work.
I mean, is this not the same? Bishop e6
And
here.
now knight e5 or...
Knight e5, knight e5 again.
Oh,
Some problems. F takes on e5, maybe
knight takes.
knight e5.
Oh my god, knight e3 again, his jump is coming.
Big problems. No, that's why here for Bienne, this looks pretty dangerous, you know? It looks very dangerous, and he has to navigate these things very carefully. I like Vaishali's choice. I'm not really sure if the Danish player did everything correctly here. So he's a bit slow. He played c3, g3, bishop h3, and that's why, dear viewers, you do these things only if you are a top grandmaster, because if you're not, and you keep the king for too long in the center, it can backfire very quickly.
And you know, this approach, what you were talking at the beginning of our commentary today about the openings, and that's actually one of these approaches which Vaishali is doing. Even though she gave away fully the opening, fully the space, she got the time to develop all her pieces, I mean almost all, and castle. Meanwhile, White spent all this time on advancing the pawns, on trying to keep the structure in this huge advanced triangle, but forgot about one very important point. The king is not castled.
Indeed. The king remains in the center. That's why here Bienne faces the first real test. He has to calculate things. His position is still good. He has done nothing wrong. By the way, this is also sometimes a good idea when you get really scared about the tactical possibilities from your opponent's side. You just ask yourself, have I done anything wrong? Have I already made a big mistake? No, I'm probably good. Let me calm down. Let me calculate things. And I think that Bienne is going to spend here a good deal of time trying to figure out all of these complexities. In the meantime, we have to move on to the final game we haven't yet seen, and that is the game of Alexander Donchenko, the winner of the first two tournaments, playing against the youngest participant of the challenger section, Igor Semenenkov.
And here we see another position with an IQP, isolated queen's pawn on the d5. We see also that there are actually the double pawn on the queen side, but in return for those weaknesses, black is the one who has two bishops, the bishop pair advantage, and white is one who has the advantage because of the pawn structure. Let's see what happened from the opening, which opening it was. I think it was Nimzo, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was a Nimzo. Yeah, you remember correctly. D4, C4, E6, Knight C3. Very ambitious opening. And I think most of the players who are playing D4, you're going to agree with me that whenever you're playing D4, C4, you are playing your fair share of Knight F3. So Knight F3, here the king side knight develops to F3. That's the positional approach. And Knight C3, this is the challenging approach. You know, you want to play E4, you want to be ambitious, you want to destroy your opponent, you want to do all kinds of bad things to your opposition. And that's why black says, not going to happen.
Yeah, we have both those approaches. Let's remind we had this same position the move before with the game Vincent Keymer against Liem. Vincent went for knight f3, more solid approach, while here Donchenko is going for the Nimzo Indian. He said, I am not afraid of your bishop on before, and he goes for e3. Actually, the move which I'm also playing myself. Yeah, e3 is very
I believe
interesting.
e3. E3 was brought to the practice essentially at the highest level by Michal Botvinnik long time ago, because at the times of Jose Raul Capablanca, the third world champion, he would play very positionally, you know, the beautiful, correct chess like bishop g5, knight f3, 3, etc. But the chess has evolved, and Botvinnik was one of the first ones who redefined a lot of systems. He brought into practice a lot of Nimzo-like ideas. And even though you think the bishop on c1 is really ugly, it's not doing anything. However, white wants actually black to take on c3. Then he's going to have a very powerful pawn center. Then ultimately after f3, e4, this bishop, which right now is not really that great, might become one of the strongest pieces on the board.
Yeah, exactly. And here the most normal move is a short castle. Of course, black is not showing yet everything that they wanted. There are ideas to play b6, d5, c5. There are all kinds of ideas from the black side. And bishop d3 is played over here. So d5, more solid approach. c5 would be something more sharp. But yeah, we see that Igor is going for the d5 move.
Yeah, so here essentially what white wants to do is white wants to put the either knight on f3 or e2. And c-takes on d5, the idea here is that white removes black the opportunity to open up the center early. So that's why c-takes is included very quickly. a3, and this is what I really like, Angelika, about these Nimzo positions, because ultimately, for example, here, let's say black plays bishop b4, there is this very topical line, white sometimes plays a3, and of course you take on c3, because otherwise why would you play bishop b4? You take on c3, b takes on c3, and here the game continues differently. For example, after d5, white not always is captured on d5, but something happens, and there's a pawn trade. So white takes on d5, and now white says, okay, now I'm playing a3, so even though black originally played bishop b4 with clear intentions to take on c3, now he readjusts his strategy and says, I don't want to do this anymore. Now I need this bishop.
Now bishop goes away, and of course there is no more trade on the c3. Meanwhile, dark squared bishop for white is there on c1, not on g5. You would like to have the bishop somewhere out of the pawn chain. Normally that's how you want. But bishop is there on c1, so it is already kind of an achievement from the black's perspective.
So it would seem, indeed. So queen c2 is played here for white. I think here Donchenko is trying to delay the development of the knight. It could go to f3, it could go to e2. So right now he decided to play knight e2, and he is already hinting at the ideas to play f3, e4, maybe even bishop d2 on long castle. And this prompted one of the youngest grandmasters in the world and youngest participant of the Challengers tournament immediately counter-strike the center with c5, and that's why Donchenko has to accept the trade on c5, otherwise black is going to play c4, he's going to push b5, establishing himself a massive pawn majority at the queen side. And now we have a typical IQP position, meaning IQP, isolated queen's pawn structure.
And we have also the doubled pawns on the queen side for black. White decided to give up the bishop pair advantage for black, but meanwhile, white is getting those such a better pawn structure, but black can be dangerous without bishop pair. The problem could be, as Arthur is showing, if white is taken immediately on the c5, knight could take, and there is a huge problem with the bishop on e3. You don't want to trade this bishop for a knight.
Yeah, so this bishop is gone anyway, so why not ruin my opponent's pawn structure in the process while I can do it? So that makes perfect sense. D takes, bishop c5, show castle. Now black might have some problems because of the pawn, so this means that Simonenkov has to play here very aggressively. And after bishop g4, h3, here Donchenko played this move. Here Simonenkov has a deep thought. I think he wants to keep the bishops, but Angelika, I'm wondering if he even can do it, because after bishop h5, I see that white can play immediately knight f4, and you can't keep the light square bishop on the board, and essentially then you're left with only weaknesses on the board.
That's why Igor is taking his time trying to figure out where the bishop has to go, because as we see, bishop h5 is not really possible. I would say bishop e6 is also a little bit strange move, because knight f4 is going to hunt the bishop again. So do you want to bring your bishop all the way to the d7 or c8? I'm not sure.
I think he's in trouble, to be honest. I do not like Simonenkov's position here, and if he would have to credit somebody for achieving more in the opening phase, I would give this award to Donchenko, because so far white's game seems to be simpler. Black's two bishops at the moment don't really matter. The bishop on e6 feels pretty sad. On f5, you can't really go. Maybe you have to go back all the way to d7. Here, black is experiencing major issues. But you know, Angelika, I think that we have made a full circle of both Masters and Challengers tournament. There's a lot of action ongoing right now. The round one is only heating up.
It's only heating up indeed. And we have so far 4 games with a 1d4, 2 games with a 1e4 in both Challengers and Masters. Exciting action on each of the board because of the awesome scoring system of the Biel Chess Festival. Everyone is trying to fight, give it all for the win. Is it time that we do a short break, Artus?
I think we need a cup of coffee indeed. So let's make a very short break, dear viewers. Also, don't go anywhere. Hope you like the coverage so far. Post your insights, your questions in the chat. By the way, hello to everybody. Hope you like it, what you're seeing so far. I'm following the chat, what you're writing there on Just for Day 4. We are going to be back in several minutes. In the meantime, see you soon. A lot of love from Switzerland. Bye-bye. We are back live from Biel here in Switzerland following the action of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. Angelika, I'm Arturs. We are your hosts of this amazing event here. We just got the very first break. But Angelika, before we go back to the action live at the boards, your first impressions, what we are seeing right on the top boards, is there something you sense what might go down today?
Arturs, I feel fireworks at the board are going to be very, very soon because we saw so many openings which were very, very ambitious from both sides. First of all, the game of Martyrosian against Shankland, this King's Indian defense. Then we had a very aggressive also approach by Praggnanandhaa against Abhimanyu Mishra. So many exciting games. This going to be first round. I feel there's going to be some blood on the boards in this round because the players are fighting for 4 points for each win and only 1.5 points for a draw.
So in case you're viewers, you are just a newcomer to this broadcast, you don't know what happened before. This is part of the triathlon, the classical tournament, one of the 3 tournaments, classical, rapid, and blitz. The tournament has never seen anywhere else before in the world. Here you see that's the format. It consists of 3 tournaments. This is the classical. The rapid already is over. We crowned winners in both sections 2 days ago. Yesterday there was a rest day. Players had a very nice excursion. The Blitz tournament is still to come. And then the brand new addition, the change, something which has never been done even here in the Biel Chess Festival. There's going to be a final stage, round robin with the top players to find out who is going to win the tournament. Is it going to be Liem, the 2 times winners of the past 2 editions, or Pragg as the current number 8 in the world, or maybe somebody else?
And here we have the bird's eye view of all the games. We see a lot of action happening there in the Masters and Challengers section. Arturs, you know, to me it feels like this innovative edition is a really great opportunity to follow both tournaments because last year, we have less players, but they were all playing in Masters. And this year we have 6 players in each section, but we have Challengers and Masters and Challengers with the option. I guess the first Challenger is going to be challenging Masters in the next edition. Will it be Donchenko? Will it be someone else? We will know in a few days.
Angelika, look at this action on the lower middle board, Pragg against Mishra. So Mishra decided to offer white this piece sacrifice. You're probably wondering, it was Pragg who sacrificed the piece on g5. No, it was Mishra who said, I'm not afraid of you, bring it on. And indeed, the Indian superstar decided to sacrifice the piece. And there you go. I think that's the game we are going to get to immediately. I just want to see what's going on there and try to understand the complexities in this position. Sacrifice piece already on the board in round 1. Action is really heating up here.
Yeah, we were discussing with you, Arturs, that this knight g5 sacrifice over there, and that has happened at the board. This is really exciting. We see both players are spending time. We see that the Pragg has more time than Abhimanyu Mishra. We see that the action is going to escalate with each.
Yeah, that's the game we are going to check in a moment. You also can see there's some oddities happening in the game of the top left board. Martyrosian is playing against Shankland. For some reason, the white queen stands on c7. I suppose he tried to trade the queen, so this is where the American grandmaster decided to dodge it. He played queen g5, hitting the pawn on g2. Okay, we're going to follow that game right after Pragg's game, but I have a tough time to choose, but still, Angelika, I would vote for the game of Pragg against Mishra. That's the game we should start with.
I fully agree. Let's jump right in and see which moves were played there. How did they come to this? That Pragg sacrificed the knight. What did Abhimanyu play in this game? We see the engine evaluation bar is around equal. So this is actually very crazy. In such exciting position, evaluation bar is still saying, well, you know, it's still even, yeah? Like nothing has happened. Yeah, the piece was sacrificed. You know, nothing has happened. Everything is normal. The both players have just to play their game. Everything is normal.
Everything is normal. So knight a5 was here played by Mishra. He decided first drive away white's last square bishop. And one of the things, Angelika, I've came to understand in the all years of studying Raul Lopez in Italian game, that is, never ever dare to give up your last square bishop. So of course, Pragg follows this rule to the letter. He decided to play bishop c2, keep it alive. Feels a bit strange, because the bishop on c2 now is staring at the pawn on e4. But in the long run, this knight on a5 is not really doing much useful things. The bishop can go back to b3 at some point later. And this is the moment when the currently young, not the currently, but historically youngest grandmaster in the world, Abhimanyu Mishra, decided to challenge his opponent by playing g5. And of course, knight g5 was the sacrifice that was played by white.
The brilliant move, the brilliancy even confirmed by chess.com engine. And since I look at the time, you see like Praggnanandhaa has 1 hour 38 minutes versus 1 hour 3 minutes by Abhimanyu Mishra. I feel this is still a preparation.
Yeah, I just drew up something here. As you can see, there's a bomb on f6. Now, clearly, something is about to happen there. So here, the knight on f6 is heavily pinned, and white is thinking about all kinds of choices, trying to exploit this. So one of the core ideas to make it happen, king g7. Here, black is defending the knight on f6. He's hinting towards an idea to remove the queen from the diagonal play, maybe queen d7, knight h7, and then capitalize on the extra piece. And this means Pragg has to show something really quickly.
But let's remind our dear viewers, it's not only a piece for nothing. It's a piece for 2 pawns, and in case white will manage to capture another extra pawn, then it's going to be 3 pawns against the piece, which maybe in the endgame could be a great idea to try and push those pawns on the king side. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I mean, okay, let's try to make something work, Angelika. What would you play here if you were playing with white? I mean, you have underdeveloped pieces. The rook at a1 is doing nothing. Let me just highlight it here. The knight on b1 is feeling all lonely, right? So you're thinking, I should get more pieces to the attack. How would you try to do it?
I'm looking now at one move. I don't know if it's very bad or great, but I mean f4. Like
f4.
I just want to go for f4.
That makes perfect sense. I agree. The point is you want to take on e5, play something like rook f1, queen f3 or queen g3, and make black suffer. But there's one problem. We are still underdeveloped, and black could continue with e takes on d4. For example, if you play c takes on d4, I think there's going to be some issues with your center, some sort of bishop e4 or rook e4, maybe even rook e4, by the way. Can I do that? Is this even working?
Rook e4, and then bishop f6 with a check.
Bishop f, what is, wow, oh my goodness, look at this. Bishop f6, queen f6, rook e4, bishop e4, queen e4.
Oh no,
that's a big move.
Incredible. Takes, and the rook is gone.
Yeah, of course, this is never going to happen, but I don't think that Pragg is going to play f4 unless after e takes on d4, he's planning to play e5. This could be a big idea, but I don't really buy this. There's discovered check on c3, there's a check on b2, etc. It just doesn't really feel quite like it, although the mighty engine disagrees with me. Why is that? It's because of d takes, f takes.
And now take on c3.
Oh, wow.
Rook takes.
Now takes and now did. Okay, I just switched on the engine. I had to check this, right? I mean, this is very, very
oh, and then you have c takes b2.
Yeah, then you trade the queens and then you take on b2. But I mean, even without the engine, right, I think that Pragg is definitely not going to play f4 because he's well aware of the concept. Develop your pieces before you start a very dangerous kingside attack. So I think knight e2 definitely will be his choice here.
And knight d2 is for sure a great move. You want to remaneuver the knight. I would like to play something like knight d2, knight f1, knight g3, and knight h5. This would be my dream. Or f5, but knight h5 is a huge tempo. So, but of course, black will not sit and wait for that to happen. Of course, there is going to be something happening for black, so white has to make sure that there is nothing else.
All right, now let's try to make it work it out, at least idea-wise. What happens if black runs away from the pin? For example, black plays, I don't know, queen c8. Yeah, so I play queen c8. I want to run away from the pin. Can you exploit this? I want to play knight h7, king h8. That's what I want to do.
Do we have here a f4? Because we already kind of developed the knight, and
You might have a 4, yeah, and after e takes on d4, you might continue again with e5.
e5, yes.
Now, this idea maybe is not so dangerous because the rook on b1 is not stranded. Absolutely, a4 might be a move. Also, queen g3 might be a move. Threading queen h4, all kinds of checks. And after knight h7, is this even working?
Bishop can jump somewhere. Bishop e7, I see like it's as a first move, but I don't think it's working.
It definitely feels dangerous.
Feels very dangerous.
For black. Yeah, it definitely feels dangerous for black. So that's why this immediate idea after knight e2, which by the way was just played by Pragg. Knight e2 is on the board. He's well aware of the concept that you need to develop all the pieces. And now Mishra is trying to figure out how to deal with the spin. So queen c8 or queen d7 was just one idea. Another idea, Angelika, that I know here in these positions is typically black plays at some point rook h8 and rook h5. Try to kill this annoying intruder by attacking it.
So what should white do in such case? Should white play something like queen f3 or g4?
Queen f3 or queen g3 could
queen
be
g3,
moves.
actually, yes.
I
Queen
also
g3.
like your original idea. You said knight f1. I like
Yeah,
this move.
just ignore.
No, well, yeah, kind of. I'm ignoring, but at the same time, I'm applying more
Yeah.
pressure to the position. I want to play knight g3 and knight f5 because this was the idea of the knight e2 all along. I want to attach more pieces. And then black would play something like, I don't know, rook h5, maybe hit the bishop.
Queen g3, yeah.
Yeah, maybe now queen g3. And maybe black is he happy to sacrifice the exchange on g5? Takes,
I wouldn't
and
be
king
that
takes?
much happy with
Oh,
knight
sure.
g3, knight f5 coming. Yeah, this looks...
Sure, this is very sharp position, so very difficult to validate this from afar. Probably white can include d takes, queen e5, this opens the bishop here on f2. I'm probably blundering something already. Crazy stuff. And one thing we have seen so far, Angelika, from Pragg's performance, he is a very good calculator. He calculates things very, very precisely. However, here in Biel against Mishra, he already lost one game in the chess 960 and drew in the rapid.
But I think he wants to take a revenge, and that's what we see. I just would like to tell you, Artur, just look at the body language of the players. Look at how Pragg is like shaking, or like, it feels like he's like, this shark who is trying to hunt the victim. Now he's standing up, trying to show that, okay, he's in charge in this position. He's probably still in the preparation, while Abhimanyu is sitting fully focused, trying to find all the moves he has to find, because, unfortunately, he has to be very precise in this position.
Angelika, I have to test your knowledge. Do you know the precise number, what's Mishra's record being the youngest grandmaster in the world ever?
Okay.
I know it, 14, I have it on paper. Yeah. I'm going to test your knowledge.
Okay, so it's 14 years.
14 years?
2 months and 25 days.
You slightly mix it. It's 12 years.
Sorry, yes,
12 years,
yes, 12
4
years,
months,
yes.
and 25 days.
Okay,
so
25 days was...
I knew you know this. I was not sure you're going to remember the amount of days.
Yes.
Yeah, so this, of course, is a fascinating record. And he beat Sergei Karyakin's record that was set back in 2002. Yeah, a long, long time ago, by the Russian grandmaster Sergei Karyakin at the age of 12 years and what was it, 7 months and something like that. And back in 2021, Abhimanyu made history by beating the record by 3 months. So he still holds the record right now. He's age 15, the youngest player of the field. Started to play chess at age 3. Absolutely incredible stuff. And yeah, we have more talents in the world gearing up to becoming also youngest players ever. Right now, I believe everybody is well aware of Faustino Oro, the young superstar from Argentina, the Messi of chess, so to speak. He already has broken Mishra's record to become the youngest international master in the world, so he's going to try to beat Mishra's record being the youngest grandmaster. So it just, once again, proves that chess is becoming younger and younger. Players are starting to play competitive chess even at a younger age, so just incredible.
Yeah, I think also important, interesting information about this grandmaster, achieving the grandmaster for Abhimanyu is the change of the rules of the FIDE after Abhimanyu obtained his grandmaster title in all the closed tournaments. FIDE said, well, you know what, from this point we are going to make grandmasters who wants to become a grandmaster achieve their grandmaster norm at least in one open tournament.
That's right. That indeed happened, I believe back in 2022. And recently, Abhimanyu has had great success. So he is the current USA junior champion. He won the event last year with a great score. He qualified for US Championships. At the US Championships, he tied for actually the second place. So this was an amazing result, him being only 14 years old. And yeah, as a result, he crossed 2,600, very, very impressive result. And also he had a good showing in the FIDE Grand Swiss with a 50% result and reaching his career high rating. Recently, he attempted to play in the World Juniors under 20, but he had a pretty bad start. He withdrew from the tournament. But he is here back in Biel to prove this was an accident, and he has shown with his current results so far, he's in great shape here.
And by the way, Abhimanyu has played more games than any of the players of this year's Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel, because at the beginning of the Biel Chess Festival, right before the Chess 960, the day before, he held an exciting simultaneous exhibition on 18 boards, winning 16 games and drawing 2 games. What an exciting pleasure to have Abhimanyu here in Switzerland.
Yeah, by the way, this symbol is becoming quite a bit tradition of the Biel Festival. Every single year before the start of the main event, there's one of the players who is giving the symbol. This is also the opportunity for the local players come here, get a chance to experience something over the board with amazing chess players. So the viewers, in case you're interested, how does it feel? I would like to remind you that this tournament is not only for super GMs or world-class players. There's all kinds of events running here in the Biel Congress Center. Of course, the main event is the triathlon for masters and challengers, 6 invited players in each category. But also, there's this large venue where there's all kinds of tournaments being organized. As you can see, there's a very nice shot right now we're seeing on the camera. That's the Masters Open tournament. On the left, there's the other open tournament. There's a lot of chess fans gathering here in the Congress Center. So in case you are interested to find it out, how does it feel like, you should definitely come here if you can do it this year, or book your calendars and mark it for the next year, middle of July, to be here in Biel and experience this live firsthand.
Yeah, by the way, if you are not playing here in the open classical tournaments, you have an opportunity to play the open blitz tournament all together with the grandmasters of the triathlon, which are going to play on the stage, and you have a chance to play with them in the same venue. So you might consider to join us here in Switzerland for one day. Would be exciting to see you here.
That's right. All right. So now what happens? I'm not really sure how Mishra is intending to unpin from this annoying pin. Rook h8 Angelica would be one of the ideas. The second idea I'm thinking of is some sort of a queen d7. But again, I mean, after queen d7, you have to calculate things very precisely. For example, what happens after queen g3? Are you happy with this? For example, one simple line. I just thought about this. For example, after queen g3, I'm threatening all kinds of discovered checks. And black plays knight h7. So here you don't want to make any mistakes. For example, I could grab the pawn on e5. I could give you a check. And now I'm capturing the third pawn on e5. So what is this?
I mean, this looks like a huge compensation for the piece. And of course, there are still 3 pawns which cannot yet move. But I'm just looking at those 2 bishops on b7 and b6, looking at the king side. I'm just seeing also that rook coming all the way to g8, trying to target the king on g1. Who is attacking whom in this position? I feel like this knight is well protecting the king, and bishop and queen is protecting the knight. I don't know, what do you think, Arturs?
It's a 3-result game. I'm not even sure who to favor. So I suppose the one who is going to navigate these complexities the best is going to be victorious. Of course, there's the possibility that somehow this game is going to end in a draw, but my money would be on this is a decisive game. Somebody's going to win this. It doesn't feel like it's going to somehow fizzle out to a draw. I wouldn't be surprised if this happens, but still, I would say that somebody is going to win this. Might as well also be Mishra, because if he manages to fight off White's initiative, a piece is a piece, as they say, right? And even though 3 pawns for the piece is like perfect compensation, everything matters on the piece activity. So if Black is able somehow to open up the position, for example, here, play f5, create some attack on the g file, double the rooks, White has no attack, and maybe this extra piece is what's going to be deciding the fate of the game. We'll see.
You know, Arturs, we already discussed this a lot. We discussed the attacking and defending sides, and also when we had the rapid section of the Grandmaster Triathlon. And there we came to conclusion that it's easier to play for an attacking side, especially when you're down on time, because there are so many threats you have to try to neutralize as a defender. But in classical chess, it is already not such a huge problem because you're having this extra time. What do you think, Arturs? Is it easier now for Abhimanyu Mishra to try to neutralize the attack of Pragg?
Well, he has plenty of time, Angelika, right? So he has 52 minutes on the clock. This is only move 17, and that's why the typical rules of the Rapid and Blitz don't apply anymore. Indeed, in Rapid and Blitz, you want to have this early initiative, you want to be the one who is attacking, maybe bluff a little bit. But in classical chess, you calculate things, right? That's why you take it carefully, step by step. But there's one more thing I feel I have to mention, and I'm looking at the situation of the clocks for both opponents. I would like to remind you, dear viewers, there is no increment before move 61. So that's why the time control is 2 hours for 40, 1 hour for 20, 50 minutes until the end of the game. And the increment starts only with the move 61. And that's why here, Mishra, of course, he's going to try to work out all the details, try to calculate things and get to the normal position. However, he cannot afford to get this position to the time scramble because there is no increment. And sometimes people forget it because having no increment with the first moves, this is actually a bit unusual.
Yeah, indeed, it's very unusual, and I think maybe we decide, Abhimanyu, let him decide what and how he's going to defend. I think he's in this thinking tank at this particular moment. Arturs, maybe we should pull out the bird's eye view and check out if there is any other exciting fireworks.
I kind of already clicked it. I apologize. You know, I already kind of already clicked it, but yeah, maybe let's go to the bird's eye view and get an overview of what's happening. Because I already clicked on
you already saw.
I saw, what is this, right? I mean, there's total mess happening in the game of Marta Riasyan against Shankland. Here you see in the bird's eye view, that's the top left corner, Marta Riasyan against Shankland. Absolute nuts happening there. What else is ongoing? Everything else is rather peaceful, except the Pragg's improvised piece sacrifice against Mishra. Let's jump to this game and try to understand what's even happening there.
Yeah, let's jump right there at the game of Marta Riasyan against Samuel Shankland. We had the King's Indian defense from Black. Very dangerous choice, game for 2 results. We see the queen all the way to c7. We see the attack on the White's king. What is happening here, Arturs?
What is happening is that Black is down a rook. By the way.
By the way.
By the way, Black is down a full rook. So let's check this out. We left it, where was this? After a long time ago, actually.
Yeah, we left it at the very beginning because this was the first game which we checked. Yeah, we were looking at this. Queen a5, pawn went all the way to h6, knight h5.
Yeah,
yes,
here
this
we
was
left
the last
it.
move.
And we felt, okay, this is pretty complex. Both of the sides have their pros and cons. So a3 was played by Marta Riasyan. Perfectly logical move. Tried to play b4. All right.
Queen goes back now.
Makes sense. b4, your idea. You said you love to include b4 at some point. Push away the knight. Makes perfect sense. Knight e7, retreat. So far, everything is normal. Knight b5. Here, Marta Riasyan started to get really greedy. He wants to get to the pawn on d6, threaten with something on c7. American Grandmaster responded with knight f4. Again, perfectly logical move, threatening to do some damage here.
Yeah, it looks like, both sides are doing their kind of attack and not really taking into account what is happening on the other side. Like knight is coming to the e2, attacking the g2, knight is coming to b5, attacking the c7, d6, but black doesn't care. Yeah, black is continuing their own attack. Was it actually possible from white to take the pawn on d6 or play knight c7 in this position, or was it a mistake?
No, I think the knight g2 is a very big threat here. For example, if you take the pawn on d6, this is a catastrophic position for white, because unless you are playing king of the hill, right, where you want to get to the center as quickly as possible, this is simply not how you want to play it out. The king is feeling here really dangerous. And also I wanted to add that g3 is not working here because of this rather invisible move, knight g2, and the white king is forced to march towards the center with a position opening up. This is simply bad news. So you don't do that. That's why the Armenian top grandmaster, he played bishop f1, knight b6, queen c7 marks as a mistake, which looks pretty logical. Try to trade queens. Or here, Sam played queen g5. He said, you can have the pawn on d6, but you're not going to have my queen.
And now the spread of knight takes on g2 is really huge for white. Now white has to protect the bishop, most likely by the king, maybe something like king f2, protecting the bishop, because you don't want to let black's queen come there to the e3.
And this is where the fireworks actually started, because here Shankland played bishop d7, great move. Tried to play rook c8, rook c2, tried to deliver the mate. So here white responded with knight a7. The point being, after rook takes on a7, there's ideas like bishop b6, hitting the rook, capturing the bishop on d7. And here the American grandmaster decided to sacrifice a lot of material. Look at this. Knight takes on d5, e takes on d5, and you would think that this is going to be a fork on d5, except it's not, because the black queen on g5 is under attack, and black decided to sacrifice even more. Rook c8, and that's the position we have here.
Absolutely exciting sacrifices of the material. We see that actually black's pieces are very active. We have a queen on g5, knight on f4, everything is ready for an attack, and now huge tempo on the queen for white. I mean, Artus, which side are you picking here? I mean, it's very tough.
Black, totally black. Give me black here, because I mean, looking at here at this position, and I feel a lot of heat for Martyriasyan, right? I'm not even sure he feels he's in charge here, probably not. He appreciates what black is doing here, even though he's playing with white. He understands the strength of knight e5, rook c8, rook c2. This attack looks insane. So right now he's trying to calculate, how do I get out of this?
I have a question, Artur. There is some move like rook c1, giving up a queen for a rook, so to say, having two rooks for a queen, or the attack of black is simply too strong?
Well, unless I have no other choice, because essentially white has static pieces here at the king side, and if this is the best that white can do, give up the queen for two rooks, then white is in trouble. I mean, I can immediately say this, because these pieces need to be developed. For example, you play rook c1, I could play rook c7, rook c7. On top of my mind is something like queen d8, knight e5, e4. I don't like this. This is looking so dangerous. So that's why I'm thinking, if I'm Martyriasyan, I try to somehow survive, try to calculate how to deal with this rook c2 check, maybe eliminate the bishop at f4.
Okay, let's maybe first try to go for a line. What happens if queen is going away? Let's say queen d7. Queen d7, and now there is rook b2 check, and how to protect. Knight goes to the e2.
I feel there's
but
a
there is
mate
knight
incoming.
d3.
No?
Ooh. Wait, what is this? This looks like almost a checkmate.
Oh, it looks so scary.
Queen
but
h3?
No, but Bar says I already made a mistake, apparently, so there was something better.
Oh, maybe a rook takes.
Yeah, it's very simple.
It's rook takes. Oh, checkmate. Oh my God.
That is really nice. Not really that difficult, to be honest. And I assume you're going to play bishop e2 because the same idea, queen g2, rook e2, or even rook e2, then queen g2, so you're going to do that. And this is definitely a mate. Yeah, this is definitely a mate. Knight g2, knight g3, knight e3 incoming. That's definitely a mate on the board, depending where you go. So you simply can't take on d7. This loses immediately.
Okay, then let's go from that perspective. So we cannot take on d7. We cannot take on c8, giving up a rook. What
Because
does
this
it
is
mean?
killing.
What does it mean? Should we play something like bishop takes f4? Is it some kind of intermediate move, like eliminating that knight on f4? And if rook c7, of course, we're taking the queen on g5.
I'm going to take e takes on d4, open up my ducks with bishop, threading all kinds of bishop d4 and queen g3 check. Maybe now take it? Is there a mate?
Or queen b6.
Queen b6.
So queen b6, my idea was to stop the check on d4.
Yeah, by the way, your rook is also under attack.
Yeah, but there is no way to protect it. That's a problem.
I mean, we can
Yeah.
agree that this is immediately trouble, right?
Yeah.
So you are completely underdeveloped. I have managed to get back my sacrificed rook. The attack is continuing. White is in trouble. So this is what I would call my minimal program. If I find nothing else, I take the rook and then I figure out things later. Now, I think actually it's some sort of a bishop f4, e takes on a4, and queen e7. So you take the rook on a1, but at least I keep my extra piece. So I could give you a check.
King goes to the e1. Queen g3 check.
How is this not a checkmate?
Yeah, queen g3 or queen e5.
Even queen e5. How is this not a checkmate?
Knight e2.
Yeah, I suppose knight e2 makes perfect
Oh
sense.
my god, this is so difficult.
Check.
King d1.
That's a mate, by the way.
Ooh, that's such a cute mate.
You
King
go.
d1.
How is this not a mate? I mean, this is
Wait.
definitely a mate. I see the bars as this is totally dead draw.
Okay, king c2, queen d2 there is.
Check. Here.
Oh my god,
Check. Here.
what is
check.
happening?
Here. What? Says white is winning.
The
What's
bar
happening
is
here?
the evil bar is just mocking us here, I feel like.
Yeah, but the check's end, by the way.
Okay.
I mean, here Maran has to calculate possibly one of the most difficult lines in his chess career. It's very difficult because you see all kinds of goes. But okay, on a serious note, when you're here, you're a professional. You calm down. Okay, you understand? Yeah, that was a great idea. I mean, 95 rook c8, clap, clap, well done. Yeah. Okay, what I'm going to do? Either I resign or I work it out. So I could take on d7, I could take on b7, taking on c8 is just bad. So what else I can do? Logical follow-up is I kill the bishop. And after bishop f4, e takes on f4, my rook on a1 is under attack. I take the bishop and pray, and I mean it, pray that there is no mate. So that's why right now Maran is about somewhere here. Yeah, so he's trying to calculate, he's making sure he's not getting checkmated immediately. If you think he is sure there's no mate, he's not sure. I can guarantee you, you know, he's not sure because you see all kinds of ideas. You see the bishop here, you see the rook here, the queen here, the king's exposed, underdeveloped pieces. You can't be sure about this. He's not aware that the bar says that what's better here.
Yeah, he cannot aware of any of this, and this is super important choice for the Armenian #1, current leader, by the way, of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters. Absolutely crazy position. Like you're calculating all this kind of checks, and actually it reminds me, if you remember the game of the World Championship match when Ding had this crazy line, he had to go in all kind of checks, and there was like a winning, like the winning position at the end because King would escape. But how can you calculate all of these moves and feel like it's all safe? Like King d1. Actually, there are no checks right now.
Yeah, now there's no checks, and also Black is experiencing some issues with the back rank, so it's not so simple. Maybe it's not queen e5 check, maybe it's bishop c3.
Now, if king d1, there is queen d5, so king goes back. You can
Don't tell me this is a draw.
You can offer a draw, yeah, bishop f4.
that would
Bishop
be
d4
really
check,
crazy.
oh my god.
Do not tell me this is a draw. I mean, queen g3, king e2, now the queen is disconnected. Okay, I can try to go also here.
By the way, we have an update. Bishop f4 was played. This is something what we might see on the board, one of these lines. So bishop f4 was played. Great move. Apparently the only move which is still holding for white.
Let's try to work it out. So
Let's
bishop.
try.
Oh wait, there's also queen f4, of course. This is something I haven't yet calculated. But I mean, queen f4 doesn't make sense really, because the point is after queen f4, this bishop is not included in the game. Yeah, so I can just take it, and I just missed something apparently.
But there are probably some perpetual.
Ah, perpetual. Perpetual. Check, 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 check. You cannot go here. There's a check on a1. King g3 is a check on f4. Check on h6. Check on f4. Okay, I understand. This could be perpetual check. So not queen d7, but who knows?
Maybe knight e2,
Knight e2.
because there are no checks. And bar is immediately going down.
Yeah, he's just laughing at us. It just proves how complex is this position. All right, I'm gonna check the engine.
Okay.
Queen b6.
Okay, queen b6 is logical, right? You stop the check on d4. This looks logical.
And I play e4.
And now maybe queen e3?
Queen e3, you blunder a lot of things, like the rook at a1 as well. Maybe knight e2.
True. Knight e2 now, yeah.
This makes sense. I don't think there's a mate, because you can never go rook c2 because of the background problems. This is one of the problems. Yeah, e takes
All right,
e4, by the way, it's played.
instantly played e takes on e4, f4. As soon as Sam Shankland arrives on the board, of course, you want to open the bishop. And queen d7, immediately capturing the piece, and bishop check on d4. This is a line we were looking at, and now Haik is going to take his time again to think what to play here, what to go for.
Angelica, what does the body language of ball players tell you? Does it give you any hints? For example, right now we're looking at Sam. Does he look confident to you, or there's like some sort of unhappiness in his face? What do you make of this?
I mean, Sam looks so relaxed, so confident. It looks like he's not down a rook at all. But actually, in this position, he's down a rook and a piece in this particular position. Of course, he can capture the rook any moment. But to me, it feels like he's basically in the front seat of the car. He's following this game. We look out at the clock, 1 hour, 30 minutes. We see actually Samuel's also chewing the chewing gum there. So he's completely relaxed. He's looking around, looking at some other games. Well, Haik Martirosyan is the one who has to spend the time, who has to spend his energy for finding the only moves which are not getting him checkmated.
Wow, this is nuts. I mean, I don't know. Okay, you could have taken a1, so king e2, king d1. I'm sure that Martirosyan has these moves under his radar. He sees them. He's just trying to work it out. Maybe there's moves like rook e8, you know, trying to take rook a1, trying something on e1, etc. And how does what continue even here? Because if you play knight e2, take it here. White has the extra piece, but does it matter?
I don't think it matters with such strong and active pieces. I mean, I don't know if this game is going to be finished by perpetual. I mean, this is such a crazy game. I mean, I would not believe that it finishes.
I mean, it could finish.
Like, it could
finish. For example, here Martirosyan could play. What was it? He just played bishop d4, king e1, bishop c3. It could finish in a perpetual, because here king d1 looks not human, simply not human. Nobody plays like that.
And king e2?
And king e2 is
queen e5.
Same queen e5, so king f2, bishop d4. It can finish in a draw. If Martirosyan is not sure about the consequences, he can go there, and maybe Shankland has even nothing better. So the key question here is, what happens here? King e2, queen e5 check. If this line is even accurate, king d1, and rook e8, for example.
This looks
Sacrifice the queen.
like a huge attack. Yeah, sacrifice the queen. And now the white is the one who has 2 rooks for a queen. Normally 2 rooks are better than the queen, and also actually an extra pawn. But I was taught that if the king is open, then it's the side with the queen who is better, if there is like some attacking chances. But actually there is also an extra piece. I completely forgot about this, that there are 2 rooks and 1 piece for the queen. So materially speaking, it's better for Haik.
Yeah, I agree, except those pieces are not playing. And that's again, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to properly assess this position. That's why now this is the moment where they show why they're 27 caliber players. They calculate it. You don't assume, you calculate, because very often, let's say you would be playing this position for the vice president. Oh no, this is dangerous. I don't want to go here. Let's just make the draw. They're going to calculate it. And again, the tournament format encourages them to fight it out because it's 4 points for the victory and only 1.5 for a draw.
Artur, for me, these positions with material imbalances are probably ones of the most difficult ones because, normally when you have, when you are trading some pieces, you have the same material, it's all clear. When you have something like rook for a bishop, rook for a knight, let's say, or rook for a bishop, when you have you're having exchange up or down, it's much more. But when you have this queen for 2 rooks, the 2 rooks are different pieces than the queen. You have to know what exactly to do with those pieces, how to create an advantage. You have to know how to create advantage with the queen. If we're going to get into such imbalances, what do you think, Artur? Which side is better? Which side is to expect to be in the lead there, 2 rooks or the queen?
Yeah, but it's actually more than that because there's this extra piece and also the underdevelopment of white's pieces. Angelika, first maybe I will ask you the question. What do you think Ike is going to do? Is he going to continue to play on? Like this sequence of whatever was this, king e2, king d1, or he is going to find a way to repeat the position. What do you think he's going to do?
I think he's going to repeat twice. That's my assumption.
At least twice.
Yes, because he's the one who is lower on time. We see he has slightly more than half an hour. I would assume he would play king e1, bishop c3, then he will go king f2 back, bishop d4, and then he will take his time.
Yeah, king e1, this is what you suggest. Repeat the position a couple of times to gain, to come closer to the threshold, which is 40 moves. Then the players get extra 1 hour. Then you work it out. Yeah, you can repeat a couple of times. And then you're saying king e2, queen e5, and king d1.
Yes. Or not. Or come home with a draw after something like 2 hours. Pretty short, but very exciting, of course. But, what in players' mind right now is that, in both of their minds, like if they win, they get 4 points. And if it's a draw, then it's only 1.5 points.
I think he's going to go for a draw. That's what I feel because, I looked at those positions. They're just insane. They're just insane. And Ike always strikes me as a highly pragmatic player. He is definitely he wants to win this game, right? But looking at those positions is just incredibly difficult to evaluate. And also look at the clock. 33 minutes versus 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Which move is it now,
King e1 was played, bishop c3, those are the most played, and Ike right now has the possibility to repeat the position. I would say that this game will finish with a draw pretty quick. I would not be surprised. Once again, the idea is here king f2, unless here Sam is going to find a way to continue. Maybe there's different moves. Maybe. Who says that Sam has to agree to draw? Why the American Grandmaster cannot play this for the win, right? For example, he would just play, I don't know, rook d8 maybe, and then play bishop d4, but rook d8, you just walk away from the attack. If you play queen g3, there's king e2. So I think that the American Grandmaster actually wouldn't mind. I might be completely wrong, but I'm picturing myself in the shoes of Martirosyan. I'm looking at the clock situation, and I think that might be the way out. We are going to see.
That might be the way out, but of course we as a commentators are rooting for a continuation of these fireworks. I would love to see, obviously, repetition one more time. King going to f2, bishop d4, and then king e2. But of course, the players will decide for themselves. We see actually in the body language, look how Ike is calculating. He's looking somewhere away from the board. He's fully focused. He's slightly shaking because he knows the time is ticking and the decision has to be made in the next few minutes. Otherwise, he cannot repeat.
He's repeating position. So now the question is, if Angelika is right, he's just making those couple of moves, get closer to move forward. This is completely legal strategy. I would not be surprised, but I would still say he is repeating the position 3 times. Dear viewers, what do you think? What do you think is going to happen? Post your thoughts in the chat. What do you think is going to happen here? Of course, the bar, you see, it appreciates White's position a bit more, but for a human with not so much time on the clock, this is a very difficult choice. What do you think?
Yeah, and Sam, he's completely relaxed. Okay, at least I can get a draw with the black pieces against the current leader. At least he's going to spare some energy. If the game finishes in a draw right now, it means that the players will have the whole evening, to prepare for the next round, to gain more energy. This is something also what's in players' mind, because Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon is this very long and tiring event, and he plays.
We might get our answers very quickly here because King E1 is very quickly played, and now the moment of truth, and I think King F2, Bishop D4, is this going to be a truffled repetition of first result? There you see, there's the handshake. No, Sam calls the arbiter, he claims a truffled repetition.
He claims a truffled repetition, and Heike is the one who took this decision.
Oh, but Ike is ready. He is ready to accept the draw. You could see there was this short connection with the eyesight. He agrees to a draw. The arbiter comes here. He checks the rules of. He checks the score sheet. This means, yeah, there you go. There's a draw. This means this sharp game, which potentially was the game of the day, finishes in a very exciting draw.
A very exciting draw with so many ideas, huge attack, huge opportunities for the both side. Could have been continued, obviously, but the players decide to play it safe. Heike Martirosyan is not going for this attack and agrees on a draw. And here we have already the result. So round number 1, the first game which has finished is Heike Martirosyan against Sam Shankland. Heike agrees on a draw with the white pieces, going for this repetition, going for a safe option. And I hope, Arturs, we might get at least one of the players in the studio for an interview.
We might indeed have, but about Ike's decision, I think it was a pretty reasonable decision. Engines maybe slightly disagree, but I think he made a smart choice. As I already said, Ike is a pragmatic player. It was very difficult to evaluate the consequences, and Shankland played a brilliant game with all of these sacrifices. Very, very fun stuff. All right, maybe let's go back to the bird's eye view, which is right now on the screens, and try to assess what else is happening in the other games. So the first game I'm looking at, of course, is the early piece sacrifice in the lower middle board. Praggnanandhaa playing against Abhimanyu Mishra. Not a lot of moves have been played, by the way. Queen C8 was my early suggestion. This is also the choice of the young American Grandmaster. I suppose we're going to go to that game in a moment. What else is happening there?
Yeah, we're seeing the game of James Bienne against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. On the bottom left, we see those position of the French defense where White King is still in the center, and Vaishali with black is aggressively attacking with those 2 knights. Otherwise, we see Alexander Donchenko on the bottom right, facing Igor Samonenkov in that very interesting position with the IQP and the bishop pair for the black. What else do we see here? Vincent Keymer is facing Liem in the top right corner. We see there is a complicated position, the Carlsbad structure with a knight on the e4 by black. Yeah, looks like we have also on the bottom, in the middle, we have the game of Praggnanandhaa against Abhimanyu Mishra. We have there still the very complicated position where Pragg sacrificed the whole piece for an attack, and we're going to see, obviously, we're going to follow the action if black is going to be able to defend it. And in the middle, on the top, we see Saleh Salem's game against Marc-Andrea Maurizi. We see that black is actually doing some progress on the king side. We see that they are attacking, Marc-Andrea is attacking, pushing pawn all the way to h4. For sure is going to be a great great game to follow. And what do you think, Arturs, we should go in.
Yeah, let's go back to Praggnanandhaa's game against Mishra, because this was the original sacrifice game before the game of Martyriosana against Shankland blew up, essentially. I mean, this is what usually happens when you play King's Indian defense, when you have two very creative players. A lot of action happens. And only one move has been played so far, which is Queen C8. Engine marks this as a mistake. Looks perfectly reasonable move to me. And again, Black
we were
is
actually considering this move, right? You were considering Queen C8.
Indeed, I was considering Queen C8, but I was not really sure. Instead of Queen C8,
Queen
should you play
D7.
Queen D7, Queen C8, or Rook H8? There's many combinations. Actually, Rook H8, maybe I would have considered more, but it's really difficult to say, you know. And Queen C8 is apparently a mistake. Difficult to say why, because I think Queen G3 is still going to be the response of Pragg. Otherwise, if you play something like Knight F1, Black plays Knight H7, King H8, F6, he feels safe.
Yeah, he feels safe, but I mean, it looks not so safe to me. I mean, if I would be playing Black as a person who is really afraid of the attack on the king, like if there is any other kind of attack, I'm not that much afraid, but I do consume more time when it's attack against the king, because if it's a successful attack, then it's a deadly attack, and I have to be ready to, you know, neutralize all attacking threats from the opponent. And Abhimanyu Mishra is a very experienced, even though he's a very young player, he's super sharp, he's very experienced, he's spending the time, he's trying to defend himself as much as possible.
I don't like this for white, to be honest, you know. I would maybe consider this position with 3 pawns. Let's say the pawn on F7 would be gone. Now I think this position, I would choose Black. So that's why I'm not entirely sure about this sequence of Knight F1, and maybe Queen G3 feels to be more direct, more to the point. And now the question is what happens after Knight H7. By the way, there was this variation, Angelica, we looked at. What was it? I think it was with the Queen on D7, that you can take the pawn on E5, take on E5, Bishop F4, King H8, Bishop E5, at F6. Something like this, and Bishop F4. We had a very similar position on the board, but I think the Queen was on D7. How do we evaluate this position? For example, Black plays Rook G8. What is this?
Yeah, this looks like really, I mean, complicated position to assess. Like you have this Rook on G8, which is targeting there the king on the G2. You have those 2 bishops on the B7 and B6 who are looking in the direction of the king. This is for sure very difficult to see how you're continuing your attack as white here. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I see the bar, of course. Bar evaluates this in favor for white, but Pragg has no access to the bar. So, Knight F3, Knight E4, etc. Black would play Knight C4. I think this is the direction we are going to. But slightly one thing puzzles me. Why Mishra chose Queen C8 instead of Queen D7? Now, this is something I quite do not understand. Because here, Queen D7 is the same idea. Now, once again, the idea is after Queen G3, Knight H7, if this is indeed the best sequence, maybe there's something better. Don't you think that the Queen on D7 stands better than on C8?
It looks for sure better than on the C8, and you know this knight on H7 looks like protecting all the squares very nicely, and king looks like in the safety on the H8 square.
Tough to say. Either way, the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, Abhimanyu Mishra, decided Queen C8 is the way to go. Maybe he is right. And Angelica, I think this is also a very good moment for us to take a short break. We might have a special guest here with us after the break is over. And in the meantime, dear viewers, hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Post your questions, your insights in the chat. We are monitoring it, what you're saying there. Also, there might be the possibility to bring your questions or remarks as a featured chat on the screen. See you in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
And welcome back, dear viewers, to the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. And we have already the first game of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon finished. It was finished in a draw with a threefold repetition. Hagmeterisyan, the current leader of the tournament, and Samuel Shankland. It was a very exciting draw with so many fireworks. How long did the preparation go for both of you?
Yeah, I didn't guess his opening option, and I prepared some other lines. But yeah, he prepared very well. I mean,
What were you prepared against? Were you prepared against King's Indian?
No, I didn't guess this opening. He mainly played some other openings. But yeah, he prepared very well till the last position, and a very tough game for me.
And Sam, for you, how did the preparation go? How far?
I was a bit annoyed that he did not play Queen B6 instead of Bishop takes F4 at the end, but I had the final position already prepared.
All right. So meanwhile, like we were seeing that you were spending a lot of time at the opening, at this stage, you decided to immediately go for this Bishop E2, Bishop E3. You knew that Sam was prepared. Have you considered something else to go for, or?
Yeah, I knew that he will if he played already King's Indian, means he prepared. Maybe last 10 games I repeated this line, Bishop E2, Bishop E3, but I had good results. And I was not sure that which opening he will play, but I thought, okay, my opening preparations was okay. I will not lose immediately in King's Indian.
Of course. Yes, but it was already a very fighting choice by Sam. Maybe we just go through the game slowly and see if there are some highlights there.
Sure. So yeah, I mean, all this is fairly well known. H4 and G4 played. H4 here, sure. So knight C5, Queen C2, and C6. This is all pretty normal. White can take on C5 here as well, but it's a bit dry. I think it's basically fairly balanced after H5. The computer gives a little advantage, but for example, there's a line that goes C takes D5. Okay, let's say knight takes D5, or C D5 either way, but let's say knight takes D5, and then Bishop E6. And okay, computer says white's better, but I'll play knight E8 and Bishop takes D5, and I just don't really believe it. It sort of feels like this should equalize without a ton of trouble. But yeah, so H5 came instead, which is of course much more principled, and it is the best move.
How much time did you spend on this H5? Have you considered something else here?
No, I knew about this position, but I wanted to remember everything correctly because it's a risky position. I mean, and I also know that Hikaru played against Grishchuk and he won with white pieces in Grand Prix tournament.
Right. So CD5, 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 Queen A5. So yeah, H6 is again most principled, and now Bishop H8 and F3 once more most principled. Knight H5, and here, so far A3 I think is the only thing that's been tried. Although in my opinion, actually the best move might be Rook B1, which is incredibly deep. But there is a point here that after I play Queen D8. And we go into this, there's some very deep point, B4, I like knight D7 more than knight A6 in general, it just feels like a better square, and the only way white can try to punish you is to play knight B5. So there comes knight F4, and now let's say white goes Bishop F1, and we go knight B6. We have just almost exactly the same position as the game, but it's a better version for white because here he can play Rook C1. And this is just stupidly deep. So Rook C1 comes, and we could have had this exact same position with the pawn on A3, but here there comes Bishop D7, knight takes D6, Bishop A4, and then Queen C5, knight B takes D5, knight takes B7, Queen D7, and then I think it's Queen A5 here, I want to say. No, sorry, it's E takes D5. Yeah, E takes D5, and then it's knight takes D5. Man, my memory is so bad, but
Crazy.
This is very tough.
Yeah, I think this is right. Knight takes D5, and then I want to say.
You know, some problems here on the king's side. All the pieces are stuck. King is still in the center.
Just give me a second. I might just be too dumb to remember this. No, go back. It's not knight takes D5. It's queen takes B7. That's why. Knight takes D5 is a mistake. So queen takes B7. And now queen a5, knight takes d5, bishop c5, and white is better here because black is missing bishop b3. This is how deep you have to be in order to actually,
Because
I think, show advantage, and I just thought if he's going to do that, he will not survive a fair play check, so I thought this was worth going for. But a3, as Heike played, is the main move. And then after queen d8, b4 is, of course, most principled, and knight b5, knight f4. And then the computer says white is better after bishop f1, rook h2, king f1, or king f2, but all of the lines are very, very complicated and hard to handle. So for example, after knight b6 here, I think the computer said, I don't know, like a4 or something and just play, but at some point I'm just going to sack a piece on d5 and it will be interesting. I don't know if it's right now or not, but after queen c7, as Heike played, and then queen g5 comes, white has to be very, very careful to hang on. And after king f2, I mean, I was thinking during the game maybe king d2, but it also doesn't look fantastic. For example, after bishop d7, a computer seems to be going nuts for black. I had a better move maybe, I don't know. Now knight takes a7, I couldn't, yeah, bishop d7, knight a7, where's the win here? I couldn't find it. I saw knight f takes d5 is better for black, but I didn't see a win. Yeah, so here e takes d5. No, then queen e3. Queen e3. So here we have to go bishop g5, knight c7, bishop e3 back. And I guess I know with this position with king on f2 it's equal, but with king on d2, maybe I have some chances because after, let's say, knight a4, rook c1, knight e6, knight b5, and let's say I take on b5, bishop takes b5, knight d4, bishop takes d4, e takes d4, something like this. I will play knight c3, and then d takes c3 is going to be check, which is quite annoying for white if he plays knight e2. So I was thinking something like this might be good for me after knight c3, but probably the computer will find something better. So king f2 was played instead, which I guess is the best move. And here,
I'm sorry, Sam, were you afraid at this moment, like when Sam played queen g5, like in this position?
Of course, yeah. During the game I was thinking, am I lose or am I win?
Yeah,
I was not sure what's going on because he prepared and I'm not, but okay. I was hoping that it will be okay for me after this king f2 line.
Yeah, so king f2, bishop d7. Yeah, so there comes knight takes a7, and here it's equal either way. I can play knight f takes d5, and the endgame is equal after bishop takes g5, knight takes c7, and bishop e3, and knight a4, rook c1, and it's about equal.
Here king on f2 is much better for me. Also, I can play bishop d5 after knight e6.
Yeah, I mean this is still equal, but yeah, I think bishop e5 is not best, but I don't know why.
So after knight e6.
No, knight e6.
No,
sorry,
knight
knight
e6.
e6, yeah.
Knight b5 is also okay
Yeah,
for me.
no, I don't. Knight b5, and I had prepared like bishop takes b5, takes knight d4. Yes.
And
Bishop
here the difference of the location of
yeah,
the
I was
king.
thinking the king would be misplaced here, but maybe it doesn't matter. Bishop d4, e d4, knight e2, and now I think the cleanest way to equalize is to throw a pawn with d5, and then after e takes d5, knight b2, and it's quite equal. But okay, instead, I thought that there, like, white's play was not so difficult, but after knight b takes d5 instead, which is, I think, a more testing move, white now has to walk a hell of a tightrope to not lose immediately. So rook a c8, take, rook takes, and now I was really hoping for queen b6 because it looks like this move wins.
This move is actually
But
losing.
rook c2 check, and that's made. That's
You're
easy
knight-
enough.
Yeah, yeah.
King e1.
King u1.
And it looks like white wins, but after e4, actually black wins. Bishop takes f4, and then bishop c3 check, king d1, and bishop a4, and white is mated. I actually had a training game that ended in this position when I was preparing the King's Indian, but here, white is
Yeah,
mated
and
here.
after bishop g5, rook a2, rook a1.
Yeah,
Oh.
and that's good enough. Rook d2 also works. But yeah, so instead he played bishop takes f4. I was very disappointed to see this because I was hoping I'd have a chance to win this game without even having to make a single move of my own. But now after e takes f4, queen takes d7, yeah, bishop d4 check, and I think white should make the draw. I mean, he can play with king e2 if he wants, but after queen e5 check, king d1 and rook e8, white's going to have to give the queen. And then here, like, I definitely think, I know that the computer at high depth says black is holding, but at least during the game. I thought it's at least a little bit annoying.
Yeah,
Huge-
and I
huge
was also
practical
very
choice.
low on time. It was a very risky decision if I go this position.
Yeah, also king is very open. There is always queen a4. The pieces
Yeah,
are
some
still
tricks
not-
will happen if you're low on
Yeah,
time.
there's black had to remember a couple more precise moves to hold. I do remember that, but okay, here we are on move 28, and what move was my novelty with knight d7? Like, I don't know, 13 or something? I don't know what move number it was, but we're now knight d7 was my novelty. Yeah, so knight
Yes,
d7 on move 15. So yeah, we're now 10 plus moves in a crazy complicated position later. I didn't prepare it too much further than that, but I do my best. And yeah, here, understandably, white made a draw, and I can't continue the game after this. If I try to play rook d8 or something with white's king correctly placed on e1, there's no way I'm going to have enough compensation. He can just take the rook, for example, and then after rook c1, without the king on a ridiculous square and white's just going knight e2 or something, I'm just going to lose the game. So yeah, a little bit frustrating. I thought this was one of the best pieces of preparation I've done in a very long time, and I was hoping to win with it, but unfortunately for me, this guy defended perfectly, so what can you do?
I think it never happened with me that my opponent prepared
Never.
until the end. Yeah, this was crazy.
Absolutely excited. And for how long did you have this preparation? Did you prepare just shortly before the tournament because you were just
No,
announced,
I
or
prepared this
just-
before Sharjah Masters, where I started playing King's Indian against everybody. And yeah, so I did a training camp where I prepared King's Indian, and this, I guess, would have been in like April, so that's when I had prepared this idea with knight d7.
It's pretty exciting to see you as one of the players who was there for the last minute to get all the game according to your preparation. You also played some decent chess in the recent days. How do you feel yourself
That
now?
is not true.
Not true.
Well, I don't know. I mean, in the 960, my game with Vincent, I just gave him a complete rook when I was just totally winning. I mean, the score speaks for itself. I, finished both events at the bottom of the cross table. I'm always been much better at classical than rapid and blitz. But yeah, I certainly think I could have scored more points if I had played better. But yeah, I mean, it feels good to be playing here. Of course, I was delighted to get the last-minute invitation, and yeah, I'm a full-time professional player. It's not like I'm going to be unprepared if someone wants to call me up and play. I always have preparation to work with. So.
Heike, you've been leading the tournaments after the rapid tournament finish. Now you play this draw against super strong preparation. Are you feeling satisfied that you managed to escape those complications?
I'm very happy now to finish this game a draw, because during the game I was not sure what will happen in a couple of moves. But now, yeah, I'm happy, and I will go to check this opening again and to prepare other games.
All right, thank you so much for showing us the insight of the games, and we wish you best of luck for the next round. The classical tournament just started. It's going to be 4 more exciting games, and then followed up with a blitz tournament. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
And let's get back to the bird's eye view of the Grandmaster, Triathlon Master, and Challengers. We see there at the bottom right corner the game of Alexander Donchenko against Igor Samonenkov. Very exciting position over there, as well as actually at the bottom left corner, Jonas Biel against Vaishali. Absolutely exciting position in the French defense. And we have also at the top middle board, something is actually happened there. Some huge attack. Saleh Salem against Marc-Andrea Maurizi. We see that the black pieces are fully located on the queen-king side, with some interesting ideas of jumping with the knight to f5, targeting the pawn on g3. This looks like a game we want to look. Vincent Keymer against Liem, and the top right corner, we see there is just a Carlsbad structure. Not much is happening in that position, but we for sure will see maybe there's some underwater stones. White is for sure feeling better. And in the middle bottom board, Praggnanandhaa against Abhimanyu Mishra. That's the game we were following from the start. Huge fight with the sacrifice of the piece, attack on the king by Praggnanandhaa. this is the game we want to follow for sure.
Yeah, let's go back to the game of Pragg against Mishra and see what is happening there, because not only the game of Matryasen against Shankland was the most exciting game, also there's another game in question we are seeing right now on the board. By the way, Engine just marked King H6 exclamation mark as the only move apparently that was at Black's disposal. So maybe let's go a couple of moves so that we have some better insights what was happening here. So indeed here, Queen G3, I believe we left it about here, Angelika. Queen C8 was played, Queen G3, that's the continuation we looked at young Indian's disposal, trying to somehow get to the Black King. Here, Mishra played Knight H7. He's trying to set up some kind of defensive setup for the Black King. D takes, and here instead of the Bishop F4 and Bishop E5, I'm not really sure if this was even the best. I was just thinking, grab the opponent E5 and see what happens. Here, Pragg played Bishop E7, and apparently now King H8 is dangerous because Queen E5 happens now, and as you can see, pawn on F6 cannot go because White will simply collect the fourth pawn for the piece. And instead here, King H6 was played by Mishra.
Yeah, very interesting move. Like, would you even consider such move when you're playing like a game where you have to hide your king? It feels like you hide your king rather on H8 and not on H6. But apparently, since it's losing a pawn and creating more initiative for White, King H6 is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty logical to me. If King H8 doesn't work, why not King H6? And now I'm looking at this position, I'm seeing several continuations that's at White's disposal. Of course, the pawn on E5 is under attack, right? So why don't we take the pawn on E5 and then see what happens? The second idea I'm noticing in this position, the bishop on H7 is sort of under attack, but is it now? Because if Black plays rook E7, there's always Queen H4 check. So that I think that Pragg right now has to figure out what he's going to do, because he already has essentially a draw in the pocket, right? So he could play easily Queen H4, Queen G3. Black cannot play King H8 because of Queen E5. So draw already is secured. But Angelika, I don't really think this is what he wants to achieve today. Pragg here is for blood. That's why he is not going to go for this repetition, and instead he's going to find a way to continue to play for the win. So, does he take the pawn on E5 or do something else as maybe bring the knight closer to the action?
I fully agree, Arturs. We are not going to see the repetition at this board as we've seen at the game of Ike Martirosyan against Samuel Shankland. For sure, we're going to see more and more action. I mean, I'm just wondering, what will happen if I'm just bringing more pieces to the king side?
Fair
like
point.
just playing knight f3. I'm targeting the pawn on e5. I don't want to play queen e5. I want to play knight takes e5. And I still have ideas of playing queen h4 or bishop g5.
Right, so probably Black will want to bring the defenses closer to the Black King, something like Queen E6. And now what? Now what? Because there's also ideas like Queen G6, King G7. What's even happening here? I'm seeing some Knight E5, Knight G4 checks. Oh my goodness. So Queen E7, is there something here? Knight G4, King G7, E5, opening up the bishop.
Knight f6 is a threat, crazy.
Is this already not enough? Because, I mean, we already saw one crazy game of Shankland sacrificing a rook, then sacrificing yet another minor piece. Maybe this is also a potential for one more game only in round one, potentially to blow up, because White has enough pieces to go for attack. But of course, it's very easy, you know, for the commentators to suggest this, and the players, well, they still have to work it out.
Yeah, they still have to consider all kind of continuation. And I mean, I'm just looking briefly at the evaluation bar. Like, I completely don't get the evaluation bar. Why would you pick the Black here? I mean, does it mean that even though Black is under such huge attack, then there is still opportunity for them to save this position? I mean, I would be super scared to play this position with Black because there is any kind of threat, basically each move there.
I already found the mate.
That's very cute mate.
One of the possibilities. So what was it? I think this was this line with knight of 3. It makes perfect sense, right? You're just ticking all the boxes to bring
Yes.
more pieces to the action. I suppose rook e7 is queen h4, and just collect the rook on e7. Maybe there's even something better. So most likely Black will try to bring more pieces to the defense, like queen e6, and knight e5, knight g4. Okay, maybe this is not very human. I just thought I want to bring this knight closer to the action, but if I don't, Black just plays queen g6, like you give bishop g5 check.
Yeah, bishop g5.
Maybe just take it even, yeah. So where's your attack?
There was also knight takes g5. I don't know if it was better or not.
Knight takes, queen g6, queen h4.
Queen h4?
There's nothing. I mean, you cannot really checkmate your opponent with just a queen and the
I
knight.
cannot believe that there is nothing at all.
There's
All
nothing
right.
at all.
We have to check one more time. We have to find something else.
So I think this line was knight of 3,
Yes?
queen e6, and knight e5. It's a bit crazy. But you want to play knight g4, e5, find a way to include also the bishop on c2 in the game.
I'm sorry, Artus, but what about knight h4 with the idea of knight f5?
Here instead of
Queen
knight
e6?
e5.
Queen e6?
Ooh.
I mean, this looks like almost a checkmate.
Oh, wow.
How do you stop it? Rook g8 or
And if you play knight f5, then take on f5 with a queen.
ooh, that's
Actually, that's a very important resource. Knight f5, queen f5. Very important. And e takes on f5. The problem here for white, he couldn't take on g3 because the king is pinned. And if you, after knight f5, queen f5, you give intermezzo check, there's queen h5.
oh my god, how Black is saving this with all these resources. This is crazy.
You just calculate, I suppose.
This is crazy.
But I mean, knight of 3, it's super, super tempting. But problem for Pragg, there's also other moves. A knight of 3, he just played it.
Okay.
I tried to work out what happens after queen e5. Maybe the same queen e6. And you don't really want to trade the queens because a piece is a piece after all, even though it's for 3 pawns. And something like queen f4 check, king g7. I think Black is pretty much safe here. Even though, again, there's this e5 idea somewhere. Open up the bishop. Let's say play bishop h4, play e5, play, I don't know, knight of 3, maybe capture the knight on h7, play bishop f6. You see all kinds of these ideas. But Pragg just played knight of 3. I like it. And Engine says it's a mistake.
It's a mistake. Really?
That's what Stockfish says. I'm not going to argue. So that's the information I'm getting here. It looks perfectly human to me.
Yeah, but that's not information players are getting, so that's why the game can go any direction from now. Knight of 3, very logical move, just bringing one more piece to the game. We will probably let Abhimanyu Mishra take his time and think what he's going to respond. We expect queen e6, right? We expect queen e6 to be played in this position. Maybe this is a time when we pull out the bird's eye view and check the next game.
Yeah, let's go to the bird's eye view indeed and see what's happening there. So let's start with the top middle board. Salem Saleh is playing against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. Looks pretty balanced. Well, I suppose we're going to check it out at some point later. We have been a bit focusing on the most exciting game so far, so you have to forgive us for this. You're also chess fans, like to follow crazy action on the board, mainly.
Look at this board on the bottom left. Jonas Biel against Vaishali. What is going on there? What are those
Wow.
two knights doing? Knight on c5, knight on d3, king is on g2.
This was this crazy French, advanced French we looked at in the very beginning. I like it. I think we should check it.
You know, I want to jump right into the game. What do you think?
Very quickly, I'll just make an overview, right? What's happening? So top middle board looks peaceful. Top right board, Vincent Keymer against Liem. This is the Kaspad. Vincent is slightly pushing. Lower right board, Donchenko against Semenenkov. There was this IQP position where Donchenko was slightly better, but it seems that the Ukrainian Grandmaster has solved some problems, even though I think Donchenko is still pushing. lower middle board is Pragg's crazy game against Mishra. And there you go, finally, lower left board, Bienne against Vaishali. Let's go, let's go. Indeed, this is a very exciting game. I want to check what is happening there. In a moment, let me select the game where it is. There you go.
And it looks super exciting games in the round one already. Like, you know, someone said, right? Someone said that classical chess is dead, right? Classical chess is dead.
Yeah, people have been saying this all the time. I believe the last quote I get when I was prepping information for the tournament, that was Robbie James Fisher, because we are having the Chess 60 tournament as the first event, which serves as a tiebreaker to the triathlon a couple of days ago. And Robert James Fisher, he's very often regarded as the father of the so-called Chess 960 variant, because he believed the classical chess is dead. And there was even a quote, really dead. And he said it in 1993. So let that sink in. That was about 30 years ago. People have been trying to bury classical chess for a long time. They even repeat the same mantra today. However, it's still alive, as you can see. You were following the game of Matriasyan against Shankland. Was it that boring to you? I don't think so. It really depends on the players. How do you play it out? Also, Pragg's game against Mishra, super exciting. Doesn't feel that classical chess is dead to me. And also this game, Jonas Bull Bienne against Vaishali, a lot of action.
But I think also what is keeping it exciting, you know, this classical chess is the scoring system for the classical games. For the victory, players are getting 4 points, and for a draw, it's only 1.5. So if you play one win, you will score 4 points and lose the next game. You will have more points as if you played 2 draws, because then you would get just 3 points altogether. So that's also encourages the players. It motivates them to play their best chess, to try to go all in and try to beat their opponents.
All right, let's have a look at this game more closely. How did they get to this position? Because now I try to recall, where did we leave it? I think it was about here.
Yes, after c takes d4, and here Jonas, he basically sank in this thought tank. He was trying to understand what is happening, what he should take, and he decided to capture everything in the pawn. Actually, very interesting. The pawn from c3 went all the way to e5.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. So it's advancing. It has career perspectives. It's going forward. I like that.
Yeah, the problem is because the other pawn cannot take. So that was kind of a thing here. The knight is under attack on f3 by the rook, some kind of an X-ray, and king is still in the center. King is still on e1.
Nothing has changed. So Vaishali tries to capitalize on the gain momentum. She plays bishop c5, try to discourage the white king from running away. Queen e3, great move. I like it. Serving as another bishop to close this long diagonal, controlling the dark squares. Probably this involves sacrificing the pawn on b2. And I love this choice. Look at this, Angelika. Instead of grabbing the pawn on b2, which maybe would be the choice of many, like, it's a free pawn, right? Why can't I take it? Queen b2. I think white here could just place it to like a short castle, and knight e4, and simply enjoy a very nice positional compensation. And that's why here Vaishali continued to press on the gas. She played knight b4, treading all kinds of ideas. Fork on c2, something on d3. Here, white played knight e4, check on d3, king f1. Now he took on b2, king g2, queen a3, and after knight b3, the last move was b6, which is apparently a miss.
Yeah, knight b3 was kind of almost the only move, because you have to do something with the queen. The threat was knight from d3 takes on c4 check. So the move earlier, so if knight b3 wouldn't be played, for example, if something like rook f1 would be played in this position instead of knight b3, then knight f4 is a check, and the queen is going to be
let's not
dead.
blunder the queen.
Let's not.
That's pretty bad. So that's very nicely spotted. Also knight e1, also knight f4 in some lines. The queen on e3 is not defended. And apparently, here Bienne could have played queen f3. I'm not sure how human is this. Knight b3, I like it. And I have to admit, I slightly had a glimpse at the Silicon Beast, what it's saying there. And it says a5.
a5. So the idea is that we want to push for a4 to attack the knight there on b3 with the same ideas of knight e1 and knight f4, giving a check and picking up that queen on e3. But is it so clear that
Yeah, but the
a5
same point is after knight c5 again. This knight
Again,
f4 idea.
yes.
Same idea all over again. Yeah, you cannot take on the 4 with the knight or the pawn. The queen is under attack. So yeah, it's actually pretty interesting.
But
so
what
she
if after a5 there is just some queen move like queen f3?
Yeah.
Then-
Or queen d4 or queen f3, I'm not even sure which is better. Because now if you take on b3, there's always all kinds of queen takes on b3, your queen on a3 is pinned. Oh, wait, it jumps under knight e5. You cannot do that.
Ooh. So it's not possible.
Okay, maybe queen d4.
Oh.
Queen d4.
That's why queen f3 was important the move before, because there was no knight e5. Okay.
Okay, those are nuances. Still, I really like Vaishali, what she played. It makes perfect sense because she is activating the last of bishop, maybe thinking about ideas like d4, sacrifice the pawn, give this bishop along the diagonal. Bienne is seriously pressed here. If somebody has the initiative here, it's Vaishali.
Yeah, and the choice of the opening says it all. French defense is very, very aggressive opening. And we see that Vaishali is not afraid of anything. She's not afraid of sacrificing any pawns, attacking anything. So yeah, this was a really good choice of the opening for the Indian Grandmaster. She knows what she's fighting for in these games. Those are 4 points which she can score if she manages to win. And let's not forget, Vaishali is the 6th ranked in the tournament of the Challengers Grandmaster Triathlon. And Jonas Bienne is actually the leader with the highest rating.
Yep, indeed. So crazy, crazy matchups in all the sections. By the way, we had a very interesting change in the format because compared to the previous years, the triathlon was just 3 tournaments and Chess 960 was the so-called appetizer or the tiebreaker. But there's a new system this year that there's going to be the final stage after 5 rounds of classicals in both tournaments. And the change was that there's a brand new tournament, which is this Challengers section. Previously, it was just the GMT, the Masters section, so brand new tournament. And a couple of days ago in the Chess 960, there was an actual challenge. The challengers were challenging the Masters for 2 games. So pretty exciting stuff. And I think it just proves that all of them could easily play in the Masters as well and beat anybody.
Each of them could have done it, obviously. But there is one player who is dominating the field so far in the Challengers, and that's German player, the player who is going also to represent the country in the upcoming Olympiad in the Budapest. It's Alexander Donchenko. He crashed the field of the Chess 960 tournament as well as a rapid tournament. But Vaishali actually was the one who was keeping it up till the very last round with the same amount of points, and she was actually very close also to win that tournament.
Speaking about Donchenko, maybe let's go to Donchenko's game because that's a game we haven't seen for a while. He is playing against Igor Semenenkov. He had a very nice position after the opening, creating isolated pawn, and we left it some time ago where the young Ukrainian grandmaster was trying to figure out how to deal with this. Maybe first check. Let's first check the bird's eye view and see what is happening there, and then after bird's eye view, go to Donchenko's game. Of course, we also want to see what is happening in the game of Salek Salem against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. We looked at this position briefly after the opening. Very exciting game. Potential matchup between 2 favorites of the triathlon. Vincent Keymer faces the 2-time GMT tournament winner Liem on the upper right corner. So everything, I guess, in order.
Yeah, so maybe we go straight to the game of Alexander Donchenko against Igor Samonenkov. Again, another matchup of one of the highest ranked players in the challenger section against the lowest seed, Igor Samonenkov. Igor had quite some disappointing time, we can say, at Chess 960, scoring only half a point. But then he manages to slightly rehabilitate, and he even managed to win one of the games and draw the other. So he still is trying to get it to the top or trying to at least to fight. And the first challenge he's facing in this round, in round number 1 of the classical portion, is facing the current leader of the challengers. This is very tough. This must be very tough for the Ukrainian grandmaster.
I'm afraid every single round for him is going to be tough because every single participant also in the challengers is very, very experienced player. So great experience for the young Ukrainian grandmaster, who currently is one of the youngest grandmasters in the world. I believe he was recently surpassed by Erdogmus, the young talent from Turkey, but still very huge accomplishment by Ihor. Maybe let's go back a couple of steps and see how did they get to this position, because we left it about here, I believe, after h3, which was a great move by Donchenko after the opening, having tricked his young opponent. Here, after a long thought, Ihor played bishop e6, rook d1, queen c8, hinting at some sacrifice ideas on h3. Here, white played knight f4, saying, no, it's not going to happen. Bishop d6. Now black was threatening to take on f4. Queen e2. Apparently Donchenko was pretty fine with this. Rook d8, queen f3, applying even more pressure against the pawn here. Queen c4, queen e2, bishop f4, and finally this is how we got to this position. It might seem maybe to you, the viewers, that this position is about balance, because very often there's a common misunderstanding that if you see obstacle bishops on the board, that's definitely a draw.
It's not the case.
No. I don't think so. I mean, obstacle bishops maybe is a draw if you remove every single piece off the board and just leave the bishops. But if you add more pieces, heavy pieces, knights, a lot of pawns, it's just unbalanced game.
Yeah, especially if you're attacking. The opposite color bishops are very, very dangerous when it's coming to an attack. Let's say your opponent has some weak squares and your bishop is exactly the same colors of those weak squares. The opponent's bishop will not be able to protect those because he has opposite colored bishop. So it's going to be a very powerful weapon in the attack.
Yeah, I'm here in this position, Angelica. I'm wondering what I would want to do with white, because since white has the pawn majority at the king side, black's pawn majority at the queen side doesn't quite feel. I think the logic is I want to somehow push those pawns forward. Right? Since I'm the stronger side, I think I want to limit the activity, the scope of these pieces. So I'm thinking, can I play g4? But the problem with g4 is that, as you can immediately see, the pawn on h3 is under attack. Yeah, so that's why you don't want to do this. So Donchenko's idea was to play bishop e3 and then maybe play g4, f5, gain space, use the pawns to generate the targets. And you have to appreciate this nice move by Semenenkov. He's just making this impossible to happen.
Yeah, and the next move might be something like rook, bringing rook to d8, trying to double the works on the d file. Even though black has those weaknesses on the queen side, black has this activity of the pieces. I would say black has more active pieces than the white because of this d file, which currently is being dominated by black. But also black has to be really careful about some trades which might happen, and then those pawns on a6 and 7 might be really, really weak. But also, you know, Artur, this pawn on f file, they are doubled. You're saying that there is a pawn majority on the king side. How would possibly white try to proceed with those? Like, how would white create some passer? It's also not easy.
Yeah, I mean, this f3, g4 somehow, I'm thinking, I mean, I wanted to play g4, f5, and then somehow create this pass pawn on the king side. But of course, there's the immediate problem. I mean, f3 immediately drops the bishop. So I'm thinking, if I play rook e1, is this an idea? I mean, I protect the bishop. I want to play f3. I want to play g4. And now the question is, am I happy to allow knight e5? Because I think it's pretty apparent that black is going to activate his pieces. If he plays rook b8, white can play rook e2. The pawn on a7 is under attack. Not sure if it's really that important pawn, but, you know, as they say, a pawn is a pawn. So I'm trying to understand what's happening after knight e5. Is this something I can win?
This is actually a very interesting move, so targeting the knight and the bishop. So if knight takes, bishop takes, introducing one more piece in the attack. Of course, a7 is target, and
You know, Angelica, I'm looking at this position, I'm thinking, if I would get my dream position, because I once won a very nice game in a classical tournament against another grandmaster. So I got a similar position, I got the bishop on c3, so the bishop holds together the queen side, and I essentially have the extra pawn on the king side. Then white might have chances. If not, I think this position is simply equal.
yeah, this looks like a task for Alexander to decide in this position what he is going to do.
Look at this, there's this very nice view, full screen of the players. Also, there's some spectators also following it. On the back, you can see one of the amateur tournaments is being held. Or is it empty? I'm not really sure. There's a couple of open tournaments held in the playing venue. While the players are trying to figure out the nuances of this position, there are still a couple of games we still have to follow. That is the game of Select Salem playing against, what's it, just a second?
Marc-Andrea Maurizzi.
Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, and then Vincent Keymer, of course. I want to see this match. Liem, also very interesting game to follow. So I think we are going to make yet another short break there, viewers, a couple of minutes, just to take some refreshments. I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. So don't go far. We'll be back in a minute. In the meantime, enjoy your free time. Be back, and let's follow more action from Biel live. We are back live from Biel, Switzerland, where the 57th International Chess Festival is held in the lovely center of Biel Congress Center. I'm Arturs, together with my co-host Angelika. We have been following the round one of the classical section of the triathlon, the main event here in the Biel Chess Festival. A lot of exciting games. One of them already is over. Sam Shankland against Haik Matriasyan. This game ended with a spectacular prep and leading to a crazy draw where apparently Matriasyan could not have continued the game. Also, the game of Pragg against Mishra is heating up, but there's more stuff coming. For example, also the game of Vincent Keymer against Liem. That's the game I want to follow closely. But first, let's have a look at the bird's eye view. What we're seeing there, Angelika?
Yeah, we see the game, very exciting, of Vincent Keymer against Liem. I see that there is a lot of pressure right now. There is a strategical battle there in the Carlsbad. As well, I see Saleh Salem is already almost in the end game, and Marc-Andrea Morizzi is building up some huge pressure on White's king there on the king side. We just briefly checked the game earlier. Jonas Biel against Vaishali. The game is still ongoing. There is still a huge attack ongoing from black on the queen side. That's the game we are going to follow after we go through the round of the other games. Pragg against Abhimanyu Mishra. That was this crazy piece sacrifice and huge attack on the black's king. We're going to follow that game also much closer just in a few moments. But we start with a game of Vincent Keymer against Liem.
Yeah, that's the game we haven't followed for quite a while. And let's not maybe go back from the very start, because we left it, I think, somewhere after the opening. And focus, what do we have here at hand? So it's some sort of a Carlsbad. Vincent plans to do something at the queen side. The question is, what exactly? Because I'm looking at his queen on a4, Angelika. What's he doing there?
Yeah, queen is on a4. Looks like it's trapped. Like there are almost no squares besides a5 to go through. And I hope that the queen is getting out soon, or it just builds a pressure on the c6 square. I don't know exactly. So maybe one of the ideas is that b5 is not possible because the bishop on a6 is going to be under attack. Otherwise, I see that knight can come on c5. That's one of the ideas. It looks for a moment that pieces are stuck, but to me it feels like black's pieces are even more active. I don't see a single piece besides the king on the king side for white.
I think here Vincent needs to be extremely careful, and I just love the last move of Liem. Look at this, because here Vincent just played knight b3, and he is implying that he wants to play knight c5, because the bishop on a6 potentially is a target, but is it a target? So if white is given the opportunity, he's going to play moves like maybe queen a5, play knight a4, knight c5, put the knight on c5, the bishop on a6 is useless. But here the Vietnamese top grandmaster immediately spots one major problem in white's camp that you mentioned, Angelika. There's no pieces surrounding the white king, right? So this king, even though it's sheltered by a couple of pawns, it's pretty left alone. And I can't help but wonder if there are tactical possibilities for black, because look at this, all of white's pieces, they're essentially moved away somewhere closer to the queen side. And this means when you look at this position more closely from this angle, what does it tell you?
It tells me that there is a huge attack which is possible. I'm just looking randomly at something like knight takes h3 check, rook takes e3, queen g3, let's go, let's keep this attack going. And I'm super scared for Vincent there.
Let's try to maybe show a couple of lines. For example, it could easily cap like knight c5. And I'm not sure what's the move order here, like knight h3, rook e3. Since today, we are accustomed to sacrifice pieces. Shankland against Matriasyan, sacrifice a rook, then the minor piece, although this was a prep. Then also Pragg sacrificed a piece against Mishra. And by the way, Pragg right now is in trouble. I saw the evil bar. He didn't really like his position, but we are going to check it maybe after we make an overview of all the other games. Now look at this. Knight h3 and rook e3.
Yes, looks super dangerous. Like if you take the rook, you already agrees that you have to try to suffer to get a draw. But the problem is that black is capturing all the pawns, and the next is what we have is rook coming to e3, delivering a checkmate on d3. How do you stop it? There is no way you can. There is no way you can prohibit it.
This looks very, very dangerous, and actually this position already looks completely lost. So that's why knight c5, I don't think there's even the slightest chance that Vincent is going to play this, because he is going to pay a close attention to black's move knight g5. And even after knight c5, rook e3, f takes, knight h3, somebody is going to find to be appealing. I don't think Vincent is among them, because he definitely senses there's no way he's doing well here. That's why he is going to take care of black's threats first.
I'm just wondering what to play. You would like to bring some pieces to the king side, but you cannot bring the queen. You can try to bring the knights, but for example, there is no knight e2. There is only knight d2. Knight d2, and actually, yes, so it's getting me taking. So knight d2 with idea knight f1. But I'm not so sure what is happening again after knight h3, rook e3.
Same idea.
But I was thinking that there might be some knight f1, but probably simply just bishop takes f1.
Oh, you mean here? After rook e3?
Yes,
now?
knight f1.
Yeah, but now there's a very powerful attack.
Ooh, that looks nasty.
There's
Yeah.
all kinds of bad things happening for white, so I don't think this is going to happen. And instead, Vincent just played queen a3. He tries to kill off the attack. And queen a3. I mean, I love this, because also Liem shows that he treated queen a3 as something that he would play. I mean, you always think everything that you do for yourself, you're always thinking for your opponent as well. And that's why he's not just sitting there and doing nothing. He's trying to figure out what I would do if I was playing with white, and probably queen a3 was his potential follow-up. And he decided to trade queens.
Yeah, for sure. This is some move you're trying to find. You're looking for checks, captures, and threat, and queen a3 was indeed a threat. White black is not in time for that attack with the knight coming to h3 and rook e3. So what is Liem saying is that, all right, I'm going to trade the queens. I still have some active pieces. I have a bishop. I have rooks on e-file. There are doubled pawns on a3 and a2. My pawn structure is better, and I know that for the endgame, better pawn structure might win the game.
Yeah, but you know, Angelica, I'm looking at this position, I'm wondering, probably Liem already thought about this for quite a while. And by the way, just as we talk about this position, he played knight f7. He's going to position the knight on d6. This is the standard square for the knight in the cosmic structures. But I can't help but wonder, why don't you try to keep the queens on the board?
So queen c7 or something?
Something, yeah, I'm not
No,
entirely
queen c7,
sure.
knight d5, so we have to be very careful. Queen
Okay, queen c7, knight e5 is probably bad. We can agree on this.
Yeah, so queen b8.
Yeah, queen b8. Why not queen b8?
Okay, yeah, queen b8 looks like a decent move. So
Keep the same idea, because the queen on a3, I don't think it's really joining the game. Through a3 or a4, doesn't matter. It's still shut off from the game.
Yeah, maybe rook e2 or something like this, trying to...
Rook what?
Rook d2.
It's still knight h3, no?
But then after knight h3 takes rook e3, then we can take because we
Oh.
protect.
Yeah, but even this looks very promising.
Maybe, yes. Maybe you're right.
I'm not really sure. By the way, we have an update that there's something crazy happening in Prague's game. I suppose that's the next game we are going to head. But here, b takes on a3, knight f7. Apparently, Liem was not really sure if he has anything real. I'm sure that he spent quite a bit of time here trying to keep the queens on the board. So for Keymer, queen a3 was a great resource, try to kill off the attack. And apparently here, the position is about level. Angelika, do we go to Prague's game?
We
once again?
absolutely jump there immediately, and yeah, we let the German grandmaster let himself try to be saved in this interesting endgame. Praggnanandhaa against Abhimanyu Mishra. Praggnanandhaa sacrificed a piece earlier, and his pieces are all the way on the king side. But is there actually a deadly attack ongoing?
All right, so what were the last moves?
So we left.
Yeah, we left it here. A knight of 3, knight h4, not knight e5.
So it was my suggestion, which was apparently bad.
You suggested the bad move.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's a logical move because knight f5, like you said yourself, it's almost a mate, right?
It's almost a mate, yeah.
So rook g8 was played, queen f3, king g7 makes perfect sense. Knight f5, king h8.
Oh, so king was for some time on h6, and now king is going to f8.
Wait, just a sec. I do not understand. What exactly did Pragg miss? What did he miss? Because when you play knight h4, you don't really expect there's going to be mate on the board, right?
Yeah, of course.
So
Rook g8.
you assume that your opponent is going to find a defense, and knight f5 is almost killing immediately. So it's got to be rook g8. So rook g8, knight f5, queen f5. I'm sure that Pragg saw this like a millisecond. Queen f3, king g7. It's very human.
Yeah, just removing the king over there and hiding it on the h8 in the corner of the board. Looks very logical and human.
Maybe it's some sort of a miscalculation, but what is it? I'm thinking something like b4, bishop b3, but if you play b4, there's knight c4, not knight c6. And the black king is getting to h8.
Yeah, the black king is escaping of the attack, knight f5 check, and king is already in the corner being protected by that nice knight over on h7.
I'm really surprised. Wait. So knight h4, rook g8 is the obvious response, queen f3. Was this something he was planning to do differently here and then he changed his mind? I can't believe it. So once again, knight f5, queen f5. You can't do that. Queen f3, king g7. Knight f5, king h8. And there's no attack. And bishop h4 is played.
No attack.
I mean, now I think white is simply down a piece because black can just play f6. So white has sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns, but is this enough? I don't think so. There could be like knight c4, knight e6, or f6, bishop c8, kill the knight on f5. Some sort of a compensation, but
Yeah, I mean, it
Not
looks
enough.
like the black managed to consolidate the pieces, bringing them all to protection of the king. And now it is simply the piece for 2 pawns, which is, of course, super tough. Okay, let's not forget the knight on h7 is not moving anytime soon, so we can kind of say, okay, black is not going to play with that knight there on h7, but there should be something else to activate the black's pieces. And I think the way for black to go could be to go for some trades, to go for exchange of the queens or the rooks, just trying to exchange the pieces, going for an endgame where there is going to be just a piece for 2 pawns, and that's going to be it.
it's very weird. You know, usually at this level, there's some sort of a miscalculation. I just can't figure out what it is. Not to take anything away from Mishra, because he was dealt a very difficult situation, like this entire sequence of creating a pin on the h4, diagonal. He knew that the piece sacrifice was coming. He had to find the correct defense. But I'm a bit surprised about how it turned out, right? I mean, this knight h4, knight f5, for example, here, white had a couple of ways to collect the 3rd pawn. He could have played bishop f4, bishop e5 with very unclear consequences. Also here, after knight f3, queen e6, there was this craziness after knight e5, knight g4, e5. Maybe Pragg was planning to play knight e5, then he saw something, he did not like it, and he played knight h4, which is even worse, but I have a hard time to believe it. Either way, he's in trouble.
He's in trouble, and he for sure missed something there. And now I think that Abhimanyu is already feeling himself more comfortable. He protected his king. I don't see an active threat right now from white. I see, of course, that there is a d-file, which, for example, rook can double on. But I don't see any any active threat right now from white. So now it's time for Abhimanyu to try to bring his pieces, maybe knight to c4, or do something with the bishops in the meantime. And knight is going to c4 this second, as I say.
It's very easy move. I mean, the knight is not doing anything there. Yeah, so why don't you bring it in the game? And I think also Pragg is going to play bishop b3 because the bishop on c2 doesn't do much. So maybe the best here the young Indian can do is apply pressure to the black's clock. And I also completely agree with the Nimzo Larsener, the feature chat, where he says the black king is absolutely no danger. I'm with you, my friend. I just do not understand whatever happened here. But all right, what happened, happened. And we might be seeing yet another upset. But in case you're thinking that Pragg is a big favorite in this matchup against Mishra, you have to scroll back a couple of days and see what happened in the Chess 960. Mishra already beat him. What happened in a rapid tournament? Mishra also was pressing, and it was Pragg who escaped with a draw. So somehow he feels Pragg's game.
Pragg is, we feel the Pragg's mood right now. We feel we see how he feels. He is shaking. We see that he's not satisfied with his position. We see that he regrets his choices before, that this knight h4 idea was not working out. Knight e5, probably some move which he was considering to go for, but something was not appealing there to him. Currently, it's his turn. He's looking for moves. Bishop b3 looks like a very normal approach, but I mean, I would be having a tough time now playing this position, so that I see there is no active attacking chances for white.
All right, let's continue to observe. There's more games upcoming, and we haven't seen for quite a while also the game of, there you go, maybe first the bird's eye view. We haven't seen the game of Select Salem against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. We have to go there in a moment. Also, I see Donchenko has managed to get his dream endgame I was talking about. I suppose we are going to have a chance to delve into that more closely. Also, Biere's game against Vaishali is heating up, where Vaishali clearly has the better position. She has the initiative and the better pieces. We don't want to miss that. But I suggest now we go to Select Salem's game against Maurizzi and try to evaluate what's happening in this game.
Yeah, for sure. The game we have not followed for some time already. There were some other fireworks ongoing. But from the bird's eye view, we already seen there has been some action on the king side. There has been some attack which Marc-Andrea Maurizzi was trying to execute, and it looks like the white's king is in more trouble than the black's king, even though I don't see, is there actually any way black can do an attack?
I don't know. I feel that black has pretty passive pieces here. Okay, maybe except that the bishop on g6. The knight on e8 is weird. Yeah, the white king is a bit exposed, so white needs to play something like king g2 and try to cover those holes that are around him. But I like white. You know, I'm looking at this position, Angelique, and I'm thinking, how do you protect the pawn on a5, right? If I play, for example, king g2, I'm just going to grab the pawn and go back. So what do you have? This knight on e8, if black had the knight on f4, yeah, then that would look really dangerous, but it's not there.
Yeah, indeed, it's not really there, but maybe what we could do, we could go a few moves earlier and see where we left it on, what changed, what has black done, because it looks like the black pushed the pawn all the way to h4. That's what was happening earlier.
These are the last couple of moves. It seemed to be rather peaceful. Actually, it was white who played g4, like gaining space. This is one of the things about the pawn play. It's a good idea to master that you use the pawns to generate targets, you use the pawns to gain space, you gain targets, you know what to do with your pieces. Very, very nice strategy. a4, where was this? Yeah, here a4. Now Select Salem fixes a weakness on a5 he could exploit in the future. Queen h6 marks as a mistake. Whatever was the better move. Difficult to say. Maybe f5, try to get to the pawn on g4. So queen h6 was played. Now there was a trade. Queen e1, hitting the bishop, hitting the knight. The only move here is apparently bishop g6. And bishop d3. You cannot take on d3 because there's going to be a nasty intermezzo check, queen e8.
Yeah, now black is the ones who decided to go for knight c7. The question is, what happens after queen a5? Most likely there is some queen check, so that's
Queen
not
e3,
really
or even a
possible.
queen c1, not really sure. There could be some checks, even queen e3 looks very dangerous, like bishop d3. Yeah, now this check on e3 feels quite annoying. How about we just play king g2 here?
King g2, not allowing any kinds of checks, keeping the king there on g2 after the trade of the minor pieces. I mean, still a5 is a problem. A5 is, but still cannot be captured, right? Because there could be some queen d2 ideas. So I don't know how to proceed here.
Yeah, the problem for black is not only the weakness on a5, but also the knight on c7. It's really passive. So if he could only get it on g6, but again, we already kind of talked about it, he can't. I really like what here Salem is doing. He is playing patiently. Actually a bit paradoxical, because you would think that Saleh, he is one of the most creative players, right? He always plays this sharp, energetic chess. Also, yesterday there was this rest day. He was playing blindfold blitz games with Haik Martiriosyan when we were having this Grandmaster excursion to one of the suburbs of Biel. He has an amazing imagination. In one of those games, he sacrificed a queen for a beautiful checkmate. But you play at this level, you also, of course, obviously know how to play very fine positional chess.
Yeah, for sure. He knows it as well. And yeah, just reminding the times he was playing in the Grandmaster Triathlon just a couple of years ago in 2022. He was one of the participants of the Grandmaster Triathlon, that edition. We saw so many exciting games by him, so many decisive games. I mean, he's one of those players with the most decisive games which we had in the one of the previous editions. His result was not so great, but you know how many interesting ideas he executed as a board. I mean, he should be for sure awarded for this creativity.
Indeed. So right now it looks really great for the top Emirati player here to score the victory. Now, who else do we go? I think we haven't seen, again, for a while, Jonas Bull Bjerre game against Vaishali, where Vaishali has the extra pawn and, as they say, the compensation for it. So I suppose that's the next game we head to and try to assess if here Vaishali can win this game. And just as we joined it, the engine marks that the last move for white was a mistake.
All right, let's go a couple of moves back. I think we left it with a knight b3. It was the last move. So what was played? Because I see that the knight was jumping left and right. So rook d1, apparently some missing opportunity by the Danish Grandmaster. And now rook a7. Vaishali is bringing the rook. Very thematic idea. You're bringing the rook not on the ring, but on the file. Okay.
So this is how she was able to activate the rook. Actually, a bit mysterious, this entire sequence. Why not bishop d7? What's the big deal? Why not bishop d7 and rook c8? Why do you need to play rook a7? But I'm sure that Vaishali had her reasons.
Maybe that at some moment there are rooks can be doubled on any of the files, F or C. Maybe she found it.
Maybe this extra idea to play rook f7, you're right. Like
Yeah.
g5, rook f7, do something here. Okay, fair point. Knight e4.
Maybe we might ask her herself if she manages to win this game and we have her in the studio.
We could. Oh, what do you do after queen b2 check? What happens now? Is there queen b2?
Queen b2? Oh my god. Wait, what?
How do you defend after queen b2? And queen b2 is on the board. There's no rook c2. Rook c2 is queen c2. There's a fork on e3. How do you defend?
Jonas is looking at the position and he's in complete shock. Where does he go?
Oh my
Where
god, did he
does
miss
he
this
go?
check? Oh, he looks very nervous. King h1 is just a fork on f2. King h3 is a fork on f2. King f1 ends the game immediately with a beautiful mate. King g1, you don't go for this position on purpose. I mean, here there's definitely a mate here, something like knight e3.
I mean, you're going for this position only if there are no other ways for you to go. And as we see that on other squares, there's always some kind of yeah, rook g1.
I think he just blundered. I think he just missed queen b2 check. I mean, if we go back here a couple of moves, here, right here, right here. So he has a difficult position. He's down a pawn. But for some reason, he thought that black gonna take on e6. I mean, it's a fork. And it's very easy to do this. Like you take on e6, you think, oh, you're gonna take on e6 because that's a fork, I'm doing great, so everything is good, there's no checks, no nothing. If you give me a check on beat, I always play rook c8, everything is good.
Yeah.
You can miscalculate. And now he realizes there's no rook c2.
And there is no queen e2 because knight was standing on d4. Otherwise, there will be some protection like knight e2 or queen d2. But knight now is all the way on e6. And we see how nervous he is right now. He's under huge pressure. Are we going to see some resignation soon? Because it looks
It's
like
resignation
it's
right
over.
here. I mean, what do you do? It's resignation right here. I mean, unless he is somehow...
King f3, queen f2.
There's definitely a mate.
There should be a mate here.
There's definitely a mate here. I mean, there's even knight e5.
Oh, knight e5.
Everything just falls apart.
Right,
No,
so-
I think what happened here, Angelica, it's just hallucination. So I think you're right what you said. So there were some lines after queen b2, you think there's queen e2.
Yes.
Yeah, so the knight on d4 protects d2 square. And it's just... And now there's no queen e2. The knight is on e6, and now he can't believe himself. Not to take, again, anything away from Vaishali, she played a brilliant game, very nice French defense, applying a lot of pressure early on. Already then I said, I don't like this position for white. It feels the black is completely in charge. And after that, it was just downhill battle for the top Danish player.
Yeah, and we see how very in simple manner Vaishali manages to get the huge advantage, and now she is not missing any single move, even though she is the having the least rating in the challenger section, and Jonas is actually the one with a top rating of 26.53. She's around 150 points of the rating less, and that's why the rating doesn't really matter here. They're battling it out. We see Vaishali is winning this game.
Yeah, she's going to win this. For example, maybe she's going to continue. I mean, here Bielle's going to continue something like king g1, not to lose on the spot. I tried to figure out where might be his defense. Knight e3, maybe sack the queen.
And then take the rook on
And
c7.
then take the rook on c7. But I think these two pieces here definitely can cause a lot of trouble.
These are the beast pieces.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
Although there's the rook under attack, there's the check on g7. Maybe this is the best he can do.
maybe indeed it's the best. And having, what would he have? He would have rook and the knight for a queen.
Oh, I missed something.
Rook g7 or not?
So,
Oh my God, rook h7.
oh wow, rook takes an h7. Oh, this is actually possible to miss.
This is very much possible to miss. And here, if king g8 is being played, then what?
Then
is
there's
the-
no more knight h3. I kind of want to deliver the mate. I mean, the point is king h7, knight g5.
Yes, that's
Oh wow.
very nice.
Oh wow. So what was it? Once again, here, check, here, knight e3, try to deliver the mate, sacrifice the queen. Rook takes on c7, queen f... Oh, sorry, let's not sacrifice the queen like that. Mouse slip. Over the board, mouse slips are impossible.
Some
Check.
Bottas gambit. All right.
I mean, this idea definitely is somewhere here.
Yeah, the idea is somewhere there. Maybe we play king h8 here. Or we
King
cannot.
h8.
Or it's too deep. But then rook,
That is very deep.
rook f1 probably.
How about rook e8? I attack the knight. With the same idea. You take on g7, now I play knight f2. Yeah, this wins. So,
Yeah,
knight
and
h3.
knight h3 is unstoppable here.
I mean, it's still a possibility. Still a possibility for Vaishali to go wrong. And I think that's right now what Bjerre is trying to figure out. I think he realizes he's lost. Typically, professional players, what they do in those situations, they're trying to find some sort of a practical chance.
And he's going for knight d2. He's giving up a piece not to give us an arrow queen.
D2.
Knight d2. So which knight would you like to take? I mean, I don't want to take with the queen, obviously. I want to keep the queens on the board. I want to take with the knight, but which one do you take it with?
I mean, if you take with a queen, you lose the rook on.
Yes,
yeah?
that's why you cannot do it.
Maybe knight e to d2, and now there should be some sort of a mate.
Yeah, there should be something. Like there is knight f1, for example.
Or knight f3 or knight f1.
Knight can jump anywhere. Also, b3
But
is
wait,
possible.
this rook can go back.
Knight c4.
Knight c4, close the rook.
King goes to g1.
Wait, just a second. I think this is very similar, no?
This is very
Check.
similar, but just giving up a knight, right? This is like the same position, what we had, but just giving up a knight. So we had the same position, but with a knight on b3.
Right. And now it's white to move.
Okay, but there was not really...
I mean, we looked at this position here. Queen f2, here, knight e3, we want to deliver the mate, queen e3, that's the position. And now this knight is gone, but black is to move. That's essentially the difference. Yeah,
That's the
so
only difference. But there are no real threats from white because it's only one check on g7, and for that, I think black is not really scared. Now, Vaishali is taking time because the both knights can take. What about knight e taking on d2?
yeah,
It is going to
Also
happen
looks
on that. Knight c7,
same
knight...
idea. Oh wait, now there's no rook c2, but maybe this. I'm missing something. Oh wait, there's no mate.
There is no mate anymore because knight is not on.
all right. There's no
Alright.
more knight on e4. Knight x on c7, knight e4. There's always this
C2,
fork on
queen,
e3.
Queen a1. Actually, a queen c2 and knight e3 and just being up a piece for nothing, for no pawns, not a single pawn. I mean, what can we say? I mean,
Yeah,
this is going to be
I
it.
think this is pretty clean. By the way, knight e2, you take on c7, and now go back. Knight c4, shut off the rook. King h3 is a fork, king h1 is a fork, this is a mate.
King g1 is the only
King
way.
g1 is the only move. This is not difficult. Yeah, knight e3, at this level, this is not difficult.
Yes. I mean, rook g7, there is nothing. King just goes to h8, and now the only move how to stop the checkmate is queen takes on e3. Okay, yeah. You just have to make sure there are no more checks, and
Yeah, even
And
king
you're just
g8
winning
also
it.
was a move. There's no check on d5. So Vaishali, I think she's going to win. Oh wait, but she has 9 minutes, and there's no increment.
9 minutes and no increment, and how many moves?
This is move 28.
Okay, 12 more moves. I mean, I guess she can make it. The only, I think, the decision is with what to take. Of course, she doesn't want to take with a queen, otherwise you lose the work, so that's not what she wants. She understands she has to take with a knight. She just tries to figure out with which knight would she take, with a knight on c4 or e4. And she thinks to understand that knight on e4 is very important in attack, and she's a super strong grandmaster, so I think she's going to find it. I think that we
So do I. Yeah.
let her decide that.
Yeah, we
right?
let her decide that. Let's move on to another game we haven't seen for a while. That is Alexander Donchenko playing against Ihor Semenenko. But first, let's have a look at the bird's eye view. Maybe there's something we're missing. Maybe there's updates from other boards. So the first game I want to check is Pragg's game against Mishra. So he's still down a piece for 2 pawns. The piece he sacrificed willingly after the opening.
Yeah, but it looks like there is no attack ongoing, and black is the one actually who is creating attack on the king's side with queen on g6 and rook on g8. It looks like there is actually the tables turned, and the black is one who is dominating there. What do we see in the bottom right corner?
Bottom right, that's the game we are heading to. Donchenko playing against Semenenko. Very nice position. You can basically play forever. Although the engines say it's about equal, I kind of disagree. I think this is the position where white can press it for a long time and try to grind it out. Also, the game of Vincent Keymer, top right corner versus Liem. I suppose it's balanced. They've had this type of position for the majority of the game. Let's go to Donchenko and Semenenko and then see where the pace of this round is going to take us.
Yeah, let's go indeed here. And you know what? One thing which I'm reminding myself, recalling once looking at this position, I already don't remember which game it was, but there was some position with the pawn on c4 and pawn on a4, similar pawn structure. There was for black pawn on c4, pawn on a4. For white were pawns on a3 and b2. And there was this idea for bishop coming all the way to b3. I think it was a game Vaishali against Vaishali
Bienne.
against Jonas Bienne or
Yeah,
Mark
Vaishali
Andre-
Bienne. That was
Yeah.
the rapid game, whichever round it was, indeed. So this is quite similar. I think me, Angelica, we left it here. I scrolled a couple of moves ago,
Yes.
and this is where I left with the thought that Donchenko's dream scenario is somehow find a way to get the bishop on c3. And apparently here Simonenko had to be a bit more accurate. So bishop d4 was a smart move, threatening kind of to take on f6. And knight e5. Simonenko responded. This is, I think, what Donchenko wanted. So he positions the bishop on c3. Now this is the type of position he can play forever. For example, position the bishop on c3. He's not doing it for the moment. Try to generate a pawn majority at the king side and never ever trade rooks. Never ever. If the rooks disappear from the board, that's basically an immediate draw. And that's why Donchenko is not going to do it.
Yeah, the Donchenko has to try to find the way how can he put more pressure on the pawns, but he understands he doesn't want to play a4 here because then the pawn would be on the light squares and easily targeted by the black's pawn. And I think the idea of black should be to place the pawns on the light square so that they are all protected on a4 and a6. And then try to bring the rook somewhere to the d8.
Yeah, this king g3 was pretty smart move. I suppose he wants to continue with king h4. Hit the pawn on h5, maybe, for example, continue with king h4, g6, play g4. Most likely black is going to respond with something like rook h8, I suppose. King g3. White is thinking about ideas like get to the pawn on a7, put the bishop on c3. So
By the way,
it's going to be tough
I'm
defense.
thinking, what about like h4? So my idea is I would like to fix the pawn on h3, just potentially for some attack, and maybe I could play the g5 and protect that pawn in case bishop will attack it.
Well, what I understand about these endgames is that very often the players in these positions, they take roles. So Donchenko is the stronger side. He's the one who is pushing. Why? Because he has no risk here. He is essentially an extra pawn, right? At the king side, it's an extra pawn. It's obstacle of bishops. Black has worse pawn structure. So I think normally there's like an agreement between the two players that the stronger side typically tries to trade pieces, which here is not going to apply because Donchenko doesn't want to trade the rooks because then it's obstacle bishops, it's just a draw. And the weaker side tries to trade pawns, right? So maybe, you know, I'm not entirely sure about this h4 and maybe g5, but I think that it also positions the pawns on the dark squares of this dark square bishop that you could target in the long run. So I think what Simonenko is trying to do, and you picked up this very nice point, Angelica, is that you position all of your pawns on the color of your bishop, right? So something like a4, put the pawn on a6, and these pawns, I think you want to trade them. But there's the problem.
There is a big problem. You cannot really trade them.
Well, yeah, maybe you can't trade. You don't want to trade them.
don't
Maybe
want to
you
trade
don't
them.
want to trade them. I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
So here, what was the sequence once again? King h4, g6, g4, rook h8, king g3. The pawn is now under attack. a6, bishop c3. Here, it looks a bit unpleasant, right? So there's all kinds of rook d6 ideas. Maybe at the right moment there's a 5. For example, you try to defend it. You get this move. Here, you get this move. You go back. There's rook d6. You take it. I take it. I take it. I create a pass pawn and you lose.
Yeah, that's actually a big problem because if you try to play something like king e7 to, you know, protect the square on d6 in the previous position when the rook was on d2, if you're going, there are too many moves. So here, if king e7, the problem is bishop b4, there is a check.
Yes,
And
fair
then
point.
the rook is still penetrating there on the 6th rank. I mean, I don't know even how to continue with black here. How
It's
to
very
hold.
dangerous. This is very dangerous, and I disagree with the bar. I think from a practical point of view, this is the kind of position that Donchenko wanted to get after the opening. He can play it forever. Maybe also the point here is that after king h4, black doesn't really have to defend the pawn on h5. By the way, a very important detail, because if you play a6, white happily grabs the pawn. It's like a helpmate, yeah? So you can't do that.
You cannot bring the king over there. You cannot take the pawn. So
But I might still do the same idea.
Yeah, rook d2, and then rook.
This pawn is under attack. I'm thinking about g4, f5. Very unpleasant.
Very, very unpleasant indeed.
And right now, Donchenko is trying to figure out what to do. I think king h4 is definitely at his attention. He's probably thinking a bit deeper than we are here. Maybe sacrifice the pawn, go for activity, something like rook d8.
Yes.
Drop the pawn. And now I'm not sure what. Maybe now a4. Maybe this is the best he can do.
Yeah, just trying to give up the pawn because normally double pawns will not bring you much. Like they are not defending each other. They're just this is just an extra pawn and potentially some extra tempo could be there. But yeah, it's.
So Semenenko
difficult.
needs to show some very precise defense. Look at that, he didn't even play. Donchenko did not even play king h4. He played bishop c3 because he understands the control of the d file here is more important than the pawn on h5, than the pawn on a7, than the pawn on a5. And that's why here the question is Semenenko going to continue with rook d8? This is a big positional threat.
Yeah, I'm just considering what about playing something like bishop goes to f5. I am attacking the rook. And what I want to do is after rook d2 to play bishop d3. I'm giving up a pawn on a5, but I'm just blocking this file. Is there some b3 here in the position?
Oh.
So maybe some, I don't know if it's possible, but I just couldn't find better way, to stop the rook from entering there. So.
Right. Yeah, maybe b3. It's a trade. I think it kind of favors black. I would just probably take the pawn on a5 and then see what happens. Yeah, you play rook e8, I go here. I think what Donchenko is trying to do, he's thinking a bit further, and he's trying to validate if he can allow something like this. Black is building some kind of a fortress, f5, g6, the extra pawn doesn't matter, maybe it opens up some dark squares. This is a very complex endgame, it's not a simple endgame. So white is definitely pushing here.
It's not a simple endgame for sure, I completely agree with you.
As Nimza Larsener says in the featured chat, this is still a complicated game, totally agree.
Artur, I wanted to offer just briefly to give an update on the game of Vaishali. Maybe there is something going on because Vaishali was so low on time, and I think the moves are being played very quickly. I believe we're going to have a result very, very soon. Let's see for which option did Jonas go for.
Yeah, so we left it. Where was this? So, knight e2, knight c to d2, knight takes on c7, and knight f1 check.
Yeah, very beautiful one. You cannot take it because there is a checkmate on f2. We already discussed it. You cannot go anywhere on h1, f1. So rook c2 was the only move.
This is nice.
Yeah. I mean, we had similar position, but queen c2, and knight e3. I mean, we could have... Vaishali could have traded the queens, but she decided not to go for it, just have to this complicated position. I mean, not complicated. I mean, it's pretty easy for her right now, but just having more pieces on the board, having this queen, creating a mating attack. What happens after knight d4? I mean, it looks like some checkmate in a few moves.
There's also the rook on a1 attack, by the way.
Yes.
I think that black could also be greedy and start to collect everything. But Angelika, what really amazes me is how the minds of chess players, we are so different. We have different perspectives. For example, I've noticed this many times, is that, for example, I'm seeing some ideas from my perspective. I'm thinking I would go here because the logic is this. And then I see the response of the player, and he's thinking completely differently, and it's still great, It's very interesting. We see the same position, but we always come up with different solutions.
Absolutely. Also depends on the experience each of us has, like in the game. We are, for example, looked more into the d4 or e4 openings, depends from each player, on our style, obviously, and on practice which we had, the games which we played. And from that comes also these interesting ideas. And now, after, some queen d5 check, there is nothing there. Unfortunately for Jonas, he will not be able to survive this.
The time scramble is approaching. Maybe let's go back to the bird's eye view and see who might be heading there faster than anybody else. I think this game is heading to a logical outcome where Vaishali is going to score a rather I mean, to some, surprising victory. I wouldn't be really surprised because she was in great shape in the rapid tournament. Her brother, Pragg, in the master section is not doing really so great because Mishra is slowly but carefully capitalizing on his extra piece. Pieces are disappearing from the board, so Pragg is in trouble. Clockwise, Mishra has only 4 minutes. Maybe everything is still not over for the top seeded player in the master section. What else do we have there? So that's the game of Select Liem against Maurizi. What's happening there?
Yeah, and if I see right, Marc-Andrea Maurizi is under 1 minute on the clock with 46 seconds. Currently, Select Liem is the one who is at move, but I mean, on which move are they right now? Are they done with the move 40? Because like, he's under 1 minute. What does it look there? Maybe we check out quickly.
Yeah, let's go there quickly. Yeah, this is move 39. That's what the score sheet gives me. Yeah, very unpleasant position for the young Frenchman, the current world junior champion. Very impressive feat, especially considering that Maurizi is only 17. Yeah, so he won the world championship under 20 being 16 years old. Not many players have done that. Okay, so here the knight on c7 is still feeling pretty lonely. The pawn on a5 is not doing great. The white knight on h5 applies some very serious pressure against the pawn on f6. I would say this is simply winning for white.
And this looks absolutely winning. The other point is that, you know, Select Liem in this position has over than 10 minutes. And Marc-Andrea Maurizi has to play only one move, and he is under 1 minute. Of course, we can agree he's easily executing any move on the board under 1 minute. Okay, it depends already on the move of Select Liem. Maybe he's going to play some complicated move, and then Marc-Andrea Maurizi will run. But now the French Grandmaster has to sit all the time at the board and patiently wait for the Select Liem move. He cannot stand up, he cannot go to the restroom, he cannot do anything. He has just to wait for the move. That's a disadvantage when you're getting so low on time.
There's no increment.
There is no increment.
There's no increment. Yeah, that's a big problem. Yeah, you have to take this into account, which sometimes players forget, especially since you're used to playing open or round-robin tournaments, because basically 99% of them have increment starting move 1. This is one of the great additions of Fischer, who is not only often considered as the father of chess 960 tournament. He brought this into practice back in 1996, but also one of the greatest inventions of Fischer was the suggestion that players should receive at the time with every single move. And nowadays, it's become a standard, something which was obviously not 30 years ago.
Yeah, now we have this interesting idea, yeah, kind of innovative idea, not to have the increment for some period of time. Like
so first we innovated,
yes,
and then we innovated not to have it. Yeah, it's
re-innovated.
Re-innovate. Yeah.
Yes,
Nice.
So why do we have then the digital clocks, right?
Right.
Okay, the move has been played. King G2 looks very logical. So now I believe this is a very nice move in terms of it's not doing much, but it's changing position slightly, and it's giving the chance for black to make a mistake. Marc-Andrea Maurizi under half a minute. He has to make move in the next 20 seconds, otherwise he's going to lose on time. He has to make it.
He has to make the move. I don't think he's going to flag. Queen d6 is an easy move. Maybe king f7 also is a possibility, so he just has to make up his mind. He knows he's close to lost. The question is, which choice is he going to make? Maybe queen b4, you could do that. The pawn on f6 is under attack. You got to make a move. Clock is ticking, and he reaches for queen b4.
With 2 seconds on the clock, he's going for it, getting an extra hour together with Select Liem. And apparently we see that this move looks like a big mistake.
So what do they say about move 40, Angelika?
This is one of the most critical moves in the game, but as well as move 41.
41, right? Yeah, there's this common saying at the professional circuit that move 40 very often is dreaded as a very, very dangerous moment to be in, because people tend to make more mistakes on move 40. And just as a young Frenchman, he played queen b4. His position already was pretty bad. Now it's much worse. The question is why? I think you can just collect it. You can take the pawn here, and play something like knight e7. This just feels technically winning for Select Liem.
Yeah, this looks like a winning knight endgame, but of course, Frenchman didn't have any choice. Now he's going to test maybe for next few moves the endgame knowledge of the Emirati Grandmaster Saleh Salem. So
Let's
the players
go, yeah, let's go to the birds
yes,
of view, right?
Let's go.
Let's go to the birds of view and see what's happening there. Maybe there's more time scramble upcoming, couple of games already being decided. I see that Vincent Keymer has a minor time scramble against Liem. Also, that's the game we really haven't seen today much because of its peaceful nature. Who else is low on the clock?
Praggnanandhaa against Abhimanyu Mishra as well.
Oh, that is also very exciting.
As well as Jonas against Vaishali. Everyone is low on time. I mean, everyone.
even
Let's
choose?
jump instantly to the Vincent's game against Liem, because we have not checked this going for a long time.
Let's try to see what's happening there. This is
Which move
pretty
is it, by
peaceful.
the way?
Let me check. Move 39.
Okay,
No,
so
he's not in trouble here.
he's
No,
not in
that's the game. Maybe let's not follow too closely. We are going to go back to this game after the time scramble.
Yes.
This is move 39. Vincent could easily make either rook b4 or a takes on b4. I don't think he's going to lose this on time. Only one move to make. So what we could do, we could go back to the game of Pragg against Mishra, because that position is, by the way, also move 39.
Let's go to the game of Jonas Biel against Vaishali. I'm sorry for making a change because it looks like she's almost checkmating him at this right moment. Vaishali against Jonas Biel.
All right. Queen h5 check, and here you see the queen is gone. There you go, there's resignation. Jonas always being a gentleman, he smiles upon the opponent. So he knows he was defeated fair and square. Still rather disappointing result for the young Danish player. Now let's go back to the game of Pragg against Mishra. This game is still in a time scramble, and move 40 is still to make a Pragg is in a massive trouble.
He is in a huge trouble after he couldn't really create an attack after his attack basically failed. Now he has a huge problem on the h file. His bishop is under attack, the pawn on h3 is hanging. What to do here is, if he's going to get lost with that pawn, then he's going to have just one pawn for a piece, which is absolutely not enough in any case.
I would say just resign. That's the feeling I have here, because now the bishop on h4 is under attack, rook h3 is incoming to make things worse. There's rook h1, mate on the board threatening, bishop f3 is incoming, everything is under attack, and Pragg looks at the score sheet. This is move 39. He knows that his opponent is going to make the move in time. He's going to get extra hour on the clock. So this so far could be the biggest upset of round one.
And look at Abhimanyu Mishra. He's from time to time staring at Praggnanandhaa from to the board or to Pragg. And I think he's well known for this very, direct stare at the open. He has many such pictures. He's just saying, all right, it's time for you to resign. What else do you have? I'm just up a piece.
Bishop g3 is rook h3. Everything just falls apart. Bishop e7, again, rook h3. What do you do here? Nothing. Yeah, I'm not even sure. I can't suggest anything. Maybe give up the bishop at h4 and then play rook d6, but you're essentially down 2 pieces. Not to mention there's also a bishop f3 threat. So maybe remove the rook, give up the bishop at h4, then take on d6. But black is going to get an extra hour on the clock, 2 extra pieces. No, this game should be over.
This game indeed should be over very soon. I mean, Pragg, we see in his body language how he feels he's in trouble here. He doesn't know how exactly to move. He's under 2 minutes right now, this second.
I think we're about to see resignation right here, because he is right now gathering the thoughts. He's very unhappy, of course. He's very upset that he played this. But again, a huge shout out to Mishra for pulling up this stunning result. Of course, the game still continues. There you go. The second piece is now going to disappear. Rook e3. He deals with bishop f3 threat. Mishra can just collect the bishop at h4 for free and get an extra hour on the clock.
I think the only hope for the Pragg is that he can capture the pawn on d6, that he can capture the pawn on e5, just trying to capture all the pawns as possible from black and try, to create a passer out of there. But this looks like really hopeless position for the Indian Grandmaster.
All right, so the game still continues. Pragg decides to fight on. So let's move to the game of Alexander Donchenko against Igor Semenenko, which is the only game now not yet reached the move 40. By the way, rook takes on h4 was just played by Donchenko, and Semenenko apparently is in trouble.
But he
Why is
has
in
the
trouble?
only move, right? He has the only move, king
Oh,
f5.
two moves. King f5 and king g5.
Okay, but king g5 would allow some check, so king f5 is being played. The most players arrived at the move 40 right now, but what is the king was doing there, and how did the rook appeared on the h file?
So all the players have reached officially the next time control. So maybe let's go to bird's eye view and give our assessment to see what is happening there. So two games are over. Bienne was outplayed by Vaishali, beautiful game. Martyriasian against Shankland finished quite a while ago with a deep prep by the American top grandmaster. Upper middle board we see Liem slowly outplaying his young opponent from France, has a clearly winning position. Then Vincent Keymer battles out against Liem. Yes, I'm not really surprised to see Vincent playing long, because when we had the rest day, he kind of apologized to me about his last year's performance, because we had the statistics who plays the longest games, and guess what, who it usually is? That is Vincent. He always plays very long games. Jokes aside, Pragg is probably going to suffer a surprise loss against Mishra, lower middle board. And finally, Donchenko is slowly but carefully outplaying Igor Semenenko. I think this is a very good moment for us to go for a break. What do you think, Angelika?
I agree. Indeed, that's a good moment for a break, because all the games reached the second time control final. There is no time trouble. We are not going to miss on anything. So let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it indeed. Dear viewers, thank you for watching us. We'll be back in a moment following the 57th International Biel Chess Festival, the Triathlon in the Masters and Challengers section. Stay tuned. Be back in something like 5 minutes. See you soon.
And welcome everyone back at the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. I'm here joined by Marc-Andrea Maurizzi and Salem. Salem has just won in a very interesting battle with the white pieces. Your impressions on the game? We can dive immediately in, and then you guys are going to say some highlights there.
Yeah, let's check it.
All right. So how far was the preparation for both of you?
I knew this knight d2, and I thought that c5 actually what he did is the best. And
Were you ready for this knight or two?
No, I don't know, but c5 it's normal, I think.
yeah, and I only knew that this bishop d2, bishop c3 is a computer idea, but I didn't know why exactly during the game. It was puzzling me how to continue.
This one, yeah?
Yeah. It's not the most natural idea, I think, but okay.
But somehow you started from a different opening, then you transposed into some Tarish, so
Yeah.
it was really interesting.
Yeah, but I think should be okay, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably nothing special for white, of course. It's just a position.
Okay. So,
Yeah, already here after rook 8, it's not so clear to me
what to
which
do?
knight to put or to put any knight at all. Like if knight bd4, I was worried of bishop g4. That's why I used the other knight. So queen b3, for example, was the idea. And
Bishop d4. no?
yeah, bishop d4, knight d4, and I have to take with a pawn because of the knight d2 fork. Yeah. And yeah, I thought this might be playable actually, but
With two bishops, but a bit close in the
But
center.
queen
Yes.
d7, no? Maybe.
yeah, queen d7.
Protecting everything.
Yeah, maybe long term. I thought if I slowly can kick this knight, play with two bishops. But it was not obvious to me. Maybe it's fine for black. Black is too active, of course.
So you went with another one?
Yeah, but this allows also knight e5, and what he did queen g5. Both are interesting. Actually, I was worried of knight e5, and if knight d2.
Knight d2.
Have
yeah.
you considered this?
Yeah, but I was thinking knight d2, bishop g4,
Yeah.
and queen c2. No, but it's...
And bishop takes d4 here.
Yeah.
This was the problem, and then black changes on d2 and goes knight f3.
And now take with the bishop?
Yeah, whatever. And then knight f3.
And then you're changing this.
Yeah, this is good for black. It's-
Yeah, it looks very nice here.
Very
with the
scary,
light
yeah?
squares, yes. Okay, so
So maybe knight e5 was interesting. Queen g5 also looks interesting. But
yeah.
okay, then I found this. I think queen d2 was strong. I don't know, because otherwise everything is coming for black. Black plays easily. And
Yes.
queen c2, I have knight c6, bishop d4 threat, and it's not easy to stop it.
bishop d7 was played.
Yeah, takes
Takes,
bishop
and
d4.
There was no way to stop.
Yeah, I think, but I was thinking after bishop d4, knight c6, take, bishop d4. I was thinking bishop takes d4, knight d4, and you play e takes, yeah.
Yeah, this is also interesting. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought ed is promising, but maybe I overestimated my position. The engine is working? Turn it off better.
All right, so takes.
Yeah, I was
the
thinking,
pawn?
yeah, but I was thinking after h5 it was good for me.
Yeah, it looks very promising. Yeah, this attack on the king side.
Yeah, I
You were
wasn't
never
sure.
scared of any.
No, I wasn't scared, but this is usually how I get mated.
Okay.
So here, yeah, rook e1, f3, I didn't know which rook to use. Should I
But
start
I
this
think
h4?
after h4, f3, I have to play knight takes g3.
Yeah, I expected knight g3, actually. Knight takes g3,
Okay.
hg3, and h3, yeah?
No, hg3, I think.
hg3, yeah.
I saw
It's
this, but
scary, yeah. It was
I
scary.
I don't know, but I think it's very strong.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah, it
computer
looks-
evaluation bar is saying like some minus.
I was thinking it was good for me, but I was unsure.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Because
also.
I think you have to play bishop f1,
Here, bishop f1.
yeah, queen h4, and queen g2. And I don't know how to...
Yeah, maybe you have slow play. Yeah, you can just continue.
a5, I saw this idea. No, a5.
Oh, sorry.
a5, he wants to hit on d4.
I think, I don't know why I don't... I saw
Yeah.
Yeah, some huge chance missed.
Yeah, but
But something you didn't like there.
Yeah, actually, when I played f3, I missed this. I was only thinking knight takes g3,
and
h3,
but queen f2.
and then I thought I'm playing
queen
because here,
f2, yeah.
here it's important to go queen f2 because if I go like
Bishop.
no, how do I try to save the piece? There's no way actually here. No, there was some line somewhere.
This is better for.
Yeah, this is what I was
So
going
you
to
have
play.
to give it back basically and just play.
Yeah, and I thought I have good knight maybe. It's also not clear if it's great knight. On c5 looks nice, but it could be out
So
of
you
the game.
missed this
but-
idea.
Yes. No, after I played, I saw it, but
But I was thinking maybe.
Yeah.
I was unsure also. Maybe it's draw. I don't know. But knight d2, queen h4, knight f1, queen g4, king h1.
Okay, sorry, I didn't follow. Sorry.
yeah,
okay.
he's thinking
Yeah.
white should bring knight to f1,
Ah, all right.
But
but white is losing
Strange,
d pawn on the way
Queen
in.
h4, knight f1.
yeah, queen d4, king h1. I think it's better
Yeah. it's,
defense, but I
you
can
have- you
make
have draw in pocket?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
it's
knight takes
better.
g3 was strong.
But
yeah,
I was
f3.
thinking also after knight d6 was equal, so I don't know.
Uh-huh. No, I was here quite happy. I don't know. Probably I misevaluated the whole thing.
Maybe a takes g3 is bad because you can.
Maybe bad here to take.
Yeah, I can just stand and maybe h3. I don't know.
Just to put pressure, just to
Yeah, I
keep
think,
it.
but.
Could be. But at some point I might take this pawn. Yeah,
Yeah,
like and go
maybe-
queen g3. So
Yeah.
it's
But
Alright.
takes, it's
Take.
okay.
Knight c5, bishop g6.
yeah, bishop f1, a5, rook e5. So it's equal here. So queen g6 was a mistake. Yeah.
Saying you had to take.
Take.
That, like,
Yeah, this looked not
Yeah,
looked ugly a bit for black to take.
and knight c4. or what?
attacking. And then how do you proceed here?
I have a rook e4, rook e1. If rook e1, for example, what is the big deal?
Rook e1.
d4 maybe, no?
Then c4 is hanging.
That's right.
Some knight b2 I missed.
Knight b2, queen g3.
But f4 and queen g6. So what?
Alright, now it goes
So
forward.
actually, no. I was thinking during game about b3 after knight c4.
And if knight e5, f4, yeah.
Yes. So takes, knight
Takes,
c4,
takes.
b3. I don't know. It's probably I blundered something.
Knight e5. Or
f4 was my idea. Maybe something is there. I don't know.
Knight d2 maybe, but
Knight
f4,
e2. I didn't see. I only saw knight e5 and knight e3, and then I have f4.
f4, yeah?
queen e7.
Queen e7 here. Yeah.
And you're attacking the.
Okay, it's very concrete stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and also very difficult
Yeah.
three
Yes.
pawns against two, so. Okay,
No,
it was
but,
not.
But
I
then,
was
yeah.
thinking if it's bad, but I can save it.
Okay, so rook
f6.
e1, f6.
Yeah.
Bishop
g4.
b1.
Yeah, here I thought I have big advantage, but with every move I make, the bar goes down. Yeah, what's going on?
I don't know, I mean, we can ask, of course, if you want. So here, saying rook e1 was the better option.
Okay.
That's okay, like, yeah. And queen h6 apparently.
Yeah, queen h6 was strange, yeah, but you didn't have much time here.
Yeah, but I don't
You
know.
were already.
F,
How much time did you have here? Jens?
no, it was okay,
20
but
minutes, yeah.
I saw this idea with f5, but four move later.
Ah, so you have a 5
No.
here.
Maybe, I don't know, but
A5.
I have to play.
No, I think there will be interesting moment later. Like,
Okay,
okay,
let's
this
go.
was a mistake. Takes,
Yes,
takes,
yes.
queen e1, back,
Yeah.
and here I think bishop d3 was a mistake.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I don't know how to win actually. There's
Yeah,
some
no.
b4, king g2,
But
million
you
moves
can,
here.
if you take on f5, I was thinking.
Yeah, queen a5, queen e3. Yeah,
No, I think no, because queen e3 is losing because king g2.
yeah, f5 here. I thought.
I was thinking f5 first, but.
What is the difference? Maybe I can
because
stop
here
your queen.
No, but you can play queen c3 here and you.
No. Actually, I was thinking queen f4 maybe, and then f5. Not queen e3.
Yeah,
Correct.
queen f4, but.
Yes. Like queen c3, f5.
But it's
This
96, 96, I think I saw, no? Or-
Yeah, pawn is of course, but my king, maybe some checks.
No, but here 96, no?
96.
Queen g3, no.
Oh.
Yeah,
If you take on a5, I think.
Taking on a5 is the best? I don't know. I was also thinking about b4.
But before I have queen f4, I think.
Queen f4, then I would take on a5 and go queen f2. I thought this is good for me.
Ah, yeah.
No, I thought you had to take on b4, after b4.
So after b4.
Bishop d3, yeah. I don't know. Here, I wasn't convinced by anything, actually.
Yeah.
So
you're
what
not
is the
sure?
move? King g2, or what should I have played here?
Here,
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's queen a5.
Ah, so queen a5.
My queen f5, I play f5.
Yeah, I was worried of this f5 idea. Maybe it's...
No, but
How bad is it?
queen
Not
e1
bad,
takes on
actually.
g4, I thought this, and knight f6.
No, I think there's enough counterplay here.
Yeah, I mean, also the evaluation can change from move to
Yeah,
move.
no,
It's
I
also
think
not
it's.
so strong.
No, but
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
okay, I think. But
No, I wanted to control here because it
Yeah.
felt like...
You didn't want to remove the queen yet, so
Yes,
there
but-
were always some checks.
But knight c7 was very strong, actually. I have seen knight c7 like only move because other moves are bad, but I didn't realize that this knight is coming to e6. Like, I think now
Yeah.
bishop takes bishop d3, knight d3, f5 had to be played, I thought.
yeah.
And because knight e6 is a threat. And it's not easy to deal with this. I have a few ideas, like if I go knight c5 to control this knight, then takes queen f4. And if I take on f5 instead, then
Queen G5,
queen
no?
g5, let's say king f2, I thought, queen f5, knight c5. This I was going to play finally, just to keep the knight out, but
Ah,
probably
but queen
okay.
f4, no? Or what?
Yeah, but I would try to change. Ah, you mean you have this check also? Yeah, maybe I already messed up.
Yeah.
There was one important line, sorry, after f5. If queen e5, then knight e6, I think gf, queen d2.
With queen to
Queen d2. And knight f2, knight f4.
Yeah.
Everything is coming in time. It's probably draw.
Knight
just,
e2, yeah.
okay.
knight h5
But-
or
Yeah, it's probably a draw here.
I think queen g6 is not losing, but.
You think it's not losing?
I think, but.
I think after queen g2, it's probably bad, no?
knight f4 apparently was a answer.
Yeah, but
No, but very
it's
strong,
like
yeah,
that.
knight f4, but
I thought you would go for queen c2 here.
Yes.
yeah, but.
King g3 or h3, I wasn't sure. Queen b2,
No, I think queen g3.
queen e7, queen b8.
Yeah, king h3.
Yes, and okay, you just stay passive. Like queen c8, knight h5, knight e8 you have. And it's probably, I thought it's bad. I wanted to play queen d6, not king h3. Here, like queen d6. No, after queen b8.
Ah, sorry, after king b8.
Yeah, like queen d6 and maybe start taking those pawns. I don't know.
Yeah, just everything is.
Also, I could go to h3 instead of g3.
Ah, yes.
So
you
it's-
have some here, like,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Fair, there is no more problem there.
But queen c2 is fine, yeah? According to
Yeah,
computer.
what are you saying?
I don't know, I miss king g3, so.
Ah, so queen h6.
I was thinking knight h5. I
King
think.
g3 in this game. In the
Ah,
game.
in that, okay.
In the game. So queen g6, queen h6, you missed king g3.
I know it's.
Yeah, and here it's just it's bad.
But king g2.
Yeah.
Why you don't take pawn?
I can, but I was attracted
right.
to queen b1 idea.
Yeah.
Like king g2, let's say queen b4, queen b1. But finally I decided, okay, no, I just played simple.
But if I don't
No,
play
queen
queen
d6 I thought.
b4, it's what?
No, if queen d6, I can go queen b1, I can take on a5, I
No,
wasn't
here
sure.
knight e8. It's okay.
Yeah, 98 here. No, I had to take. I thought I can take it, you cannot stop.
Yeah,
No, I should be winning.
yeah, just trade everything and knight coming and
Yeah.
already winning knight end game. All right, thank you so much for the analyzing of the game.
Thank you.
And also, Mark, Andrea Maurizi, thank you for joining here, even though you lost. It was a very complicated game. We had some chances. Maybe some short question to you guys. You had a rest day yesterday. How much did you enjoy it? Like, what have you done? We've seen you playing some blindfold games
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah, it was good training and yeah,
Preparation?
good preparation. No, we enjoyed the trip, and it was nice. Yeah, the trip was nice. And then I had some rest, so nothing special.
You also joined.
Yeah, no, it was good, yeah.
It was good to rest, yes?
Yeah.
It's not yet a rest day. We just started the tournament.
Do you
Yeah.
have another rest day also?
Yeah, that would be important, I think, at some point.
All right, thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
time and wish you best of luck for the tomorrow's second round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
So we're going to check the bird's eye view of the other games which are ongoing right now. We have 3 games here. We have on the top right corner Liem with the black pieces against Vincent Keymer. They're having the rook endgame. We have as well on the bottom middle board Abhimanyu Mishra against Praggnanandhaa, which this game is still ongoing with very little chances for the Indian Grandmaster. And on the bottom right, the game of Alexander Donchenko versus Igor Samunenkov. That game is also moving towards its finish. And I'm having a surprise in the studio. I'm having back my partner in crime.
Ta-da! I'm back. It was very interesting, of course, to hear what the 2 players had to say in the matter of their game. But yeah, the action continues, and maybe let's select one of the games that you mentioned. So the game of Pragg against Mishra still continues. Pragg is fighting on, not giving up, although his position is really, really bad. Maybe let's try to delve into that game once again and try to understand if there's still a chance for the young Indian to salvage the game, or all the hope is lost and we're going to see one of the small upsets of the tournament.
Indeed, if there is still a hope there on the board for the Indian superstar Praggnanandhaa. We see that there are rooks over there. It feels like, wait, how many pieces are white down already?
A lot.
And a piece. For how many pawns? We have 4 pawns, right?
Yeah, maybe let's go back here to this moment where we left it.
What has happened, yeah?
Yeah, this entire sequence, rook e3, rook h4, rook d6, this is what was played in the game. By the way, the threat of rook g4 is still there. Yeah, rook g4, h takes, rook h1, checkmate on the board. Still the problem is there, so king h2, Pragg dealt with this. Knight g5, now there's a lot of checks incoming.
A rook g4 was not possible there?
Maybe it was possible. Not entirely sure. Could be a check, and here, actually I'm not entirely sure. Why not rook g4? Yeah, looks perfectly reasonable move to me. But okay, Mishra decided to play knight g5, also makes perfect sense. Threatened with a lot of ideas like knight f3, rook h3, so b5, bishop f3. Look at that beautiful checkmate idea. And here, Pragg had nothing better than to give up the rook. And this is the position.
This is the current position. The only hope for Praggnanandhaa is to try to create some kind of a passer. He's trying to take those last pawns of the black. But unfortunately, rook and that knight is simply too much. But maybe he still has some slight chance. What do you think, Artur?
No.
No?
Just no.
You're very negative.
No, I mean, I would understand if here was like, let's say, if this knight was missing. Yeah, let's say the knight is not on f3 and white has 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns for the rook. Maybe, yeah, those 3 passed pawns, but with the knight, I mean, it's rook and knight versus 4 pawns essentially. I don't really believe it. But Pragg is gonna fight it out. So he decided not to give up. I thought he is gonna resign at move 39 when it was pretty apparent this game is not gonna end well for him. He still continues. I can only assume he's very unhappy. How the game was progressing. That's why he decides to play it on. And the Mishra, what I really like about Mishra here is that he's not rushing. He's taking his time. Maybe somebody else at his younger age would just play it out very quickly, try to, send a message that I'm going to do this. I'm in charge here. This is a winning position. What are we doing here? So Mishra is not going to risk anything. He's doing it slowly, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to see any surprises here, and this game is finishing very quickly.
Maybe it's a good point for us to jump to some other games. For example, Keymer against Liem or Donchenko against Igor Samunenkov. It's your choice. Artur, where are we jumping?
Yeah, let's go to Keymer because we have kind of neglected his game today a bit against Liem and
But we have an excuse. We had
have an excuse.
exciting games ongoing, exciting fireworks, many decided game. Like, yeah.
Yeah, what can we do, right? Indeed. So
Yes.
let's maybe look at this position where we left it, move 40, where Keymer played it, trying to cut off some support for the pawn on e4. As you can see, this is not a blunder. The rook on c4 is not under attack, because you can just take on b7, go back and collect the pawn on c4 for free. So here, bx on c4 was played. Rook b7, king e6. So Liem decided to sacrifice the pawn on h7 so that he can push forward his pawn. Rook b4, king d5, king f1. Rook a5. I suppose here immediate c5 runs into rook b5.
Yeah, looks like this, because after rook c6, is the pawn endgame winning?
At least white has very good chances to win it. Yeah, take on c5, put the king on c3, outside pass pawn, very dangerous thing to have in pawn endgames. So rook a5 was played to stop this rook b5 idea. King e2, c5, rook b8.
Rook b8.
Wait. I'm a bit confused about the entire sequence. So this was the position, and I was having a feeling if somebody's pressing here, it's white.
Looks like that.
That's what I thought, you know. A takes, C takes,
Yeah,
maybe
this
put the rook on
protected
b4.
passer on d4, yes.
And now you play something like g4.
Yeah, you just get more space on the king side.
Yeah,
Bring
put the king somewhere here, attack the pawn, maybe play f3, these rooks are passive. Okay, I'm not really sure, maybe not rook b6, maybe rook a5, but what does it matter? Does it matter? Or maybe it does. Black wants to put the king on c6, play rook a4, but I think that this pawn is, I mean, these rooks are pretty passive, and the white has a strong protected pass pawn, and with the move g4, I think that if somebody was pressing this, it would be Keymer.
I agree with you. I feel the same. It feels like that this pawn on b5 has not really much in the future, and pawn on d4 is protected in case white manages to trade all the pieces on the board. Then this pawn on d4 would decide the outcome of the game.
Do you know which move is this, g4?
Which?
Move 40.
Ooh, it was move 40. Very important move.
I can only assume that Winston, for some reason, in a time scramble, eliminated b takes on c4 as a possibility. Because he thought, I mean, I'm going to take on b7, I'm going to go back, I win this pawn, I'm doing great. And now apparently this is not the case. The pawn on a4 is under attack, and maybe he realized that after rook b4, there's actually king d5. This pawn is very much alive. Black is pushing c5. And now this is not a position where white is pushing for anything anymore, because the pawn on a4 will be gone, and it is Keymer who has to be accurate here. So that's essentially what changed. I think this move g4, missing b takes on c4, Keymer was slightly pressing here, and now he needs to be careful. For example, c takes,
Rook d8 check.
rook d8, some
King
sort of a
c5,
king goes here.
Rook d4. Or okay, you take with the pawn.
This is very unpleasant.
I would have taken actually with the rook, maybe.
On d4.
Not.
Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But now I can take it here, play c3, I have a pass pawn.
Maybe it's very dangerous. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, wait, I think Vincent here is in a small trouble. I mean, it's very strange, because all of this happened from this rather peaceful endgame, and I can only assume that he felt there's no risk here. Like he was trying to figure out, how do I get the most favorable endgame with this extra 1 hour on the clock, and his attention simply slipped as b takes on c4. Sometimes these things happen subconsciously. You think, my opponent cannot do it because there's double pawns, the pawn h7 is under attack. And then you look at this, wait a second, I mean, this is actually not really so great.
Yeah, he couldn't take the pawn on h7, obviously, due to the problems with the c4 pawn, which is very, very dangerous for white. And yeah, so what was the last move actually played? So king e2.
Yeah, c5. So rook b8 is the only move, because now you would lose the a pawn.
Yeah.
You can't really, I suppose, play rook b5 because
No, you
of
can't.
takes.
Take on b4 and king b5.
Wait, but this is so clear, by the way. Yeah, the bar says it's very clear.
Maybe c3 now. c3.
Yeah, but then I play king d1.
Okay.
f5, creating another pass pawn.
Ah, yeah, we don't have to take on d4, of course. e3.
No? Oh, wait, f3.
f3.
Oh, wow,
very
that's a big move. And now e3 is incoming,
And
and
if
if you...
king d2?
Now you go c3.
Nice.
And if you take it, now you play e3.
Very beautiful.
And now you can't stop this pawn.
Very beautiful. Very nice.
This is very nice. Yeah, maybe something like this was missed by him. Not really sure. And
So
now?
pawn was taken, rook d8 check as expected. King c5 was going to be played.
I think so. King c5 makes perfect sense.
And then he takes d4.
Yeah, just put the king here. King c5, king b4, king c3. Maybe it's not enough, but if somebody's pressing here, that is the last 2 years triathlon winner. There you go. King c5 is on the board. Makes a lot of sense.
And you know, Artur, as I recall from last year's and previous year's editions, it was always Liem who had some very, from the beginning, boring endgame, but then he was just having this slight advantage, and he was always squeezing the wins. If you remember, against Yu Yanyi, he had such an opportunity, and he was just simply very dangerous when he was having this slight edge in the endgame. He was managing to score very important wins for the scoring
All I
system.
remember that Vincent was the one who was always playing very long games. I'm
Yes,
sure
he
we
did.
are going to pull up those statistics at some point later to compare the amount of the hours the players have spent over the board. With the very first round, Vincent is back there to confirm. I'm still going to play one of the
Yes.
longest games here.
Yes, indeed. He was playing.
But he's in trouble.
He was using a lot of time in rapid in chess 960, but in classical is no exception here for the German number one. We see that he's getting slightly red. I can see from the side. He's very nervous. I can see from his body language that he's completely unsatisfied with how the game is going. We see he's just not understanding how could he get into this position.
You know, one of the hardest things is to accept. You know, you accept, okay, whatever happened. This is the position I have to work on right now. But everybody knows this. Everybody has been coached on this. You know these examples, but it is so difficult to readjust the mind. It is incredibly difficult because, for example, you would put this position, fresh position right now for Vincent and say, start to save this position right here. So he would play with a completely different attitude. You know, okay, it's an unpleasant position. I'm going to work it out. It's good, no problem. And then you insert backstory, like you were in charge, you had a better position, maybe you even had a winning position at some point, which is not the case here. And now you made a mistake, and you know you made a mistake, and now work on this.
And you know that you could have played a different move, you could have played differently, and you would have had more chances. It is, I think, the most difficult quality, the most important quality for chess players. Like we have seen, for example, one of the players which comes on my mind is Vaishali, who from -4 in the candidates, she scored consecutively wins in the row and managed to become the second place. This was absolutely incredible. She has such a huge will and huge psychological power. I don't know if she's been trained to have it like this, but it was absolutely incredible. Just forget about past mistakes and go forward with the wins.
Yep, easier said than done. And that's why Vincent here right now is gathering the thoughts and trying to figure out what to do. What's done is done. And maybe let's try to predict a bit where the game might take us. For example, e takes on d4. I think rook d4 is just bad because, for example, rook d4, rook a4, rook e4. I think there's a problem with this check. And if you play something like king f3, this pawn is feeling really strong. Yeah, so for example, rook e7, king c4, c2, king d3, king b3, it just feels really bad. If you cannot calculate it precisely and in the end, you just trust your gut instinct, this is what I don't like it. So that's why here maybe e takes on d4 with the idea to create your own passed pawn to generate some counterplay. Now let's have a look at this. So king b4, can I push d5?
Let's go. Let's try it.
Rook
We're,
a4?
you know, we are commentators. We don't. We just go for it. We just try it out and let the player see.
And now if I try to hunt this pawn, d7, I have my counterplay. Black is running after the pawn.
King d6, yep.
King d6.
King e3. But
Okay,
then
it makes sense. Yeah, king e3 activate the rook.
king c7 maybe. Where to go with the rook?
This actually feels pretty close to a draw. Something like this.
Yeah, it looks very close. Yeah, somehow king cannot really go. I mean, it feels like black's king is so active, but it cannot really go further, right? It has to stop the pawn.
All right, I'm pretty sure that Vincent is looking at something like this right now. Once again, what was this? So, e takes on d4. Probably this king is going to go forward. I mean, you have to check also king c6, of course. Yeah, by the way, king c6 also might be moved. Why king b4? Because the pawn on a4 is gone anyway.
Yeah, so king
Yeah, but okay, let's first check this. Yeah, here.
c3.
c3. d6. Some sort of a rook d5. d7.
King a3.
Yeah, but then you play rook c8.
Ah,
You win this pawn. You're not in danger. Yeah, because
but
I'm
then there are
threatening
no
to
other
promote.
moves.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yes.
So takes here, here, c3, d6, d7 seems to give white enough counterplay. There's a lot of things to calculate. So he has to calculate what happens if black pushes the c pawn forward. He has to calculate what happens if black just collects the pawn and runs back with the king. He has to calculate what happens if black just plays king c6, for example. There you go. E takes on d4 is on the board. Ultimately, I don't think he really has a choice.
Yeah, and let's see if Liem is going to play the move Vincent, and he goes for b4.
I think now probably d5 will be played pretty quickly. So he calculated a long sequence of moves. He made sure he's not losing immediately. He knows he needs some counterplay.
Arturs, maybe it's a moment when we are going to pull up the bird's eye view and check. Two other games are still ongoing with potential of winning for Donchenko and Abhimanyu Mishra. We see that Pragg is still trying, Pragg is still not losing the hope, but position looks hopeless, as well as for Ukrainian young grandmaster. He's just down one pawn, and the position looks very active for Alexander Donchenko. Which game do you want to jump in?
Yeah, let's go to the game of Donchenko and Semenenkov. I don't really have any illusions that Mishra is not going to win his game against Pragg. The game is simply prolonged. So let's check what happened here and maybe go back a couple of moves to see how exactly Semenenkov got in trouble, because I think it was about here where the bar was saying that black has some minor problems, but I had a feeling it can turn out to be much more than that. Rook h8 was apparently a mistake, so he did not take the d file. I think this was the critical move, try to limit this rook's activity. So bishop c3, the last move by Donchenko, was a really smart move. He sort of threatens the pawn on a5, but actually the big idea was to activate the rook. So this was missed, and there you go. White immediately took over the d file, check. Now this pawn on h4 is a target in the long run. I think that's a mistake. Rook d6, rook a6, collected the pawn. Rook b8, there you go, the pawn is gone. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, so this pawn on h4 is always a target.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do. That's why you'd never position these pawns on the color of your opponent's dux with bishop. If you are the weaker side, you want to trade those pawns. King f5 here, king f4. That's why that's how they got to this position. White simply has an extra pawn. Rook c5, rook c8. There's a lot of maneuvering here and there. Yeah, I think here Semenenkov is leading an impossible defense. So somehow he has to hold on. White has ideas like bishop c3, rook b8, rook b6, and maybe even, who knows, at some point he really is not going to mind to trade the rooks. For example, he wins the pawn on a6, he can already trade the rooks, because then the obstacle bishop's endgame with 2 passed pawns, he's going to be winning.
Yeah, it's for sure going to be difficult to hold both of the pawns. So unfortunately, just there are so many weaknesses for the black. It's very difficult to hold on this. But we see that he's still trying. Of course, if we compare both games which are ongoing, Igor has more chances than Pragg to hold on in this game. So we will see maybe some more resistance. So maybe it's the moment we jump directly to the game. Praggnanandhaa against Abhimanyu Mishra, just to confirm,
Let's go.
just to update how many moves are played, what is happening right now, if there was any progress from the Indian Super Grandmaster.
Yeah, so he's trying to eat all of the pawns, as many as he can get. By the way, there's a small trick. Rook e4 allows black to play rook h3.
Oh, that's a cute trick.
Yeah, knight g5, knight e4, so that's why, of course, it did not happen. So he did not take the pawn.
Okay.
Now he gives a lot of checks. Check, 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 check. Rook c4. Now this rook is under attack. Black plays king d6. Nothing really changes. So black is going to go here, position the rook there. The pawn is going to fall. After this pawn is going to fall. After this pawn is going to fall.
And white is going to resign.
Yeah, nothing really changes here.
Yeah.
Well,
Tough to say, to find the words for this game, because I normally try to find some kind of defense, but how do you find it here? And there is no, like, for white, I think it's any
what
moves.
can I tell you?
Any moves.
There's
is
nothing
winning,
here. All right. The bird's eye view probably is not going to reveal us anything. I suggest we go back to the game of Keymer against Liem, which is the game that probably is the most unclear. Because here, this game continues, but it's, I don't think, again, I'm repeating myself, that Mishra is not going to misplay this position. He's going to win. Also, Donchenko is slowly cruising towards a nice grind over Ihor Semenenko. By the looks, it feels that he's going to win this. So the only game in question, whether Keymer can save his game, whether white can save his game, is Vincent Keymer against Liem.
Yeah, and we see that a couple of moves have been played. We saw that the king before was played. The last move we've seen from Liem. And after that, maybe let's see which move was played. King e3. Apparently, engine doesn't like it. But we were saying about d5, right? We wanted to push the pawn to d5. So
d3. Yeah. Now, but what's the difference? By the way, maybe it's still good. King e3, d5. So I suppose he wants to get closer to the center. c3, I played d6.
I think the problem maybe just gave a tempo, free tempo to black, because king on e2 can, like, it would not change much.
But what does it matter? Oh, that's coming with a check.
Yeah, that's nasty.
That is a big difference. Wait, that is a big difference. So here in this position, if I would play d5, c3, d6, rook c5, d7, c2, check, here, queen, queen.
It's white to move.
It's white to move.
And there should be some kind of
But by the way, it still looks very scary. Yeah, this rook c2 check is almost a mate. Some pin, queen d6 maybe.
Yeah, just pinning the rook, and otherwise we're just perpetual.
Yeah, and if you play king a2, then I suppose there's some checks. Maybe Vincent saw something here. By the way, yeah, king a2 could be still a move. And you give a check, and king a1, you give another check. Yeah, I suppose there always should be plenty of checks. And if the king goes back here, then you put a queen on d6. Oh, I missed the mate in one. Pardon me.
Oh, no, don't do it.
That's a helpmate. All right, let's not do that.
Yes.
So the difference here is that Keymer played king e3, and now this sequence no longer works.
Why?
I think so. c3,
D6.
D6.
Because of the check.
rook c5, here, 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 king a3, and now it is black who
Check.
gives a check and he's going to continue.
It will be a checkmate in the next move. King
Probably.
e2, there is rook c2, checkmate, and if king d4, there is queen c3, checkmate. GG,
right.
good game.
Yeah, and queen
let's
d2
go home.
loses the queen. Oh, sorry. Queen,
Oopsie.
yeah,
Rook c3.
check, here, and here. So king e3, apparently that's a difference. So Winston knew that he has to organize the counterplay with the d pawn, but he decided to include king e3.
And what did he play? Did he play d5 now?
Yeah, he played e5, and
But
now the
now-
bar is merciless. And the question
my
is, does he realize this even?
I mean, I just realized that we might have almost all decisive games today. Only one, which was in preparation, Samuel Shankland against Ike Martirosyan, which finished in a draw, might be the only game in a draw in today's first round.
I think he knows. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Winston's body language. You know, usually it's like this. You play the move and it's like a thunderbolt. I mean, you immediately see this. I mean, this is just unexplained phenomenon. Yeah, you calculate, for example, you calculate for a good 20 minutes. You think you see everything. Just as you make the move, it's like a eureka moment. It's like, everything is so
looking
obvious.
now.
I can't even explain it, why this always happens. And now I think Winston, I think he knows. I think he knows because
knows.
I kind of had a glimpse at his body language, and there was like, oh my goodness.
I don't understand why would he
trouble.
prefer king e3 over d5. If he anyway wants to go for d5, why not to go instantly?
I don't know. Some miscalculation. So once again, let's check us. We are correctly, but we already see the bar. We see the bar. Yeah. So we have a major clue, and this idea of c3 and rook c5 we considered before. Maybe there's something here.
Maybe. Okay. It's hard to.
Black wants to go here.
Okay, maybe rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8. I just take the
I
pawn on
would just
d5.
take a pawn.
Yeah. So once again, d6. I go here. d7. I go here. I can only conclude that he automatically thought that this is somehow working for him. But yeah, but black is giving a check.
What about rook b8 check?
Rook b8. And some sort of a king c4.
And now d6.
d6.
Doesn't change much.
I
yes.
can cut off the king. You go back. I play c2. King is cut off, also with a check. It feels very dangerous. All right. So maybe go back? That makes no sense.
It makes not much
Because
sense.
now I can play f4 in some lines, like rook c5 first or f4. Create this idea already was there, like f4. You play whatever you play, d6. Okay, maybe he's not losing, but I mean, how easy is this, right? You play, oh, there you go, double question mark.
Blunder.
Yeah, you play king e3, and after f5, d5, you play king e2. How human is this?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, to me, feels logical, right? That there is a pawn promoting on the square of c1, and if it's promoting there, the queen is going to give a check on the king on e3. So it kind of feels logical, right? That c2, c1, there will be a check with the king. Why would you put king on e3? I would be interested to know what was missed.
Yeah, let's try to understand. So maybe he felt that black is going to go back here.
Then d6. But it doesn't make any sense. To
No,
go
that
back.
doesn't make any sense. No, I think it's
All right.
usually, sometimes it's just even impossible to explain. People hallucinate all the time. And even the greatest players in the world, they hallucinate from time to time. They calculate something like today. We saw hallucination from Bienne. Yeah, so he played against Vaishali. this bishop e6 move, right? And then he realized, wait a second, I have no defense against queen b2. I can't really explain anything else but hallucination, right? So he just saw something which is not there. And also for Keymer, he sort of calculated this, or maybe he had decided, sometimes this happens, he had decided, I'm going to play d5, and the hand make king e3. I've had some of these examples in my career as well. You just think, I'm going to do this, like, I need to play d5, king e3, and then you play king e3, the second move.
Yes, what's the difference?
The hand makes the move. And you're like, oh, well, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, indeed, Vincent is in some big trouble, but yeah, this is...
All right, let's go back to the
tough.
bird's eye view, see what else is happening there. We have 2 more games. They are close to finish. The question is how close they are. The game in question, Pragg against Mishra.
Yeah, 2 rooks and the knights are doing some good business against the king. All the pawns from the queen side disappeared. Only f5 and g4 pawns are there. Looks like a...
Pragg just can't gather the courage to resign.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Right now, I think Black has like a million ways to win this. Finally, there's the resignation. By the way, we just saw it on the camera. You did not. Maybe we could go full screen of the board. There you see, there's final resignation. Pragg tortured himself a bit too long, maybe than it was necessary. But all right, it still didn't really change the outcome. He fought until the end. Mishra scores probably a small upset today. I'm not really surprised, Angelika, that he won, because he was also the better player in the chess and Singleton Rapid tournament. Still, ELO-wise, this is a surprise.
This is indeed a surprise, and maybe it's time for us to check the current round's result. We have the fastest result. It was actually the only draw which we might see in this round between Haik Martirosyan and Sam Shankland, with an incredible preparation by the American Grandmaster. He said it was a preparation before Sharjah Masters. It worked out for him here in Biel.
All right. So there's also the game of Donchenko against Donchenko, and there's the game of Vincent Keymer against Liem. So right now, Keymer against Liem, we had a look at. The game is at a slower pace, so maybe let's go back to the game of Donchenko against Donchenko and try to understand how bad it is for Black. Is there any chance for him to save the game? And maybe try to draw up some plans if you're playing with White, if you know the evaluation of the bar. How exactly do you win this?
That's a good point, because we always have to make sure there is no rook trade in the wrong moment for White, because if rooks are getting off the board, there is a huge chance for equalizing from the Black. But for that, we have the rooks on the board. The rook is very active there on the 8th rank. It's keeping this very nice pressure on the Igor's position. I don't know, it's very tough to see right away, but I think the activation of the king from the g3 would be really a good idea. Where could we put the king, by the way?
Yeah, maybe let's try to formulate a couple of things that both players want to achieve. So, if you're Donchenko, what do you want to do?
I want to trade the rooks.
Which is never going to happen. I mean, it's a good idea to know this, but Donchenko is never going to do this. Why? Because with the obstacle of bishops, there's a great chance this is going to be a fortress, which, by the way, I'm not perfectly sure. Even if we remove the rooks off the board, is this really a draw? I'm not sure. But of course, Donchenko, being the dominant player here, is never going to risk it to find it out. So what do you do if you're playing with White? Either you try to conquer another pawn, which is the pawn on a6, the pawn on f6, potentially put the rook on b6. So this is idea number 1. Or the idea number 2, create a passed pawn at the king side immediately. What do you think you would do?
I think the first thing I would do, I would try to create that passed pawn, like just to see like how Black is going to defend. So if Black is going to bring the forces in defense against that passed pawn, maybe during that time, I could attack another pawn from Black.
Yeah, makes perfect sense to do that. What I would do probably is I would try to get the opponent to a ton trouble. I mean, it's very difficult to lead the defense here. White's moves are very easy. You know, I can play king f2 without thinking. I can play rook b8 without thinking. I can put bishop c3 without thinking. So this is the kind of position where black always will spend more time, no matter what you do. So black has to figure out, black has to be careful not to blunder anything. At the same time, white can always apply more pressure. At the right moment, play h4 or create this passed pawn. I think ultimately you're right, Angelica, that he is going to do it, and he does it immediately.
He does it immediately.
Yeah, he does it immediately, but I thought that he's going to postpone it. First, try to get it to pawn on f6, but maybe this doesn't really rule out the other.
Yeah, I think he's not afraid of any kind of fortress, and you know, Igor already, he's raising his hand. He wanted to grab the pawn instantly, just checking everything. I mean, I guess there is no other option. I mean, you can keep those pawns there on the board if you want to, but I mean, they're still going to be traded. I think the main question is if you need a pawn on f6 or pawn on g5, yeah, because after the pawn take, the pawn most likely is going to recapture. Also, there could be some ideas of rook g8. Black has to make sure it's not going to happen. There is a bishop. Oh.
Okay, maybe in some other
Yeah.
scenarios, like the
Yes,
bishop
yes.
is somewhere here, then yeah, there might be rook g8. It's actually a good question that you raise up, Angelica. Which pawn is easier to defend?
I think the pawn which is closer to the last rank, so that's.
I
that
think
would
so,
be
because
h6.
if I could, I mean, usually when it comes to these positions, you try to picture yourself some sort of a setup that I can hold. It's not about it's not about calculation move per move. It's about, can you envision a position that I can hold? And that's why with the pawn on g5, it doesn't quite feel right. Why is this? Because all of the three pawns are on different files. Yeah, so this pawn is on 6th rank, this pawn is on 5th rank, this pawn is on the 4th rank. And theoretically, I can imagine that these pawns will be pretty difficult to defend. We will see, I suppose. Well, I don't know. What do we do now? Maybe. I think what we could do, we have had quite a few players here with us, and since there's not a lot of action, we could have another interview.
Yeah, for
What do
sure.
you think? I mean, we could try to catch Abhimanyu. I think he's in a very good spirits right now. So we could have an interview with Abhimanyu Mishra with his great victory over Pragg, the top-seeded player in the Masters tournament, because the other games, the pace is a bit slower. Very good moment for us to hear about Abhimanyu's super performance here. Don't go anywhere, dear viewers. We will be back with yet another interview. See you in a couple of minutes to follow the action from the 57th International Bill Chess Festival. Stay tuned.
studio of 57th International Biel Chess Festival. The other game has just finished in the Grandmaster Triathlon Master section. Abhimanyu Mishra is here with me, has just won the game against Praggnanandhaa. Congratulations, Abhimanyu.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this amazing tournament. I got to play 3 games so far against world number 8, and I have 2.5 out of 3, and these also weren't quick games. It's like I cannot ask for anything more. So thank you.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing for us to follow your games also in Chess 960, how you managed to win against Pragg in the one game. In the other one, you still were putting pressure, like a lot of pressure in that rapid game, right?
Yeah. This was this Bishop B4.
Yes.
I forgot the Bogo Indian, and
Yes. And now?
yeah, then this was a very crazy game. I have one request. Could you please not tell me whatever inaccuracies or mistakes I made in this game? I'm just
Alright.
thinking that when I get back to my room, I'm going to use this for training.
All right, I'm just going to switch off the analysis board so you don't see any of the moves. So we're going
Thank
to
you.
go here. Okay. All right, let's go and see.
So okay,
the
this
highlights.
is. I wanted to play some kind of solid opening today,
Yeah.
but of course I was looking for a fight, and this is like I was
It
able.
was clear from both of you, by the way. Pragg also was looking for a fight.
Yeah, of course. So okay, this is all standard Lopez. This is the Archangelsk. Now okay, c3, d6, d4, bishop b6. There's a lot of lines here. Whether white plays with h3, without h3, you can go rook e1, bishop g5, maybe even bishop g5 directly. There's a lot of different lines. I got a bit confused.
But it was preparation.
Yeah, it was preparation. Okay. H3 was normal. Castle rook e1. Yeah, I think rook e8, bishop g5. I was just trying to remember my preparation at this point, so I was spending a lot of time. H6, bishop h4, bishop b7. So okay, now I'm just like putting pressure in the center.
Yes.
Now he went queen d3. I was wondering here between knight a5 and g5 directly. Because if I go g5 directly, then okay, he can. One option is knight takes g5, h takes g5, bishop takes g5. And okay, these kind of positions are very sharp. And okay, with the bishop on b3, I felt this one might even be more dangerous, but I'm not entirely sure because the other benefit is I have my knight on c6. And okay, at least maybe if I can go e takes d4 somewhere. But you have to be very careful because I think e takes d4 here, he has like e5 and queen g6.
Oh, that's actually very, very annoying. And that's why this bishop, that's why I wanted first to kick the bishop
Yes.
to not get any opportunities like this for him. Okay, bishop
So okay,
c2,
knight a5,
and
bishop
now
c2.
g5.
Like g5 was one idea, c5 was another one. You kind of played this in a different.
c5 here.
Yeah, c5. But I was worried that, okay, if he goes d5, let's say c4, and the queen drops back maybe even d2 to prevent g5, so you have knight takes g5. And the thing is, my bishop on b7 is a bit misplaced, knight on a5 is a bit off. Like bishop c8, maybe I have to play here, but I think this would be mainly a two-result game, that, okay, white has 0 risk, and this bishop on h4 is very annoying.
Yeah, so you went all in, basically letting him sacrifice.
Yeah.
You were ready for this.
But okay,
huge
there's many
fight.
other similar lines in the system where, okay, wherever white goes bishop g5, h6, g5 is one of the most thematic responses.
Yes.
So yeah, it
So if
wasn't.
bishop g3,
Yeah, if he goes bishop g3, I think e takes d4, I can win a pawn.
okay. Yep. Okay. So knight g5,
So knight g5 takes, king g7.
logical everything, just
Yeah.
protecting. You want to remove the queen.
Remove the queen.
d7,
Queen
c8.
g3, like he played knight d2 in the game. Queen g3, I think, is another candidate move.
Yeah.
My idea here was to go knight h5.
Okay. And now he has to.
Now, if you go queen h4, I have f6. And okay, this is not that bad. I have rook h8 next move, and
Even if you take.
then I have, let's say, like fg5. And then, okay, this is not enough.
Yeah.
You don't have enough attack.
Okay, so he has to go back or something.
Yeah, but okay, now
yes.
like rook h8, this is
Yeah.
fine. And after knight h5, if you go queen g4, I think I can just go back knight f6.
Oh, okay. You can repeat.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I think like at this point, black is not trying to play for advantage. My first priority is just not to get blown off the board.
Yeah, but we were very scared for you at this moment because it looked like that you defended so well, like absolutely incredible. All right, so king g7
King
was
g7,
played, and
knight-
he first played knight d2.
Yeah, he went knight d2. Now, there were a lot of candidate moves here. This was actually a very critical moment. I think the same, like knight c4 was one idea that I tried to trade off these knights, but I think white can just sacrifice the b2 pawn and just go knight f1. And okay, now if this knight reaches, like yeah, knight takes b2, queen g3, now knight e3, knight f5 is an additional piece, and this b2 pawn is not going to save me from getting mated.
Yes.
So, okay, knight c4 didn't really work. Queen d7 is another one.
Yeah.
Because, okay, this looks like a better version of queen c8, but I was worried that maybe after d takes e5, that, okay, I cannot play d takes e5 because bishop f6, queen d7. So, okay, I have to go rook takes e5 and now knight f3. And okay, if I go like rook e8, first of all, e5 again is just very scary. It's probably just made
so
here.
Scary, yes. Yeah,
So I played queen c8 in order so that, okay, if he plays d takes e5, I can just recapture back.
No, you just can't take with the pawn.
Yeah, with the
All
pawn. So now queen g3 happened. There were a lot of candidate moves here again, like knight h7, knight h5, these were the main ones. Originally, actually, I wanted to go queen e6. But I think this fails to bishop h4 check.
Sorry, one more time here. You
Queen
wanted-
e6.
Queen e6, but it fails to...
The first idea is d5, of course, but the
Yes.
issue with d5 is you have knight h5.
Oh.
It's
okay.
really nice, and okay, all of a
You're
sudden,
coming.
this bishop bound b6 is very strong, and queen g6 comes next. And this is good for black. But what I found the issue was if he starts with bishop h4 check.
First bishop h4
And then d5.
Yeah, you have to go somewhere.
h8, yeah, let's say
Yeah.
h8, then after d5, and now if I have to go back to e7, queen g5 or something, it'll just, everything will collapse. Now here, knight h5, d6, knight g3, e takes f7, and bishop takes g3.
Yeah, then taking
Just
this
two
one.
pawns.
Yeah. Okay, so that's why I couldn't play queen e6. So you
So
went
yeah,
for
that
knight
was
h7.
knight h7. I think knight h5 was another interesting move.
Yeah.
I was calculating this too, like queen h4 I think is one of the critical moves, f6. And here, if queen takes h5, rook h8, I believe black is not totally dead. Like, okay, if bishop f6, king f6, you don't have... And this queen covers g4, so this is really nice.
Yeah,
f4.
you have to play queen.
Queen f3 and the king goes back. Okay, this is not the end of the world. Maybe e7 also.
Or
Just
maybe
to...
only 7, just yeah.
And now black starts attacking on the king side.
Yeah, bringing everything in.
Yeah, queen e6, rook g8, rook f8, and it's nice.
Okay. So we, this knight h5 was another interesting.
So, but yeah, knight h5, the issue is queen h4, f6, I think bishop d1.
For h6.
Bishop d1 is nice.
Bishop d1.
Yeah, and okay, now everything is... If g5, queen g5, bishop comes to h5, it's just...
Yeah, it looks
It
very
looks horrible.
scary, super scary. So that's why you went for a safer option. You're keeping the knight. And
It's not necessarily safer, it's a lot...
Yeah.
Your king has to go to h6, I think.
Yes.
Like d takes e5, d takes e5 is mostly forced. Now bishop e7 check. Now,
Yeah.
king h8, of course, I think this loses to queen takes e5, king g8, queen g3, king h8, and I think queen h4 is nice.
King g8, queen g3.
King h8, and now just queen h4.
Just,
Now e5 is coming, bishop 6 is coming, you just...
yeah, there is no way to protect.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
bishops are very beautiful, but unfortunately there is no time for any
Yeah.
counterattack. Okay. So.
So I played d takes e5, d takes e7, bishop e7, king h6, so queen takes e5 is not check.
Yes. So it looks like a little bit riskier option, but actually king h8 was a riskier option in this
Yes.
case. Yes.
So he went knight f3. This is very logical. Queen e6.
Yeah.
There were some very interesting lines here, starting with knight takes e5. I don't think this objectively works, but let's say queen takes e7. I think this is important. We'll get to the reason in a minute. Knight g4 check, king g7, knight f6 check. Now if king takes f6, e5, this is mate. Well, not mate, but okay, if queen takes e5, rook takes e5, rook takes e5, queen f4, he takes on e5. Oh, wait, no.
Sorry.
Oh, wait, maybe actually this you have king e6 also, but okay, this, yeah, maybe this is the easier way, but I think king h8 is more interesting. Okay, this is also, this is probably not winning for black, but yeah, king h8 is
H8.
better. Now e5, it looks like you're getting mated, but now you go rook g8,
Ooh.
and you start mating him.
And now you're attacking. So
Yes.
take.
Take, and now queen, now okay, he doesn't have queen h4 even.
Yeah. Some
Yeah.
problems.
You can also go queen takes h4.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, he can play queen h4 without going knight
Yeah,
takes
yeah.
g8, but okay, rook takes g2, king f1, rook takes f2 should be made.
Yeah. Okay. So that was this crazy line with 95.
Yeah, I mean, this subjectively doesn't work.
And here there was nothing else, yeah, by him. He
Yeah, I
should
think,
have
okay, you can... This queen takes e7 looks
Okay.
best.
All right. And he went for this knight h4.
Knight h4.
Were you surprised about this move?
Yeah, I was just very confused if I missed something, because, okay,
It, I
knight
mean,
it...
it looks like almost immediately checkmate, but somehow you played...
Yeah, I have rook g8 and king g7. This is holding.
Looks like two moves tactics, yeah? Rook
Yeah, but instead of knight h4, I think white has a way to force a draw if he wants, if he starts with knight g5.
Okay.
So the point of knight g5 is queen takes e7 fails to queen h4 check, king g6, queen takes h7, king takes g5, queen g7.
Oh,
Okay,
and
just-
you give the checks from behind.
King h5 again, bishop d1.
Oh.
Okay, g4, queen h6 is also made, but bishop d1 is more poetic.
Yes. All right.
So this is the issue with queen takes e7. So after knight g5, queen g6 is the best move. Queen h4 check, king g7, knight takes h7, queen takes h7, bishop f6, king g8, queen g5, queen g6, queen h4. And okay, I'm forced to repeat.
You're forced to repeat because you have to protect from the checkmate, and he's forced also to repeat because there is no other attack incoming. I mean, okay, rook e6 doesn't work.
Bishop.
Yeah. Okay, looked like an interesting, would have been an interesting draw if it
Yeah,
happened.
of course.
But okay, of course, well deserved would have been, yeah. Okay.
But after
But
knight
he
f3,
went-
queen e6, he went knight h4, rook
Yeah.
g8. Okay, maybe he was still thinking that there's some attacking potential, but I think...
Yeah, this problem of this
Yeah.
queen f5.
And now queen h4, I have queen h5.
Yes,
It's good that my queen doesn't hang.
protecting everything. Okay. So.
So you went queen f3, king g7 is very important, otherwise knight f5 would still come.
Yes.
And it was
No.
made, so okay, king goes to h8.
And now king is on h8, where it's like more or less in safety. Yeah? There is nothing
Yeah,
very
now
dangerous.
from this point another issue began. I had like 24 minutes for I don't remember how many moves, like 20 moves around that. So okay, I needed to reach time control.
Ah, wait, you had 20 minutes, and the move was number. I don't know. Wait, which move? It was 24.
24, so okay, 16 minutes, sorry,
Okay,
16 moves,
16
and
moves. Yeah.
at 24 minutes only.
Around like 1 minute on the move.
Yeah, I mean, this position is still
tough.
very sharp.
Yeah, like anything it's possible to miss, like in case there is something, but.
Yes, so he played rook a1. Now, okay, rook a8, I just wanted to get this bishop out, force him to pick a direction. He chose bishop h4, which
Were
stops
you
knight.
considering some bishop a3 or bishop?
I was considering them, but this bishop gets a bit like
Stuck, yeah, like
stuck
the
on this
C5,
side,
yeah.
like c5 somewhere. Or,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, even,
okay.
but actually no, it never goes c5. C5 there was always rook d6.
You cannot go it, so yeah.
Yeah, I can never touch this pawn, but okay, even this bishop on a3, the thing is it doesn't really do much.
Yeah,
Even if I start trying to attack on the king side, he's just missing a piece.
okay. So bishop h4,
Bishop
you
h4
expected, yes?
Okay, now knight c4. I think my knight was pretty useless on a5, so I decided to bring it in. Bishop b3, bishop c5. I'm not entirely sure how strong these moves were, but I thought, okay, bishop c5 just it covers e7 in some situations where I want to go queen g6. And okay, now I can just improve my pieces slowly because I didn't think he had a plan as well.
Yeah, I mean, it looks, there is no like straight already attack or straight threats from white. You kind of neutralize the most of them, and you're
Yes.
simply in this case, you just have a piece for 2 pawns.
It's okay, a4, he's trading off some pawns. A4, bishop c6, bishop a2, queen g6. The whole point of a4, bishop a2 is that he can go somewhere, let's say b3, knight moves, and b4. And he tries to open up the bishop.
And then before. So we have this tempo, and that's why you. Wait.
So okay, he
took-
traded,
took-
take.
He played before.
He played
immediately.
b4, because now the point of queen g6 was that if you go b3, I have knight d6.
Now it's.
And now, okay,
No, there is no problem. Okay.
And knight takes d6, okay, bishop takes d6, and now this bishop doesn't hang. b4, I can defend f7. Rook e8 maybe.
Rook e8. Yeah,
Whole point,
for
okay, you just start trying to attack him. It's somewhere you can go f5.
Yeah, and king is in full safety. There is nothing there. Yeah.
Yes.
The spawns are fixed. Okay. So.
So you played b4?
Yeah, he played.
Now, okay, this bishop was nice on b6, but the issue is it didn't have enough like support to create a mating attack. So I thought, okay, let's just transfer this to d6, and now I kind of stop his counterplay. Yeah,
he
rook
doesn't have much.
yeah,
all.
rook e2 is normal. Okay, I played bishop d7.
But already the game is slow, and you just basically slowly can squeeze
Yes.
the white.
Bishop d7, I think, yeah, bishop takes e4, b takes e4. I think this decision, knight takes d6, is probably the end of it. Like, if you go, I think you have to somehow try to play with the knight on f5.
Yeah,
Some
just to
sort
keep
of
the
other
knight.
move. And okay, like, my plan was I was going to take this knight off with bishop takes f5 somewhere, but you will not get mated as such. Like, my plan is takes, e takes f5, queen h6, and you try to play on the king side, but okay, I mean, maybe somehow not taking on d6 might have offered a bit more resistance.
But for example, which move for white right now, so that we can.
Like
try-
rook e d2?
Okay. Now take.
Okay, bishop takes f5, e takes f5, queen h6. Okay, I think objectively black is still much, much better.
Yeah.
In the long run, I should win, but maybe here you have more chances of defense.
There are more practical chances here. Okay, so he went for knight d6, instantly creating some weakness. Yeah, probably it was always his idea to always try to win all the pawns there. So
Okay, rook e d2, okay, bishop c6 was also possible, but I just didn't want to complicate anything. Rook
Yep.
e6 looks good. Okay, g4, he's trying to prevent my kingside play. Bishop c6 now, gain a tempo. Rook e2, and now f5 was nice, because now I start
Oh, very nice.
takes, rook h6, and all of a sudden, okay, even with queens off, I'm mating him. And okay, rook e3 was kind of forced. And okay, this position, he has a lot of pawns, but it's not enough. My threat is rook takes g4. He went was king h2 in the game. Okay, knight g5.
What about rook g4 here?
Rook g3.
Ah,
And now the issue is my bishop hangs on 8.
Yeah, that's a problem. Okay. So.
So okay, I went knight g5. Now my threat is bishop f3, and he can't really stop it. Okay. From here, it was just matter of technique.
Yeah. He could have resigned it earlier, but yeah, he tried his last chances. Still, there were no pawns already on the queen side. Congratulations again, pretty awesome game. You showed how with the right defense, you can keep material and just win at the end.
Thank you. Yeah.
And now we're going to. Okay, sorry. Abhimanyu, yesterday you were at the rest day. You were having rest day all together with the participants. How much did you enjoy?
It was very fun going to this ancient city, and of course it was a very beautiful place, and lunch was also pretty good.
Yeah.
I'd just like to add one other thing.
Yes.
If anyone anyone in corporate is watching, despite breaking all the national and international records, like I broke the youngest grandmaster in the world, despite doing all this, I haven't got any corporate support. I don't have a single sponsor. So if anyone would like to reach out, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really actually good message. Good that you mention it. So we hope that everyone who is watching there would like to get in touch with Abhimanyu to help in the sponsorship. That's good. It's good that you mention it. And now with this win against Praggnanandhaa, he is current number 8.
I think number 8.
Yeah, number 8 in the world. This is absolutely amazing, and it shows how sharp you are, how young you are, and how much more you can achieve in chess.
Thank you.
How so far are you feeling here in Biel in terms of the tournament? You had some good games, not so good games in the rapid tournament. You won our first classical game. How do you feel yourself here in Biel Chess Festival?
I feel quite confident in most of the games. Like yesterday's game, I think against Vincent was one of my, this rapid game against Vincent was my issue. But even in that game, also out of the opening, I had a decent position. I feel like my quality of play is improving, and it's pretty good.
Thank you so much, Abhimanyu. I will let you rest. I will not take you a minute longer. Thank you so much for your time. And again, congratulations from all of us, from all the chat, from all the viewers.
Thank you. It was an honor to be here.
Thank you. And here we have the bird's eye view of the current games. We have still 2 games ongoing. Let's not forget about that. We have on the top right corner the game of the German #1, Vincent Keymer, who is currently suffering and trying to defend against the previous 2 years consecutive winner of the Biel Chess Festival, Grandmaster Triathlon, Liem. In the bottom right corner, we can see the game of Alexander Donchenko versus Ukrainian Grandmaster Igor Samomenkov. They're also having an endgame with a huge chances for white, but Igor is trying to keep a resistance.
All right, I'm back, dear viewers. So I think that we are going to go back to the game of Vincent Keymer against Liem. We have left it for a while during the interview. There's been a lot of change in the position, so let me maybe go back step by step. I think we left it, Angelica, about here. Yeah, where Vincent made his move, King E3, which apparently is a mistake. F5, D5, C3, King D4. So about here, probably Vincent realized he's in trouble. Rook C8, Rook A4. Not really sure which line he missed. D6, King B3, and this is the current position.
Yeah, we have both sides pushing the pawns, but unfortunately for Vincent, it's blacks whose pawn is all the way on the second rank and always ready to promote. I mean, I'm not sure how are you defending this position. Rook takes D6. I wanted to actually offer this move, but I was like, maybe I am crazy. Maybe it's not possible. Just F4 and E3, just going for another passer. And it's not possible to hold both of them with only one rook.
I mean, if you're playing against 2700 level player, the 2-time winner of the tournament, that he sacrificed a rook against you, you know you're in trouble, right? So indeed here, F4 is played by the Vietnamese Grandmaster, sacrificing a rook. This C-pawn is unstoppable, E-pawn is marching forward. What do you even do here? Try to catch those pawns?
Yeah, the question is, how do you catch those pawns? Because, you know, if you play King E5, I mean, the pawn is just running. I mean, there is no real
just
way.
Running forward. E3
you
takes, King F4,
maybe
E2.
Maybe King D4, it's possible to go.
You try to shoulder, yeah?
Yeah,
All right.
just to try to,
Here.
you know, give some check. But again, okay, E2, you check. There is nothing. You cannot stop both pawns. Your king is way too far.
I should be careful. I should be careful. There's this idea still.
Ooh.
So
So you have to go somewhere on the second rank, yeah?
Here.
King B1, and then you hide on C1, then you hide on D1 behind the king, or D2.
That is nice.
Oh.
I think this is the best that Vincent can do from this position. What was it? King D5, E3, takes, here, E2, shouldering the king, give a check, and just see if the opponent is going to pick up this only winning idea, because this would be a big mistake. White might actually win this. And if your opponent finds it, well, then you just call today. Very disappointing for Vincent, because he was apparently having a slightly better position. Let's go back once again to this critical moment. Move 40, the critical move 40. This is not the only time today when the players were making a mistake at this critical juncture, when you get extra 1 hour on the clock after move 40. So here, Vincent, after b5, could have just traded on b5, played rook b4 and g4 and keep pressing. Instead, he played this rather careless move g4, for some reason forgetting about b takes on c4 as an opportunity. And even here, I believe he had pretty good drawing chances. After rook d8 takes it, here he made this unfortunate move, king e3. Instead, he should have played d5, d6, d7, tried to organize the counterplay, but the second mistake in a row followed, and after that, the Vietnamese Grandmaster was flawless with his technique.
Yeah, he is indeed flawless right now, and we see how on the camera he's just sitting back. He knows this is it. He's going to wrap it up just in a few more moves. He's going to have a second passer. We see that Vincent is not understanding how did it happen, how did he let this happen here on the board, that the pawns are marching towards him. We see that he's slightly red there. He's probably full of emotions. He still cannot believe this. He missed this idea.
It is what it is. Chess sometimes can be brutal. One small slip at the wrong moment when you're feeling secure, and that's it. That's all it takes at the highest level, and you never get a chance to fight back. So this game is heading to a logical outcome. Maybe let's keep to watch this game for a moment, because Vincent is currently on move 57. There is no added time. He is going to play a couple of moves, king e5. I think he's just going to check this final opportunity. For black, the next moves are pretty straightforward. There's no need to spend any more time. There you go, Limle already has made up his mind. So I think Vincent simply will check if black is going to pick up this king a2, king b1, and then resign.
You know, Arthur says it's really incredible that Limle is one of the players who has not played classical chess for over than half a year. Last time he played in October 2023, and before that it was a World Cup. And before World Cup it was actually Biel Chess Festival's Grandmaster Triathlon 2023. So it's absolutely incredible that he's coming here and he's showing his best chess at the first round of the classical portion. Of course, he was slightly worse during the game, but he was so sharp to catch any blunder was made by Vincent.
Right. And right now, by the way, Limle is not yet taking on e3, and he's probably pondering about the other choice, which is f3. Maybe there's something he finds in this line. I'm not sure what it really changes. We can try to make it work. For example, king b4, same idea. F2, check, here, check, here, check, here. Where's the difference?
Now rook f1, rook f8.
Now rook f8.
Now king d1.
King d1 you might actually lose.
Rook comes here and you cannot play it.
You're going to do that. You're going to play king d2.
You have to play king b2 or king b1.
And then it's just a draw.
All right, so it's location of the pawn what matters. So this is one important moment for the Vietnamese grandmaster to see where exactly the rook has to be, and I think he's going to find it. I mean,
he will find it.
Of course, it's clear you want a pawn on e2, and if there is an opportunity to take a pawn, you would take it. Maybe it rather would be a question if there were another way around. For example, if we had pawns on e4 and f4, and there was pawn on e3. Let's imagine, and after pushing f3, pawn takes on f3, we had to push d3. You know what I'm talking about?
Here, you're talking about this moment,
so
right?
If there was not a pawn on f2, but on e2.
Right.
Yeah, so then we might want to push the d3, but
maybe.
In this case.
Indeed. Yeah, but here, f takes on e3, we already kind of worked it out. Seems to be pretty straightforward. Once again, let's show it on the screen. F takes, king d4, e2. The king cannot get on d2, white is down a couple of tempis. If you go here, this pawn promotes. If you try to stop this pawn promotes. Not enough checks to win the queen, so the last chance for white is this line. Now this pawn is advancing, and if you try to stop it, black plays king d2 and wins the game. I think right now Limle is just double-checking. He's just double-checking if this line works. And
he's going to play a move. He was just about to raise his hand. He was trying to touch the piece, but I don't know which. Of course, he wants to touch a pawn, but I don't know where he wants to do it, to go on e3.
Yes,
he is
of course.
taking.
Of course, he takes the pawn. At this level, people don't blunder so easily. The victory is away. So this was a good try from Vincent. Tried to save the game. I think the final attempt indeed is this king d4, rook b8. By the way, this is move 59. So starting with the next move, Vincent needs to make one more move. The players are going to get extra 15 minutes. No, he gives a check immediately. What does it change?
Now probably king c3 is possible.
King c3. Maybe the same idea, king a2. Or king c3? Yeah, it doesn't
He
really
plays
change.
king c3. I mean,
Check, check, here, and
you
hide
just
a
go
king.
somewhere, yeah. Or maybe to. Yeah.
It's still the same. It's still the same. Yeah, this
It's
pawn is
still the
unstoppable. King d4. Maybe this is what he wants. King f4, here and here,
Yeah, but still you go king d2,
and here.
here king e1, and rook.
Yeah, but you can always run away. Wait, you cannot. Wait, you
No,
cannot.
you go somewhere to.
But okay, this is enough. This is enough, yeah.
You cannot. You can never take the pawn. That's the problem.
Yep. So maybe already the best for the young German is somehow eat one of those pawns and play rook versus queen and build a fortress. But the problem is rook versus queen is losing, although sometimes the technique is pretty tricky. With the h pawns on the board, this should be even better for the stronger side.
Yeah, there is not much the German grandmaster can do in this case, but of course he's trying his last resources.
Yes.
Last patrons in the gun, but unfortunately it all comes.
And a
to
great
an end.
victory for Liem, right? Because it's very impressive because almost the only tournament the defending champion plays, it's Biel Chess Festival. He really likes it here. He has said it a couple of times in his post-game interviews, so he enjoys this. That's why he keeps coming back. And once again, there is no greater start for him than to start a tournament with a very nice, slow victory with the black color.
Yeah, but he's not only coming because it's great here, he's coming back here because he keeps on winning edition after edition, and now he's winning his first game in the classical portion. I mean, that's how he managed actually to dominate. If I'm not mistaken, Vincent was one of the players who won the Chess 960. He was also doing great job in Rapid, also started very well with classical portion as well as Blitz tournament, but at the very end, he knocked on Arjun. And unfortunately, he lost the game and half a point.
Right.
Liem Lee was the one who
Let's
won
wait
the game.
for this game to finish. I don't think it's going to continue for long. You can see Vincent already has kind of accepted the fate here. He's not going to waste the time here. So just testing final moves, and this game is approaching to a logical outcome after Vincent made a couple of mistakes in the second time control. He lost his guard at a rather innocent moment, and his opponent never forgave him that. And after that, of course, we're going to go to the game of Donchenko against Semenenkov, where one of the German national team players here in the challenger section is slowly but carefully marching towards a victory.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're getting these lost positions, you're over, maybe you have still one slight chance, but you're playing the moves so quickly because you want it also to be over as fast as possible. In a way, you don't want yet to resign. You still have the slight hope. Okay, you should still have to test a little bit your opponent. This is, I think, what's happening with Vincent right now. He will blitz out all the moves because, he will not spend much more time.
There's really one simple truth, Angelika. Nobody has made points by resigning early.
Yeah, that's true.
That's how it works. You resign, the game is over. Of course, you always fight it out. Unlike to some club-level games where players tend to play out until a checkmate, the customed rule, so to speak, not a rule like a gentleman's agreement, is you play until a position when you see, my opponent's got this, I'm not going to waste his time, I'm not going to waste my time. That's why very often you see resignations in moments when somebody else is thinking that's a position which is full with life, but you just realize my opponent's got this, I have no chance to save this game, so that's why am I going to wasting my time here? Sometimes there are some strange examples, like actually today, I was quite a bit surprised, to be honest, to see that Pragg was holding on to this completely lost endgame with down the rook and the knight for so long. I can only explain it with the fact that he was just so unhappy with this that there was a lot of psychological things going on inside Pragg's mind, but ultimately, he just had to accept it.
Yeah, and we see on the board king c3 was played, followed by a check on the king. Yeah, that's what we said, what we just showed, that there is going to be this, I don't know how it's called, it's a breach, not breach, or just king is going to go with a zigzag all the way to the rook. And at some moment, unfortunately, the rook will not be able to give any checks. It looks like in shape of the number 8.
I can draw some things here, you see.
Yeah.
Okay, what is this?
This is some rocket.
Some rocket, yeah. So the black king is rocketing back to the base camp.
Yeah.
These pawns are unstoppable. Vincent would love to position the rook in the first rank. He can't do it. The king, the black king, is never going to go to a file. That's the only mistake that here Liem could do.
Yeah.
All right. Hold shift. I have all kinds of different arrows here.
Yes, you can do red, you can do them blue, you can do them. Yes.
Try to do all
Yes.
kinds of colors.
But yes, combination of the. Yeah.
I'm not very good. I'm also
Yeah.
supposed to make a yellow color, but it doesn't quite work. Sorry about that.
A yellow color is just normal.
Yeah.
Yellow color is just normal.
All right. All right. Yeah. I mean, at least one thing I learned in this broadcast is that you can import a lot of emojis on the board. I didn't know that.
You can put a bomb on the king.
Yeah, on the bomb and the king. Yeah, this game is over.
The king is a bomb. It's a chess bomb.
Yeah, there's all kinds of cool features here on these chess.com boards. So king d6, we're seeing the final moves. Maybe actually Vincent is going to try it out to play rook c2, e1 queen, and build some kind of a fortress with rook g2. Is he going to do it, by the way? I'm not really sure. Like, rook takes on c2, e1 queen, and rook g2. Like this. Let me just draw it.
But then, unfortunately, I think the king is not inside.
No, he resigns. He resigns. He's not going to test. So Vincent, of course, is incredibly unhappy, but he understands, of course. Logically, I have no chance. I'm going to waste my time, my opponent's time, most importantly, my time. So let's just call it a day. It was not great. Still, huge victory for Liem to start the tournament, to defend his two-time victories here in Biel with a very nice victory with the black color. Maybe let's check the current results. Here they are. Almost all the games, except of this craziness that happened in Haik Matriasan's game against Sam Shankland, which was a very deep prep by the American Grandmaster. All the games have finished with the victory by one of the players. And look at that, 3 victories with black.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible to see. Only Salem managed to win with the white pieces. All the rest, like Liem, Abhimanyu Mishra, and Vaishali, managed to score a victory with the black pieces. Absolutely incredible performance by the player. But let's not forget, we have one more game to follow. Arthurs, we are jumping right in, right?
Yeah, so this is one of those moments. I mentioned it earlier. We left it. Okay, doesn't really matter. There was at some moment where white pushed h4, traded a couple of pawns. And here's this moment I wanted to mention. There will be opportunities for white to trade the rooks, yeah, because essentially he is creating 2 passed pawns, one of the queen side, one of the king side. And one of the things, if you have, dear viewers, if you have studied opposite color bishops, have you studied opposite color bishops?
Of course.
In games? Of course. All right, perfect. So
during my games.
during your games. All right, perfect. One of the things that I really know about opposite color bishop endgames, they're not always drawn, unlike
Yes.
people think. And the defensive side tries to hold both passed pawns of the opponent on the same diagonal, which I think right now is impossible, because for this bishop to succeed, it would have to hold both pawns, passed pawns, on the same diagonal and hope that they're as close as possible to each other. So there's some theoretical positions that you have to know, but here the first problem for Semenenkov is that these pawns, these passed pawns, they're really very far from each other, and this bishop, poor bishop, is never going to be able to hold them on the same diagonal. So the rule is, if the pawns are split, I mean, if the diagonal of the defending bishop is split, and if these pawns are very far from each other, normally this is a winning position for the stronger side. That's the rule.
Yeah, because the king of the opponents is going to go either to one direction or to other. You will be forced to give your bishop for that one of the pawns, and your king will not be able to hold the other one. So it looks like a very perfect moment for the Donchenko to trade the rooks, and now Igor Semenenkov is thinking what to do in this position.
Right, there's not much he can do because now with the rook on b6, white already has made up his mind that he's not going to move it away. He might be thinking about moves like king g3, f4, f5, and essentially force black to trade. For example, okay, let's assume black doesn't trade it and black plays something like king f7. I'm going to go here. What do you do? Okay, maybe king e7.
Maybe try to bring a piece, yeah.
I'm going to play f4. What do you do?
Yeah,
So black stands and does nothing because the pawn on f6 requires some attention.
yeah, let's say we do nothing.
I'm going to play f5. And now the pawn on f6 is seriously under attack. Okay, maybe you play rook c6. I'm going to play f4. I'm going to play g5. I'm going to trade it, play king e5. You have to take on b6 at some point. You simply can't do anything else. So I think that here, this is already a technically winning position for Donchenko, and this also might be a good moment for us to take one more final break, and then after something like 5 minutes, see whatever is happening. Maybe the final game of this first round of the classical tournament of the triathlons, 2 triathlons actually, will be closer to finish line. In the meantime, dear viewers, hope you're enjoying this. Do not go anywhere yet because the action is still ongoing in this very first round of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival Challengers and Master Triathlons. Me and Angelica, we're going to be back in several minutes. Stay tuned, don't go back anywhere. See you very soon. And we're back, dear viewers, with a very special interview because we have the honor to have here with us not only the winner of the recent game, Vincent Keymer, Liem, but also the reigning champion of not only the last year but 2 years, Liem, the leading grandmaster from Vietnam. Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know, maybe before we very quickly go through your game, a couple of impressions. What makes Biel such a special place?
So I really like the environment here. It's a big chess festival with lots of people, and we got to play lots of different time controls and also the 960. So I really like the challenge that you really have to be the best and you have to adjust to different type of time controls and you have to do well in all of this. So this is my 3rd year here already, and I hope that luck will again be with me.
All right, yeah, we'll indeed see. Were you satisfied how you started with the first 2 tournaments, just 960 or rapid, or you felt that you could have done better?
Yeah, the 960 went okay. I got tied for 3rd place, but finished 4th on tiebreak. And then the rapid, except the first game with Vincent, I shouldn't have lost that game, but I blundered in time pressure. The rest was okay. I got back to 50%, so it was a solid tournament.
All right. Okay, so did you had any expectations from this round? Like you just went out to see what happens, or you were like pretty happy to draw if there was such an opportunity?
Yeah, with black, I was mostly wanting to be solid, and I know that it would be a very tough game. Vincent always tried to push with white, and he's an excellent player. So I think you can see from the game that it was a very fighting game, and we were both wanting to play out the position. And at some point, I think he had an advantage. So let's go ahead and see the games.
All right, let's go through. I will go through slowly, and maybe you can stop me at some moment when you feel you have to something add, like some of the critical moments. Like what? Something about the opening choice.
The opening was okay. I play this from time to time, not very often, but I think he was not surprised because he played it pretty quickly. Yeah, everything is normal, I think. Yeah. H3, knight e4, this is the main idea for black. You get knight to f6 and bishop e6. And yeah, here I took some time because I had to decide how to put my pieces. Like white potentially has some ideas like queen c2, f3, after knight e5.
After knight e5.
Yes, so I wasn't sure how to, where to put my pieces. So okay, I castle rook e8. Here knight e2, I was not so sure if it were the best move for white. I thought maybe queen c2. Would be more natural and try to play f3. But it's a different story. I probably would play something like queen e7, because white is not threatening to take on e4 anyway. So yeah, because of f6 in the end. So I think this is kind of playable for black. So in the game, he played knight e2, and then after a few moves, I was very happy with my position because I got to push his pieces back and try the bishops. And okay, this should be a right equal, nothing special here. Bishop f5. Here, actually, can I show you a very interesting line?
Yeah.
So here, I thought g4 was the critical move. And then I have knight takes c3, bc, bishop e3, queen d3. And if not for knight g3, I would have been worse here. Knight g3 is very important.
Oh.
Fg, queen g3, king h1, and rook takes e3. And this is very important because now I have a draw, yes. Otherwise, if you don't take on e3 first, then there's knight h2. If you take h3, then knight h2, and okay.
This is not so clear, no?
Yeah, it's not so clear because, yeah, it's better to take on e3 first, and black is not worse there for sure. So, like, oh, sorry, take on g3, and then take on e3.
Yeah, take on g3, yeah. And then take on e3.
Yeah.
All right.
So, okay, he played bishop e4. It's okay. Knight d2, yeah. Still right equal. This stage was probably a little boring because we were just moving the pieces around. Not much was happening. Here, I think rook ed1 was probably not the best move. I think knight c5 may be a little bit better for white. Because if knight c5 dc, I don't have queen c5. There is knight e4. And rook e4, queen e4, and I lose the exchange. So I have to play like queen e5 instead of queen c5.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, queen e5 and then rook d1, let's say, and
Which
ed1.
one? ED1,
yeah.
yeah.
And probably white is a little bit better, but it's not so bad for black. While we put the queen on d4, yeah, but whenever you go b4, then I put the bishop on c4.
Yeah.
So it's still around equal, I guess. So in the game, he played rook d1 and now knight g5. Now I have a very concrete threat of rook takes e3. So let's say if he goes like knight c5, that would be very bad because of rook takes e3. Fe, knight h3, queen g3, and this looks extremely dangerous for white. Probably mate is coming. Rook takes e3, rook c3, and so on. So he had to play queen a3, and then we traded the queens.
Were you considering to keep the queens on the board?
Yeah, I consider queen b8, trying to keep knight h3, but I think I don't have more than a draw here. Let's say knight c5, rook e3.
Same. I thought same idea. Maybe it's going to working somehow.
No, but white doesn't take on e3.
Oh,
white
white
takes
is
on
not
a6
taking.
because that's a tempo.
Aha.
Yes, and now I guess white can take e3 and that's probably a draw. Yeah, gh, queen g3.
Yeah, that's probably a bit different.
Yeah.
All right.
And then also after knight h3, there's king f1, so you have to consider that too. Queen g3, I guess, or queen h2, probably both are okay. And yeah, and then you have perpetual again. So, but here I wanted to play a little bit because I thought the pawn structure was not the best for white. So I transferred my knight to d6. And okay, it was still equal, nothing special. I think he played very well at this stage. He created some pressure. Yeah, we were just repeating some move. Now, I actually missed that idea knight e4, but actually it was not so bad for me. I think other than knight e4, white can also play slowly, like f3, king f2, g4, and maybe a little bit more pleasant for white. But it's still a long game. So at knight e4, I had to take, knight, rook c4. Yeah, take. And now I think he forgot about b takes c4. So he should have taken on b5, cb, and yeah, probably rook b4, rook b6, and then rook c1, or g4 first. Yeah.
G4, yeah.
Probably g4, and then rook c1, rook c5. And it is, it can be quite unpleasant for black here.
Yeah.
And
Looks
mainly
very nice.
because the e4 pawn is very weak. So
you actually you think you made a mistake about here, yeah? So this knight e4 gave white suddenly some chances to push.
probably, yeah. Probably I shouldn't have played king f7. But I missed the idea knight e4 completely, yeah. So this is something for white, I think. If he had played ab but after g4 now, black is the one who is pushing because after bc, rook b7, now suddenly I have a pass pawn and a4 is weak. And the critical line here, I think probably he underestimated, is after king d5, king f1, rook a5 is very strong. Because if I go c5, then there's rook b5, and white would be fine there. But rook a5, and the key line is the endgame after c5. Rook b5 here is losing for white. Because take, and cd, ed, f5.
Yeah, this week.
And this pawn endgame is losing.
And f4, f3, yeah.
Yes, f4, f3, c3, e3, and white is losing. So after c5, we had to go rook b8, correct move. Here, actually, I wasn't sure. I took some time to think about c3. But I think after rook d8, king c4, dc5. No, rook d8 first.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, rook d8 first, king c4, and then dc5. And I think this is draw. Rook c5, king d1. And white is okay. So I had to play cd, check, king c5. Yeah, I think this is my best chance. ed, king b4. And here, yeah, it was a bit unclear. I thought d5 is a possibility, king e3. What happened in the game was also a move.
So how you would have continued after d5? We're trying to work it out. So we were not sure. You have chances here? Maybe you do.
I was thinking rook takes a4.
D6.
d6, king c5.
King c5. Try to
c7, king
catch
b6.
it.
Yeah, but probably a draw.
And now,
c3.
now c3, rook c8.
Yes. No, I have rook a3 here.
Here.
King
can
e4,
I
rook
take-
h3, rook c8. Yeah, probably a draw.
Yeah. Feels quite
yeah, yeah. White is in time. Yeah. So this is the way to make a draw for white. But he played king e3 first, and now after f5, it got tricky again, because now I think what he wanted is after d5, he probably expected king c5, but then king c5, d6, rook takes a4, d7, king d6, let's say gf, and rook f8, and that should be a draw. King d7, rook f5, and yeah. So instead of king c5, I found c3, and now I think maybe initially he wanted d6, but he forgot about rook c5. No, c2 doesn't work. C2,
This
king
time we
d2.
saw,
Yeah, so rook c5 is very important. d7, c2, rook b8, king a3, d8, c1, queen d2, rook c3, and then king e2, rook c2. Yeah, or you can also play f4 instead of rook c3. So yeah, so this line doesn't work for white. So after c3, it was already very tricky. And if rook b8, I have king c4. I think this is also winning. Rook c8 now, rook c5 actually wins for black.
yeah. The same idea for F3.
Same idea. Well, here actually you win the d5 pawn too.
Yeah.
So after c3, king d4, yes. c2. Yeah, now I found this idea very nice. I think rook a4 and then sack the rook. Rook c2 doesn't work, king b3. And what happened in the game, I think, was the only way for black to win. If you play some slow move, then white has counterplay. So I had to sack the rook for the pawn. Very important, rook a6, and then take on d6. And I'm just in time. Like, white is one tempo shot to defend the draw.
Here we saw you stopping for a moment. Were you like checking out F3?
Yeah,
well?
I think F3 also wins, but I wanted to mainly make sure that it's winning after Fe, because there's something to calculate after rook b8. Because rook b8, I have to put my king on c1. And then, let's say if the white king is not on the e file, let's say it's on g5 or g4, then it may be a draw, because then the rook can keep checking. But here, when you let's say when you keep checking, I put the king on c1, and then you don't have rook e8 to attack the pawn. So
Right.
I thought that was a very important detail there, which is what happened in the game. Yeah. So once I get the king to c1, I play e2, and I have many ways to win. I probably can also go king e1, king f1 here. And king e1, rook c8, king f1, and that also wins. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, very impressive victory so far. Any expectations from the coming rounds?
I'll just try to play my best chess. On the opponents here are very strong, and cannot underestimate them. I feel well, so I hope that I will continue my good form.
You were not there yesterday for the players' excursion. What was the reasoning? I mean, maybe you decided to take the day off?
Yeah, I decided to sleep a little bit more than usual, so I skipped the excursion. But probably after the tournament, I'll try to enjoy the city more.
All right. Yeah. Of course, it was a very beautiful trip with most of the participants. So once again, thank you, Liem, for coming us here. We are going to be back, dear viewers, in a short moment. Let's maybe go to the bird's eye view, or even maybe let's go to the full screen of the game of Donchenko playing against Semenenko and try to understand what's happening there. All right, in the meantime, the game of Donchenko against Semenenko still continues. It's been a very long day, and right now we're following the only remaining game left, where Semenenko is still holding on. We're looking at this position before the winner of Keymer Liem duel came here to the studio. Nothing really has changed so much here in this game. Hasn't captured the rook on b6, which would allow white to create a pass pawn at the queen side. At the same time here, Donchenko is trying to figure out what's the most precise way to win it. And in the meantime, by the way, Angelika has teleported here back to the studio. Welcome back, Angelika.
Yeah, exchange places with Liem. Again, a very nice, smooth victory in the end game. We're having still one game. We're still waiting. I mean, I think Biel Chess Festival is actually famous for this very long games with some very complicated end games. We had many this opposite-colored bishop end games. Now we have opposite-colored bishop and rook end games, and the players are playing it, all trying to fight for a win. Donchenko has it in the pocket or not yet?
I think so, because I can't really figure out how exactly is the young Ukrainian star planning to defend against this king g3 idea. So the idea is to play f4, f5. Maybe there are some counter ideas with c3. But actually, I'm a bit surprised that Donchenko put the bishop on d6. Oh, this is something we didn't see. I thought this is the same position, about here. Yeah?
Yes, so we arrived at this moment, and then rook c6 was played.
I didn't even realize. I thought this is exactly the same position where we thought that king g3, f4 to 5, king f4, he's going to win this. And now, for some reason,
they repeated, okay. And bishop.
Yeah, he put the bishop on d6. But by the way, there was still an opportunity to play c3. c3.
So what's the idea if you take?
Takes, b takes on c3.
Oh, and the rule which
And
you
the-
were telling about.
And the bishop
Yes.
holds those 2 pawns on the same diagonal. Wait, wow, that's actually a very interesting mistake. Just a second. So once again, let's refresh the memory. What do we know about the past pawns in the obstacle bishop endgames, where they're winning? Sometimes these endgames are winning, sometimes they're not. But the rule is, when you're the defender, you try to hold these 2 pawns as close as you can, so that you can manage both of them together. And also you need, with this defender bishop, to hold them on the same diagonal. That's why here, this was actually pretty unusual mouse slip, so to speak, by the German player, because here Simonenko had a move c3. Once again, let's check this. A b takes on c3, rook c3, there's counterplay against the pawn on f3. I don't think this is good.
Rook takes c6.
Takes it, indeed.
Bishop
Takes
has
it,
to
take it, bishop d5. And now let's picture ourselves some scenario where white creates a passed pawn, like f4, f5, maybe king f4, g5. You do see that this bishop is controlling both of these passed pawns on the same diagonal. So this was probably the best chance that Simonenko had to save the game. Quite unexpected. For example, let's say here, and I'm thinking, maybe there's even no need to play f5 yet, but even this might be pretty good.
Yeah, and Arthur, I see that also the evaluation bar is not so up as it was before. Earlier it was so much winning. Now it's saying it's okay.
Or maybe it's still winning. No, maybe it's still winning.
But I don't know, it's something like +1 in such endgame, it might be a draw.
No, I mean,
engines sometimes don't understand.
I think they don't understand
They don't
this. I'm
understand.
just strictly following the rule of breaking the same diagonal. And here I think white actually achieves to break the diagonal. So if we go back to this, once again, c3 takes, b takes, bishop d5, king e3. I suppose you trade this pawn, and even this position. What I understand from these endgames that black is probably not in time. I see, of course, the bar. I see the engine. By the way, engine says 0.66 for white, whatever even it means. But white crashes through with the c4, c5. There's one thing that I do not understand. I'm going to tell you this honestly. What role do these pawns have? Because normally the rule is that these pawns, the more pawns you have on the board, the better for the stronger side, because they give you extra opportunities. However, I'm looking right now at this position. If we play c4, I think I made a mistake. c4 here, and let's say c5, bishop c6. There is a problem. You can't go around.
Yeah, there is a huge problem. Maybe actually in this case, the pawns are stopping white from winning because the king cannot join there on the queen side.
Maybe this is an exception, because normally the rule is I think this is winning. As far as I remember, without these pawns, this is a win for the stronger side because this bishop is unable to hold these pawns on the same diagonal. And now you're probably wondering, wait a second, what are you talking about? There's still the other diagonal, right? I mean, you could do it from the h3, c8 diagonal. But there was something wrong about it. I do not remember. I think there were moments when the weaker side was in some Zugzwang or something. I cannot recall, but this diagonal was not working for some reason.
I have a question. Instead of c5, does white has king c5, like first bringing the king?
Yeah, probably. There's
But
bishop
then
b3.
bishop b3, yeah?
You cannot go further. You have to go here. You go here, and still some sort of a blockade. It's a unique
Doesn't
position.
work.
Yeah, it's a unique position, but I think that Simonenko had to do it. He simply had to do it. I am not sure if I can do this, but the alternative is not better. So he played king f7, and here, again, he can play c3, but now no longer this works. And I think his opportunity is gone. Is it now? Can I play against c3?
And we see that Igor is spending time right now. He has 2 minutes on the clock, but in this case, he's already having an increment. So this is something what might help him. But of course, he has to decide quickly. He's going under 2 minutes. The longest game in this round, I guess all the game have already finished. Pro, most likely, it's the only game in the playing hall.
Yeah, but now I think I can just take it. That's the problem. And there's some counterattack against the pawn on f6.
But now
oh, wait,
rook
I'm missing rook
rook
f3.
f3.
Missing rook
Be
f3.
careful. Bishop e5, maybe.
Maybe just take this pawn.
But bishop e5 was not working?
Bishop what? Ah, bishop e5?
Yes.
It was, yeah. Ah, then rook c6, go back.
What about rook f6 and bishop e5, by the way? Is it a draw?
What rook f6?
Ah, there is no. Sorry. Jumping over.
You want to cheat the game, Angelika. There's no rook f6. I mean, rook f6, very nice idea, but it's illegal. No, you know, I'm a bit surprised. I'm a bit surprised that Donchenko even allowed this because he had this position right here. He had this position. So you play king g3, king f7, you play f4. I don't think that black really wants to take it. You play f5, you play king f4, you play g5.
You just go for it.
You just go here and here. It's a win. It's a bit strange that he allowed this counterplay for black to push c4, c3. I think the only conclusion I can come up to here is that he thought it's winning anyway. Yeah. So that's why he allows the c3 push. He's sure it's winning anyway. I don't share the same sentiment, but he's a stronger player, so what do I know?
Yeah. And actually, f5 was played by Simonenko. He went apparently for a mistake, so c3 maybe could have still made it slightly unclear. Yeah, but after g5, this is just a protected passer. How do you keep everything together?
Yeah, so for example, right now, this is a very interesting moment. If something would happen and, I don't know, there would be total brain lag for Alexander, he would take on c6. Now, this position suddenly becomes a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a fortress. There's no progress. You can put the king on e5. You can put the king on b6. Black just stands and does nothing. This is a draw. But that's the thing which is never going to happen. Of course, white is never going to take on b6. And if black takes on b6, this creates this yet another pass pawn.
Yeah, so this looks like still better for Donchenko. He should try to go for a win, but is it really so easy here? I mean, what is plan? He plays bishop e5, and then what is he threatening? What is his idea?
You mean black?
No, white.
White
Bishop
is
E5.
just going to advance it here somewhere. Maybe put the king on c3. In the worst case, he can always activate the rook. Try to push this pawn forward somehow.
Yep.
Maybe... I'm actually not sure. Okay, just a second. Let me try to, let's say, here. Oh, sorry, black has to move, of course. I'm going to go here, 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 here. All right. How does white make a progress? If we take on c6, this is still a fortress. We cannot do it.
Yeah, that's a huge question. Yeah, how do you proceed?
Probably I'm going to decline the rook trade already. So go here, here.
Maybe go to the 8th rank somehow to the.
You mean with black?
No, with white, with white. So with a rook, I mean. So we go like, not necessarily instantly, but yeah.
I'm not sure it really matters, to be honest. I'm just trying to understand the setup I have to choose.
I just want to go to d6. But then probably just the rooks will be traded, yeah. Then there will be no problem.
I mean, if you trade the rooks and put the bishop on b5, it's just a draw.
Yeah.
So
There
let's
should be some
follow.
Zugzwang. There should be some kind of a Zugzwang, but I don't see how.
Maybe get the rook on h8 and rook h6.
Yeah, but unfortunately there will be always king g7. Sorry, there is a bishop. Okay, I'm drunk.
You're not drunk. It's okay. Well, I'll just say somehow it's winning.
Yeah, but I think you're right. This rook coming.
Just a
to
second.
h8.
I'm going to figure out what's the winning plan. Okay, let's say black stands and does nothing. What do you do? So you can't trade rooks. So I think it's very important for us to imagine some scenario. Maybe.
Okay, king d4 looks logical, right? We bring the king.
But then what? We put the king on d4, then what? I was thinking maybe put the rook around,
Yes, that's
put
good.
the king here. So let's say the king's on f7, the rook is on e6. If I play king h5, there's bishop f3.
Okay, I have an idea.
Yeah.
So we put the king on h4.
All right.
Let's try to make it just some non. Yeah. So
Yeah, I'm just
it-
trying to
okay,
picture
yes,
this scenario.
yes.
Okay, the king's on h4.
Then bishop has to go to f3, right? So that there is no.
No, I'll go bishop f3 after your king's on h5. So king d4.
No, because I saw that there is rook b8, rook g8 check
Yes.
if the king is on h4.
Oh,
You know?
this is a good check. This is a good check. I didn't notice
Yes,
this. And then g6, yes.
Yes, and then
That's a
king
good
is
check.
coming also to g5.
That is a good check. Yes, yes, this is a good check.
And
Okay.
my idea was if king comes to h4 and bishop f3, then I go back to b6, and then I threaten to take the rook, and then I can.
But why do we need the king on h4? Just go rook b8, rook g8, no?
Yeah, maybe just this check, yeah.
And that's it. For example, let's say black does something like here, 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 check. If you go here, check, and this should be winning.
Yeah, the pawn is just advancing.
No, the engine disagrees. I'm bad.
Okay, maybe g6 is a bit too
Looks very
early.
human. I don't know.
Maybe rook h7 first instead of.
Okay, h7. I go king g8.
And then if we do check, there is nothing.
Not so simple, actually. Yeah, this is one of those positions where you say, I mean, why somehow wins? It's somehow winning.
checkmate
It's somehow
in-
winning.
Checkmate in 23.
No, actually, I think the f5 maybe was not a bad idea by Somnenkov. It was a decent idea. Otherwise, it's a very difficult defense. But maybe actually this entire sequence that I announced, it is so easily winning. Maybe it was not so easily winning after all. So like here, with this bishop on c3, for example, you go here, here, f4, here, 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 here. You go g5, here, here. And let's say I go here, you go here, I go here. I sound like Nakamura, I know. I go here. Oh, come on, this is totally winning. Should be. And now maybe put the bishop on d4, you do nothing. I give you a check, I cut off. Now I put the rook here. I put the pawn here, and ultimately this somehow should result in a winning game. Like bishop c3, bishop b4, f7, that should be a win. I mean, that's how I understand it, ma'am. I'm completely wrong. But it feels very close.
It feels very close, so there is some bishop h5 trying to protect it, but then king d5, right? Then it's
Yeah,
like,
and everything just somehow should fall apart. Maybe even bishop b6, collect the pawn on a6. By the way, there's extra opportunity as well. Create another pass pawn. Yeah, just play bishop b6.
but I think heads off to the Ukrainian grandmaster, one of the youngest grandmasters right now in the world, who is giving resistance to the Alexander Donchenko, who is currently dominating in the field, getting all those wins very nicely in the chess 960, in the rapid section of the Grandmaster Triathlon. And now he's getting also the winning position, but still he's making it, he's taking his time and trying to win.
Move 74. Thank you for the zoom there, producer Bick. He makes our lives so much better. Here we can get a confirmation that indeed Black has 95 or 6. I don't think it can zoom even closer. I think he has tested the limits of this camera. So 90, 90, no, he can't zoom any closer. So that's it, that's the limit. So 96
High is
seconds,
the limit.
right, for Black, but the position is, what here Semenenkov is trying to do, he's trying to set up some kind of a fortress. One of the most important defensive techniques, especially in obstacle bishops. I wonder if Donchenko could hear it. I mean, imagine you're sitting there in total quiet,
And then
and there's the camera is just zooming in or zooming out. I'm not really sure if he can hear it. Doesn't matter. He's just trying to figure out how to win this position. We're not sure. But I think that this idea of what you said, Angelika, that was a pretty nice idea. Rook G8, Rook H8, Rook H7, Rook G7. Humans do not hold this.
Yeah.
That's the
Humans
verdict.
don't, but
Engines maybe hold it. Maybe Stockfish against Donchenko would hold this, or Donchenko would somehow misplay this against Stockfish. But
we have super
For a human, it's
humans
very
here.
difficult.
We have super grandmasters, super humans.
who?
I mean,
Semenenko? Maybe, yeah. Future.
yeah, maybe yes.
Future super grandmaster. I mean, this is also a great school for him, right? Because he's playing, I believe, at such high level close tournaments for the first time. He is only, what is he, 15, I think, if I remember correctly. Rook B7 is played, even if he loses this valuable experience playing at the highest level against very good opposition with the World Championship time control. By the way, speaking about the time control, there's no more added time except of the extra 30 seconds. So there's no fourth time control.
Yeah, and Semenenko is under 1 minute right now in a position where, of course, like we can see that the computer is saying it's all lost. He's still trying. He's trying to put this resistance. His last chance is to try to survive.
I think I found a winning idea. Rook A7, King C3, Bishop D4, Bishop B6. How about that?
Oh, that's a beautiful
That looks
one.
pretty
That's
pretty
beautiful.
clear. I don't think that Black will be able to split himself in two halves, like
Yeah.
defend the pawn on A6, defend the pass pawn at the G file. So what I'm suggesting, King C3, I mean, put the rook on A7, of course, not to blunder the rook. That would be horrible.
Yeah.
Like maybe there's at some point already some rook D6 and collect the rook on B7. So King C3, rook A7, or rook A7, King C3, Bishop D4, Bishop B6, and somehow this wins.
Somehow it should win. Because I think if you start with the king c3, there might be rook c5.
Yeah, might be some problems. So,
And then bishop. Yeah.
which hour is this? So this is 20:35 local time. So the players have officially played 6.5 hours, but this is normal for Biel standards. The games are going to be long. Every single round, usually there's somebody. Even in the past editions,
Yes.
there was always somebody who was playing until 9 p.m. Mostly it was Vincent Keymer. This time it is Alexander Donchenko against Igor Semenenkov. And looking at Donchenko's body language, does he look tired to you?
I mean, he looks completely fresh. I mean,
Looks amused, actually. He's like enjoying this too much.
no, but I'm just recalling this interview we had with him and with Pragg after the Chess 960 tournament. It was pretty tiring for all the players. They had not 5, but 7 rounds. And when he arrived with the Pragg, I could feel Praggnanandhaa was so tired. He was like, all right. It was like almost like all over. He didn't really wanted the interview last long, but Donchenko said, okay, we have 3 minutes till the interview. Let's do some puzzle rush run. I think he's not with those guys who is getting tired easily.
This is true. I saw it. I even made a photo of this. Donchenko literally played Puzzle Rush here on the stage while they were waiting for the interview to start. He played 3 minutes, but there was some glitch actually because we're using some modified board, and the board was not turning around, meaning he was sometimes solving the puzzles from the other's perspective. He complained it's weird, And then he got a score of 38, which for his standards is pretty bad.
Yeah, because the problem was that after the second or third puzzle, he got some scholars made, but it was scholars made from the black's perspective, so he kind of had to checkmate himself, and he was completely confused, like, how is it possible? But yeah, he did it. He made it work. So.
Igor is holding on. I'm sure he's
Yeah.
tired, but he's holding on. It's been a long day. All right, bishop d6. Donchenko goes back to this idea of position the bishop on d6. I guess he wants to put a king on e5. Maybe he wants to play king e5, rook b7, remove the rook, and somehow get to the pawn on f5. That's why king e6, there's this so-called technique, shouldering of the king. And by the way, the bishop is under attack. Bishop
Yeah, the
c5.
bishop has to move, and now the question is, what is next? Is there anything else?
He wants to grab the pawn on c4. Not that it really matters, but it's a pawn.
Yeah, the pawn is a pawn, and there is not real way to protect it besides playing bishop d5. But actually after rook c6, it should be still a draw because the bishop is going to blockade on b5.
Yes, you can't trade it. You never can trade on c6. I mean, if you touch the rook on c6, that is a great blunder because then you have to physically take it. Rook b8, played. I think what Donchenko is trying to do here, he is giving the opponent to make a mistake, and is this the mistake, by the way? I think it is. Rook f8, rook f6. I think he managed to get exactly what he wanted. That's why he positioned the pieces right here. You can't play king f7. The bishop is under attack, and now rook f8, rook f6 is unstoppable idea, and the pawn on f5 is going to fall as well. That's it.
Oh yeah, so he managed to get this kind of position where a bishop cannot move, king cannot move, and yeah, huge problem for Igor. Most likely we get the resignation in a few moments.
Igor also was one of the participants of the Grandmaster excursion.
Yes.
Yesterday, I'm sure he enjoyed his time. So we had a lovely time in one of the suburb cities next to Biel. Very good restaurant, walked in the city, so spent some time. Unlike 2 years ago, when you can't imagine what we did during the rest day, we climbed trees.
Last year it was.
Last year. It was last year.
Yes,
Yeah,
sorry.
it was last year. Yeah, it was
We
last year.
were
We climbed
climbing
trees.
the trees,
There were
oh my
these.
God.
There were these. What do you call them?
Equipment, I don't know, like the...
You have the special equipment. Then you climb trees. You are attaching the safety wires.
On the rope, and then you
You're
would
walking
just...
ropes, and then one of the players of the Grandmasters tournament, Jules Moussard, he was a true Tarzan because he was taking the hardest tracks there was. And he was so exhausted that then he could not really concentrate even on playing the next day. And also a couple of tomahawk examples we had. So it was pretty fun. So this year it was much more relaxed, just restaurant walking, that's it. So.
Yeah, so players were not really doing that many, that huge activity after which they would need another rest day. But
Did you hear what Lim said to me, why he was not there during the
I heard.
excursion? You heard, yeah? So he decided to sleep a
wait.
bit.
Yeah.
So I guess he was a bit tired, which, by the way, is also a factor. When you played two exhausting rapid and chess 960 tournaments, you travel many time zones from USA because Lim he lives right now in, oh my goodness, where does he live? St. Louis, is it? Webster University.
Webster University, yeah,
It's in St. Louis, yes?
I guess.
Yeah, I'm not very good. Oh my goodness, I don't remember.
We should have asked him.
Anyway, he crossed a lot of time zones, so also like Sam Shankland, who flew even a longer distance from San Francisco, it's tough to get used to the new settings. So rook f8 is on the board. Webster. Oh, we get an update that Webster University is a private university with its main campus in Webster Groves, Missouri. So it's not St. Louis. Pardon me. I apologize. One of the greatest chess universities,
Yes.
with greatest chess programs, meaning.
Yes.
Would you go to? Would you have a chess scholarship to USA?
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, I was thinking. There you go. Oh, there's a resignation on the board. Wrong moment to ask this question. And finally, here Semenenko understands that the position is hopeless. He resigns. Nice victory for Donchenko. He's in a great shape because he won the Chestnut 60 tournament. He won the Rapid tournament. He won the first game. I mean, somebody tell him draw is okay. No, he keeps winning.
And here we have the results of the first round in classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We see that we had only one single draw today for both tournaments, and it was the first game which finished with incredible preparation by the American Grandmaster Sam Shankland against Haik Martirosyan. Other games finished with a victory. Vincent Keymer, he was defeated by the Liem last 2 years champion of the Grandmaster Triathlon of Biel Chess Festival. Abhimanyu Mishra won against Praggnanandhaa after the sacrifice of the piece. In the challenger section, Saleh won with the white pieces against Mark Andrea Maurizi, and Vaishali Ramesh Babu managed to score a victory in the French defense with a huge attack against Jonas Biel, the top seed of the challengers. And Alexander Donchenko has just finished the final day of the round 1 of the Grandmaster Triathlon with
no
a win.
prisoners taken today, just one draw. All the games are decisive. And there you go. This is the current standings after round 1 of the classical. This is the triathlon standing. So Lim Lei retakes the lead in the overall rankings by 9 points. He overtakes the winner of the rapid tournament, Haik Martirosyan, who was held to a draw with a white color. Mishra climbs to the 3rd place with a rather surprising victory with a black color against the top-seeded player Pragg. In the meantime, in the Challengers tournament, it's Donchenko once again who leads the tournament with 11 points thanks to his victory, and then he is pursued by Salem Saleh, 10 points, Vaishali with 9. So Vaishali is really making waves here in Biel, super impressive. Yeah, so it's been really fun. I think that we are going to have a very short interview with yet another winner today. We had a lot of interviews here today, so I would like to have Alexander Donchenko with us for a very short moment. In the meantime, let's go for a very super small break. Be back in a moment and see you in a bit.
And we are back to the International Biel Chess Festival 57th edition and the final game which just finished in the round 1 of the classical portion. Alexander Donchenko here is with me after a victory. Congratulations, Alexander.
Thank you very much. It certainly took all I had, and I didn't really expect to get a lot of chances there, but you always play and you just keep going as long as possible.
How tired are you?
Tired enough that probably I'll not prepare. I will just get some dinner and go to sleep very soon, because I'm actually a fan of this time control, but if you actually get to play 7 hours, you feel it.
Yes, you're not a fan anymore after playing.
No, I still think it's very good,
All right.
but...
All right, maybe let's just go to some highlights of the game, not going to go through all the games. So here, after move 16, so you played queen f2 here, rook d8 was played?
Yeah, queen e2, rook d8. I thought I should be slightly better here, but what I played now is certainly not the way. I don't know if there is a more precise move in this position, but I played queen f3, which at the time I thought was okay, and he replied with queen c4, which I think felt quite strong to me, but here I thought for a while about rook d4, queen b3, and then some kind of ideas with maybe knight d3 or queen d1, and I don't know what to do here, but I understood that this is just nothing, and he can basically play any move, and I'm just risking to be worse. So I didn't understand what to do after queen c4, and the point is also he threatens to take on f4 at some point. If for example, I go bishop d2, then bishop f4 is quite strong. And I just played queen e2 back, basically asking him to improve. And if he goes back queen c8, I can maybe find something else. But he very much surprised me, because bishop f4 was the one move where I was sure it's not a good choice practically. Of course, the endgame is almost dead equal. I take and take f4, but it's just it's not a position you can force a draw in. I will maybe even get some 4v3 with opposite colored bishops. It doesn't matter. I will play for at least 60 moves, whatever happens here.
Yeah. So and here at this moment.
Yeah, I thought knight d5 is clearly the most natural, but obviously the computer disagrees. It's really hard to defend because this position that you see after knight d5, bishop d5. You would think it's probably close to equal, but that might just not be the case. And it's very unpleasant for black because he doesn't know how exactly to defend. Does he give a7 immediately? If he does, what does it give him? Of course, he would like in an ideal world to trade all rooks, but that's not so easy to do. And yeah, we can fast forward a few moves.
Yes. So
yeah,
you're pushing here.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is another critical moment after king g3. Here, king g3 doesn't really create a threat, but that is the very unpleasant thing. It creates several ideas on its own. King h4 doesn't threaten king h5, but the king is still probably, it's just there and forcing you to defend against king h5. And also I have another idea, which is playing f5. If, for example, black plays some pass move, I don't know, it's not even easy to do. But for example, bishop d5, f5 will, I think, be an achievement for me. So he doesn't really have an easy waiting move here.
Yeah, and then you just bring the rook somewhere in the open files,
yeah. Yeah, and he played a5, which allowed me to kind of win a pawn by force, but I think after bishop c3, which I played, he played a very strange move, rook h8. I think this was where it really started to go downward, because if he plays just, let's say, a4 instead of rook h8, I wanted to go rook d2, rook b8, basically the same as in the game, but he just keeps the pawn. Rook b8, rook d6, rook b6, and rook d8. And okay, again, we have a position that I can play forever, but there is no way to force a draw, and that's all I want for now. But the way he played with rook h8, I think I'm just getting this pawn up position, which is probably a technical win, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so rook h8, yeah.
Yeah, now I basically get either a free move to get the rook to a6, which he cannot allow, or he has to give me the a5 pawn.
Yeah, and then he decided to give it up. And
Yeah, I also traded the f4 for h4 pawns here, which is probably also good for me.
yeah.
And now there are several ideas how to win this position, from putting the rook on a5 or a6, which is what I initially tried, to pushing the king side, which I managed to get to later. Here I forced a6. These are really small improvements, but it's just so unpleasant for black to play.
Yeah, just very slowly improved, and
Yeah,
basically
you know, you are suffering in this position with no end in sight, because
Yeah.
unless I blunder something, this position is not going to be drawn before I play 100 moves. And here, after I won a pawn, I find it's not so easy to break through still, because I don't want to trade too many pawns. For example, playing g4 and king g3 would run into f5, and he can trade off another pawn. Yeah, for example, here g4, some pass move, bishop e6, doesn't matter. King g3, f5. And suddenly, black might just be able to survive. It's not so clear.
okay.
So I was very happy that I found this idea with a4, a5. And here, after I get the 6th rank, it should be all over, which was still not so simple, but it's all based on the fact that he can no longer trade rooks if he whenever he trades on b6.
Yeah, so here we thought about some c3 ideas, so maybe just shortly.
Okay, yeah, not like this. Take c6 first. Bishop c6, bc, bishop d5 probably, or b5 doesn't matter. King g3. Probably waiting, I don't know. And f4, waiting still. And I'm not 100% sure. Maybe bishop c7 to d8 first. And then I want to prepare g5, so I keep a g pawn, still waiting. And here, let's say, yeah, king f2, bishop c4, king e. Okay, here already black needs to do something. I'm really confused why the computer still thinks this is holdable.
Maybe going away.
This, and okay, let's say I go king e3 still. King d4, bishop f3, g5, fg, fg. I thought that this position is always winning when I have so many rows between the pawns. Also, I still have a pawn in reserve if I win the bishop and not allow the king to a8.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe it's a depth issue, maybe it's a depth issue on my part. You never know.
Yeah, but after that you played very confidently, slowly improving, bringing the king, and at some moment he had this very nice Zugzwang, yeah? Here.
Yeah, after I forced f5, g5, there is basically nothing to do anymore. It's just all the dark squares are mine, and I can walk in the pieces.
Pretty nice game, Alexander. Maybe you could share with us something about your yesterday rest day. Did you at least manage to get some rest before this game, because it was so tiring?
No, of course. I mean, I went to the excursion, and later on in the afternoon, I just spent in my room, not focusing on chess. So I think it went well. I don't know if I can play a game like this every day, but so far I'm feeling fine. And 1 down, 4 to go for now.
You won the Chess 960 tournament. You were the first one in the Rapid. You are current leader and won the first round game in the classical portion. How are you feeling yourself?
Sounds awfully impressive when you say it like this, but I'm only 1 point ahead, yeah, which is one blitz game. But it's of course a good start, and we'll see how it goes. You can never know, because. For example, today, I think Vaishali, who's the lowest rated, beat Bienne, who's the highest rated, and in a very complicated tactical game. So you can never know that, let's say, I'm ahead and I'm safe, I can just make a few draws. Sometimes it just doesn't work this way, so we'll take it 1 game at a time. Yeah,
in the classical portion, the draws not count that much. By the way, how do you feel about this system of the points, that you get 1.5 point for a draw?
I think, honestly, in this context, it's not really necessary, because we already have the rapid scoring and the blitz scoring. So suddenly, what is it? 1, 2, so like 4 draws are like 1.5 wins in classical, but 4 draws are 2 wins in rapid and blitz. I don't know, it's a bit confusing. I just hope it won't affect the final standings too much.
But it encourages players to fight, and today we had only 1 draw, the rest were decisive games.
It does, but I think I don't think there's going to be an issue with fighting games, especially when you already have 40 moves where you cannot offer draws.
All right.
I think it's just, you can also play like I did today, very, very safe, and just grind the position to infinity. And I don't think it really matters too much if you get an extra half point or not. You just play the game the way you think it's best.
Okay, thank you so much, Alexander. And I think it's time for us to make it a day. We had exciting games at the first round of the classical portion of a Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel for the 57th edition of the Biel Chess Festival. Tomorrow the action resumes at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time at the same place, at the same time. We're going to wait for you to join us with Arthurs. So see you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.